ornaments, ascending octave scales, broad range and strings crescendo. In an instant, the stars fell from the sky, and the musical notes sprinkled to the ground. We are going to find out who wrote the rest note.
Here we are.
Is this mycelium?
This is finally.
The so-called glory. It's just fool's opinionatedness. In the quest for the unknown, we may have a glimpse of the brave new world. The rest note is announcing the advent of the greatest masterpiece.
Me vois danser parmi les étincelles. Je danse, je danse dans ce monde étincelant, un amour qui vit et je m'ennuie. Nostalgique là sous le poids de mes diamants, par des désirs je m'écarte, car j'étais reine de rêve fini et défié le destin aigri. Je voudrais te retrouver mon innocence. Être entre tentation et résilience, c'est toute ma vie. car j'étais un avant fini qui défiait les destins aigris. Je voudrais t'en retrouver mon innocence, car j'étais un avant fini qui défiait les destins aigris. Aujourd'hui, je caresse mes plumes déchues, car j'étais et je danse. Je me vois danser parmi les étincelles. Je danse, je danse.
All of this feels like a never-ending nightmare. Sometimes, I cannot tell if I'm really awake.
A puppet without strings! My proudest!
Matthias.
Thank you for coming tonight! Please come see my next amazing performance with Louis!
And again, countless times. I want to wake up from this nightmare. Happy birthday, Matthias.
If life had more opportunities, would you still make the same choices? My beloved Mary, you would become the most dazzling gem of Europa.
Mother, are we having raspberry cake for afternoon tea?
Je me vois danser, je m'enivre. Mon cœur nostalgique pleure sous le poids de mes diamants. Par des désirs, je m'écarte. Mais propre projet. Car j'étais un rêve infini qui défiait les destins aigris. Aujourd'hui, je caresse mes plumes déchues. Car j'étais et je danse. Je me vois danser parmi les étincelles. Je danse, je danse.
Greed is the bait that drives the blind devotion of the foolish. Arrogance is original sin. And how dare you covet the demon's service?
When lava flowed through the heart, I heard an ancient pulse. It is calling out to me. I see it! I finally see it!
Yet the eyes that gaze upon this are more than one set.
The king of serpents, elusive yet prominent. Its form is ever changing. Antlers, bull's head, snake's body, eagle's claw. That is a dragon. Invite, merge, dance, and send off the 4 acts form the dragon dance. Celebrate Chinese New Year with fireworks and best wishes.
When you hit the uncharted place, gotta get out of your mind. Stomp it out every single time. Whoa, yeah, we're making history. This moment we're gonna own. Slam it down, exclamation point. Whoa, this is how we do. This is how we do. When we enter the room, yeah, stronger than you. This is how we do.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day number 1 of Call of the Abyss 7 qualifiers for Southeast Asia. Potch Spice and Eli O on the mic for this one. Eli, I know it's your favorite time of year. Tell me how you feel right now.
It really is. I said this last year, and I told this to Potch before, but I say this every year. But Christmas season, what is that? It's COAVII season, right, Potch? I mean, come on, like this is what we look forward to.
Never heard of it.
This is the big deal right here. The global event. Every team throughout the world is competing for the #1 spot in the world to see who is the best. I'm really excited. We're starting things off with Southeast Asia. This could not be this. I look forward to this every year, and I'm just so happy to be here, Poch. Really.
Same. I mean, and like you said at the start, another year, another COA. Every year, we always get excited for this one because it's such a global event, and we're kicking things off in the Southeast Asia qualifiers. You got to mark your calendars and follow Identify on the socials because you know what? Japan's gonna have their qualifiers, China's mainly gonna have their qualifiers, and EU is gonna have their qualifiers, and so on and so forth. But today, Eli, we have a lot of teams that are vying for that position, and you guys have to tune in up until tomorrow to see who is going to be joining Team Future in representing the Southeast Asia region here in Identity 5.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really interesting to see how we saw the actually we'll get into that in a minute, but we are going to have a quick shout out to Gear Up Booster, who is our official network support partner for this event. I know many of you have had technical problems with your ping and your connection. Well, one of the best ways to solve that is through Gear Up Booster, one of your best options to essentially fixing your ping and having a better performance in Identity 5.
Yep, Gear Up Booster ensures comfortable gaming experience and reliable network support. Try out Gear Up Booster now and elevate your gaming to that next level. And speaking of next level, Eli, you were talking about these different teams, and now we're gonna have to go to and elevate to that next level since it is the globals. How do you feel like the landscape of competitive competitive Identity 5 is faring coming into COA 7?
It's really interesting to see how we talk about GH, right? The team that always makes it through in the IVC Identity 5 championships and gets through the automatic qualifier event. This time around, they're going to have to go through the difficult task of this top 8 competition here, as it was actually Team FT, as Proj previously mentioned, that was the qualifier there. So we'll see if they're able to join FT. We do have the overall prize pool for the main event, 4 million Chinese yuan here. That's approximately $560,000 US. If any of you are wondering, the champion, of course, at 1,700,000. And we also have the runner-up at 520. Third place, 300,000. Fourth place, 240,000. And we do have, of course, in the bottom right corner, the remaining places for each of those teams. And there is 20 teams this year in the COAVII SEA Global Tournament. In the past, we've had 16. Last year, I think we went to 20, and we're going to continue with that. This year, 2 teams from Southeast Asia, 2 from NAAU, and those are the 2 qualifiers we will have for you guys this weekend and next weekend.
Super excited for that. So, ladies and gentlemen, you know what? This is what all pro players and competitive players are looking for. Again, that's a lot of zeros, a lot of cash to be able to get. But also, I'd have to say the glory of calling yourself the Call of the Abyss champion is just a win in its own right. So here are the brackets, ladies and gentlemen. Like Eli said, we're gonna have the ST versus GH to start things out. UL, based on seeding, will be already in match number 5, so we'll see them tomorrow. But match number 3 will be OMO versus UTP. Look out for Nell and Chocho to cover that one. And Eli's gonna go back for double duty tonight with RB versus RS. So you mentioned it, right? GH is kind of the talk of the town with a new addition of a hunter.
Yep. We do have Meow Pai, who is currently known as Meow as the hunter for GH. And, it's not an easy path for GH, right? You have to go through ST first. ST, arguably one of the stronger teams in this top 8 competition. We've seen them consistently make it through many stages of previous Southeast Asia tournaments. Actually, going into this event, I would have expected to see a potential STGH finals for this qualifier, but they do actually, by random draw, run into each other in the first round. So we do have an extremely high-level match to lead things off.
Yep. So that is going to be our first match of the day. And then afterwards, in UTC plus 8, I believe, 5 o'clock, OMO versus UTP. And the main event is going to be RB versus RS. 2 teams that I'm super excited to see because we don't have that much data on them, but I was able to talk to some of the team members here, so we'll be able to, give some insight and information on how the team came to be, their strengths, their weaknesses, and whatnot. But I'm sure they're going to give us some amazing gameplay. Starting off with our first matchup here, we got Team ST, or Sweet Timing, Eli.
Absolutely. This is the team from Vietnam. We have ST Boss as the main rescuer player for the team. ST Wolfie. We have
2.
I'm gonna let it's just 2. We're gonna say 2 because that's the best way to remember it. We have Quang, Hutien, Nim, and Gris. Yeah, so that's gonna be the main team here for the Vietnamese team ST. And let's see what they're able to do. We've seen some really strong gameplay, as we talked about in the past, from this team. They've fallen a little bit short pretty much every time, though. So this is really going to be the big stage where they want to make that huge impact and get themselves into that global competition.
And shout outs to Gris because I was able to exchange messages with him. He's the team representative or the team captain. And he also gave a shout out to their coach, Gyacho, that was able to basically set up a who's who of the Avengers assembling here for a super team. And not to mention Kwong and Hetian. Lot of praises for these two hunters. And with the meta now of Night Watch and the opera singer, Gris says that he's very excited to see how they're going to perform. They're actually more concerned with how their survivor team is going to perform because Kwong and Hetian are really known in the Southeast Asia scene as very consistent hunters, especially with round 1 meta of opera singer. I'm excited to see what they're going to bring out and who's going to come in first.
Yeah, 39% for elimination rate, pretty high to say the least. So we should expect some good gameplay here. Not a lot of data here on Hetian, unfortunately, as it is NA for each category. But I believe we'll probably see Kwong start things out for Team ST. We've seen that seen them be the main hunter for the most part in a lot of these events. So we are going to most likely see them lead here, and potentially Hetian will come in later.
So we will see how that's going to come out. Boss is another name that always comes into the conversation when it comes to competitive Identity 5 in Southeast Asia, usually on that rescuer role here. Do see a really good containment time, as well as the escape rate not above 50%, but the deduction score is on that 3-digit mark. So super excited to see how Boss will fare in the mix of these other survivors.
Absolutely. Yeah, overall 48% escape rate. Slightly lower for a rescuer player, but not too bad to say the least. Average number of rescues is actually over 1, so on the relatively high side there. We do have Wolfie as well. Again, for rescue players, slightly below average on the escape rate of only 45%. Usually see it above 50 as a rescuer player. An average number of rescues at 0.91, pretty average, pretty standard overall. Yeah, we'll see which rescuer player is going to come out first here, whether it's going to be Boss or Wolfie or both of them potentially, and see which player opts for which character. You know, obviously currently in the meta, we don't see double rescuer for the most part, so we'll probably see a single rescuer player, 3 potential kiter / support characters, and I'm interested to see which player will be the rescuer.
Yeah, and I did ask Gris what their biggest strength is, and they say the biggest strength is basically every member has their own concept of that sweet timing to develop their own thoughts in each circumstance. Their communication is on point, and they always discuss what to do next and execute the plan and bring out the sweet timing moments. So hopefully we'll be able to see that. And here's the duo of Wolfie 2 here. So Wolfie really on that rescuer and 2 on that kiting role. So hopefully we'll see that prospector come into fruition or any other character that can kite. We still got to talk about the meta now, Eli, because there's some changes. We might see some novelists, might see some cheerleaders, some airplanists, and whatnot.
And 82 seconds of containment time. Very high there. And 55% for a kiting character, also relatively high as well. So definitely a strong player overall. Very high statistics here. Obviously, anytime you're able to get over 80 seconds at any point, that is that's a very high rating for sure. Hall of Fame level, to say the least. And we do have another 82 seconds of containment time as well, which is also very high. It's like in sports where, you know, you say if you get a certain statistic, then that's a Hall of Fame level statistic. If you're over 80 seconds of containment time, that is very, very strong, to say the least.
I would say it's like a triple-double if you're able to get good decoding, deduction score, containment time, and escape rate. So hopefully, you know what, they live up to these standards. And last but not least, we got Gris. And also Gris did mention, I asked him like, hey, any message you want to give out to ST fans out there? And he says, for the fans that are watching, Sweet Timing wants to send our gratitude for always supporting them. And they'll try to not let you down, and at least not anytime soon, hopefully, because he did also mention that their biggest competition is Team GH. And I think more often than not, if based on my questions to everyone's kind of gunning for GH right now, because they are the ones to kind of set the bar and the standard for who will represent the Southeast Asia region.
Absolutely. Getting into Team GH here, which is the team everybody's looking forward to seeing play here. We do have GH Skyfall as, of course, the team captain, currently and leader of this team. Interested to see that he will actually be playing, because we do have 4 survivors here. Of course, God J also potentially on that survivor side, Meow Pie over on the hunter. But Skyfall, of course, maybe being one of the survivors to look out for here. We do have Meow Pie as the hunter here. 41% on the 4 elimination rate, extremely high. You don't really see that high of a 4 elimination rate in in this current game, considering that it's a lot of potential for the survivors to win games here. But 41%, definitely very high here. with an average elimination of 2.86. That is well above the average here for sure.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, this is actually one of the big talking points, right? That Godjay has a sub hunter also in Meow Pai, and Meow Pai has been a very very scary hunter to say the least. But like you said, we have been seeing Godjay kind of dabble onto the survival role, and we were kind of have this talking point: is he going to be the Southeast Asian PP Xiao, with him retiring and having Meow Pai lead the entire team instead? So we just have to wait and see. But it seems like since we are looking at the stats for Godjay, he will be hunting most likely. We just have to wait and see when the picks and bans go along. But you know what? This man needs no introduction. We've seen him in IVC, IVS, COA. He has seen the big stage and the bright lights of Call of the Abyss, and hopefully he'll see it again this year.
We do have Skyfall on the Survivor side, as previously mentioned. Average commit time 65 seconds and 57% escape rate. We're going to see a lot of high statistics, I would imagine, from the GH Survivor side. That's something they are definitely known for. So we'll see how that's going to come into fruition in this qualifier match. And 57% escape rate as well. Skyfall, of course, being one of the being a rescuer player, right? So
yes,
that would make sense to have a high escape rate there. But Zhao Kahn as well, okay, also a rescue player, listed as cheerleader, but can't play the rescuer. 83 seconds of containment time, still pretty impressive. 56% average escape rate. For a rescuer as well, pretty solid. You see 0.87 on the number of rescues per game, which again indicating a rescue style player.
So what's interesting is that Zhao Kahn was relegated as the rescuer just when Skyfall was the captain at one point, or the coach. But now, since the veteran experience is going to come into fruition, he might be the rescuer, while Zhao Kahn might go back into his old role, which is the support/kiter. Not to mention having Little Boy as the main decoder and kiter of this game. It's going to be very interesting to see the dynamic between Zhao Kahn, Little Boy, and Nero-kun, who we'll introduce in a bit. But Little Boy gave us amazing moments, I would have to say. Like, I think he had an amazing composer gameplay in, I think it was, last year's Call of the Abyss. He was able to kite for a really long time for a 3-person escape.
The other interesting factor is, will we actually see these decoding style characters? Composer, lawyer, you have explorer. There's a lot of options currently in the meta. Postman, even a potential possibility. Will that be something GH likes to go for? We've seen them do that in the past, where they go with a double rescuer strategy and try to promote Cypher Rush. And then maybe go with a harasser, such as this prospector from Nero-kun. 101 seconds of containment time is extremely high, especially for a non-rescuer. So 40% escape rate is a little bit lower, which means that Nero-kun is kiting majority of the time for that first kite. But 101 seconds is very high, very above average, and I expect to see a lot of harassment from the prospector side as well with that overall containment time. And also the number of rescues is slightly higher for a kiter as well.
And you talked about it, right? Like the different characters that we could possibly see. I know there are representatives of different ones, like Wax Artist, all that, but you gotta admit, Opera Singer coming into the mix still. Night Watch is still good. Lawyer. What characters and which survivors and which hunters do you think will be coming into round one, especially before we get into the picks and bans, Eli?
Yeah, of course, we did see the Opera Singer get recently adjusted to slightly nerfed, but still obviously strong enough for the round one situation. Still the strongest hunter in the game. We have seen some of these hunters shift back into a little bit of Night Watch, Dream Witch favorability in that round one situation, just due to the fact that Opera Singer was recently adjusted in of course, a negative aspect. But Opera Singer is still very, very good, and still the strongest hunter in the game, in my opinion, and a lot of top hunters' opinions as well. We're most likely going to see a lot of round one Opera Singer.
I'm excited to see that, especially once you see Opera Singer. There's no direct counter yet, and a lot of the competitive players agree that you just have to play defense and play gatekeeper for more points to come in. So I'm excited to see both sides try to fare into that, especially which Opera Singer are we going to be seeing? Is it going to be Meow Pai's Night Watch? Oh, sorry, Opera Singer, or is it going to be Godjay's, also Hetian and Kwong? So one thing we are seeing is a lot of love in chat. Once again, shout out to each and every one of you that's joining us. I see a lot of the known faces in chat: Lacrimosa, Nano, Alicia, Sublime, Goldie. Big shout outs to you guys. Again, COA season is upon us. Please get the word out there, share, follow, and just support your favorite teams, because it means so much to them. Them hearing that support in the chat as well.
Absolutely, for sure. Yeah, obviously all the positivity and support completely welcomed here in this big tournament here. A lot of pressure for a lot of these players, so of course any positive support you can bring to the table is much appreciated. But yeah, let's talk about this match a little bit here. Of course, we're going to have the map selection. It looks like GH did have the opportunity to ban the map, so it was going to be sweet timing that chose Moonlit River Park. An interesting lead for a round one situation, considering that we see Opera Singer most common in the round one, right? But Opera Singer and Moonlit, not quite as good, just due to the fact that, you know, there's some areas, due to the fact it's very open map, it's sometimes hard to dash around. You really want the enclosed areas as Opera Singer, so you can dash between those areas, get those speed boosts. And the fact that it's an open map, and also the roller coaster can be very strong at avoiding getting down against Opera Singer. As you mentioned, defense is important, delaying the down as quickly as possible, and that's something that the roller coaster absolutely does.
Yeah, I'm super excited to see how they're gonna fare. I mean, Moonlit River Park is its own. It has its own characteristics. Like you said, the two bridge area, the roller coasters. It's going to be interesting to see how they're going to play that into fruition, especially since Sweet Timing will be the survivors first. So one thing I want to ask you, especially when it comes, we talked about a lot of Opera Singer. What about Novelist? Because Novelist is already going to be available here with his rework, with the old switcheroo. How is that going to happen here in this?
Yeah, no, Novelist is a very strong character against the Opera Singer. Obviously, again, delaying the down as quickly as possible, or as making it as slow as possible, is the best way to deal with an Opera Singer. Novelist is a character that can do that. The ability to switch places with the Hunter. We're going to see a lot of Novelists, especially against Opera Singer, go into a pallet, switch places with the Opera Singer and get the pallet stun. That's one of the best ways to waste time against that Opera Singer. Unfortunately, Opera Singer is so fast that she recovers quickly from the pallet stun, breaks the pallet quickly, and catches up relatively fast. But it does waste time, and wasting as much time against the Opera in the early game is the key here. So the fact that Novelist can do that, it's going to be really game-changing for sure. So definitely we're going to see a lot of Novelists here, I would imagine. I think Novelist is a great character. I think it's high A tier, A+ tier. I don't think Novelist is one of the best in S tier, but I do think Novelist is extremely good, especially against that round one Opera Singer.
With that being said, when it comes to the global picks and bans, do you think it merits like first 2 picks Novelist, or would they relegate that for like something they can go like, Acrobat's still pretty good, but who do you think are going to be the first picks they have to lock in that they don't mind losing those 2 survivors in round 2 and round 3?
It's slightly situational. If you're going to a round where you're expecting potential Dream Witch in round 2, I don't think you're going to want to. I don't think you care about losing Opera Singer for later rounds. You don't care about losing Novelist for later rounds. Is that Novelist is not quite as effective against Dream Witch. But if you do not have a Dream Witch on the other side, and you're considering a Hunter like Night Watch for round 2, Novelist is still good in that situation. So you want to hold on to the Novelist. I would say on average, Novelist is a good 3rd pick in a round 1 situation. So you pick your first 2, which will then be auto banned, and you pick the Novelist 3rd or potentially 4th.
As a kicker, potentially, right? Because you have to admit also, like, us seeing the Novelist in action, also the Hunter seeing it in action, is also going to be a little tough for them to kind of adjust to, especially in the bright lights of Call of the Abyss qualifiers. So I couldn't agree with you more that, yeah, maybe Novelist save it for round 2, depending on how it's going to pan out, because I can see the same situation happen with a Night Watch, since Night Watch and Opera Singer do have the same traits where they can catch up right away. So hopefully they save that. So considering that, then what would be good first and second picks for globals, like that they don't mind getting banned out for round 2 and 3?
Well, you do see Gardner being one of the characters that you don't really mind losing in the later rounds. Gardner's pretty effective against the Opera Singer, but not too great against some other Hunters. Also, characters such as Coordinator are pretty good. You don't really mind losing Coordinator in later rounds. A character like Lawyer isn't necessarily bad. Obviously, holding on to Lawyer for later rounds is very good. But if you're really worried about the round 1 Opera Singer, for some teams, the round 1 situation is the most difficult. Their mindset is, if we get through the Opera Singer, the rest of the Hunters in the later rounds are no problem, right? So you kind of put all your eggs into one basket in the first round. You don't mind losing Lawyer for later rounds. So Lawyer is also not a bad option. And you could also go something like Acrobat Psychologist, one of those characters that are good overall against the Opera Singer, but you don't really mind it for later rounds.
Not to mention Psychologist getting that rework that you're allowed to do other things while you're getting healed up in a big map like this. Yeah, hopefully they save that for the next one. And yes, we mentioned, right, we were talking about the patch changes. Psychologist has been so consistent as of late. You really want to hold on to that because she has so much utility come round 2 and 3, especially when that's why you gotta love this whole picks and ban systems and how the game is balanced, because as the rounds go on, the survivors, even though they do get banned, it's still it just balances itself out. So we're gonna head towards this amazing pick and ban screen, Eli. We were talking about the theme of this year's Call of the Abyss, and you gotta love it. You gotta love the theme, how it looks so ethereal, like very end of the world esque with the Cthulhu like being behind us.
Post-apocalyptic, yeah. That's what I was talking about this before during our rehearsal. I love that theme. Like, I really love the post-apocalyptic idea. I love it if it's in a movie or a TV show or a theme in a game such as this. I think it's great. I mean, it's just a really cool idea in general. Now, looking into our ban pick here, we actually see the Officer get banned, and normally this is a pretty good ban for an Opera Singer player, but on a large map like Moonlit, Officer isn't actually as good because you want a character that has good map mobility, like a Mercenary here. So I think ST actually favors this more than anything. Now, I don't think they're going to pick Mercenary right away just because you don't want to ban Mercenary for the rest of your series.
Right.
It's like we're going to see Patient and Gardener first. So Gardener, definitely one of those characters you don't mind sacrificing, for the later rounds here. I think Meowpie should 100% just ban Mercenary, get that Rescuer out of the way. You already committed to one Rescuer ban. You might as well commit to the second one. If you don't ban Mercenary here, you put yourself in a situation where the Officer ban was actually pointless, because then they're going to pick Mercenary anyway, and you essentially wasted a ban. And he's actually going to ban Aeroplanist, so that means ST can go straight to the Merc here.
And we were talking about Aeroplanist, right? Kind of a sub-rescuer, but it's interesting that he actually would opt for the Merc matchup instead of the Aeroplanist. Maybe because it's a big map like Moonlit River Park. There's a lot of jump spots he can come from, but I mean, there's no denying Mercenary is still one of the most stable rescuers, and his skill, like being delayed down and his elbow pads, are really good. And the fact that you're bringing that to the table for boss to use, or whoever rescuer, it's gonna be a little tough. And he's gonna round it out with a Seer ban. So Priestess is still up for grabs. I mean, you still have a lot to look forward to, but they're gonna go for the Acrobat to just round out everything.
Yep. So Acrobat, of course, on Moonlit River Park, very strong character. This is the one map where Acrobat is actually considered an S tier character, just because you have the ability, to jump around those platforms. There's so many great jump spots for Acrobat in this map. I think this Moonlit River Park, again, this map selection is a little bit interesting, but I think it puts Meow on the back foot a little bit, just because he, Opera Singer on Moonlit, we talked about, not one of the best maps for Opera, right? You have some disadvantages with the map being very open. You have Roller Coaster as well. There's a lot of great spots to spawn these characters as well. So you put the Acrobat or Patient at 4-stop. Maybe you want to put the Gardener at 1st-stop or 2-story. She can use the Coaster or Kite in that strong 2-story area. So many options, right? And so I think that's going to be a pretty big factor here. And it looks like Meowpie, of course, will go with that Opera Singer here. But I think this team comp drafted from ST is actually quite strong right now.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think it all, for me, the way you broke down that allowing the Mercenary to come through is still banning the Airplanist. Like, they have one stable rescuer in that mix, and this is actually Boss's character, so it's gonna be a little tough. Again, Meowpie is playing with a meta here. He is going with the Opera Singer, who we know the worst, or the worst case scenario for an Opera Singer is to get a tie, but maybe they could shoot for more. It's going to be very unlikely because of how well the chase skin goes, but how they drafted this, they really played to their strengths. And I'm excited to see how this matchup is going to turn out, especially since Moonlit River Park and Acrobat, that's going to be a tough chase. We just have to wait for the spawn points now.
Yeah, and I'm interested to see if the Mercenary does go straight to bridge or instead go to the 2nd-stop platform to hit that stop sign. I think it's going to be slightly dependent on which character they go for the 1st-stop spawn. If you spawn Patient 1st-stop, I don't think you need to have Mercenary to hit that stop sign. It looks like no. Oh, we're going to see Acrobat 1st-stop. So Patient's going to take 4th-stop. This is also okay. As we talked about, Acrobat and Patient both fine on that 4th-stop area. They can loop that quite well. And it looks like the Gardener is actually opting for 2-story, which is a little interesting considering that Gardener is probably the most fragile target on this team. I guess it does open up some possibilities though. Gardener can potentially kite 2-story, then rotate towards the 1st-stop coaster and take that. We might see the Acrobat bring the coaster to 2nd-stop, so Gardener could utilize that later. Plenty of options here, and this is why Moonlit is such a fun map to play on. But here we go. Start of the Call of Abyss SEA qualifiers. First half of the first round, we have ST versus the GH Hunter here. I'm Eli-O, joined with Potchspice, and we will be bringing you the live commentary for this Call of Abyss qualifier matchup.
And here we have it, folks. It seems like we're going to get a first chase onto 2 here. The Patient will be taking first kite. Meow now on hot pursuit to try and down this. Again, you have to delay the down as much as possible, but this provides enough rotation to happen. Nice shifting of the shadows here, going back and forth. He's still hanging on to that first hook. He's going to eat that hit to transition. That's an early hit in the first 30 seconds, Eli.
Yeah, that's a big miss from the Patient. You never want to give that first hit because, he's kind of trapping himself in a bit of an awkward position here. He's going to be able to get that hook off, and he gets stuck at the platform, gets the hit through the pallet, and that's an extremely fast down for the Hunter side here. Yeah, very curious decision from the Patient. You know, we were talking about how that 4-stop platform is so strong. The Patient could have used the hooks to actually just loop that platform for a very long period of time, but actually leaves the 4-stop area, and it extremely it's a big backfire, right? And you know, it allows the Opera Singer to get the down relatively quick here.
Could have been a miss rotation in where he was actually trying to kite, and now this allows the Mercenary to try to go for a save here, but stuffs it so far, and now we see that Meow could actually try to close out the distance and might even get a double hit. Oh, hang on. It seems like Boss is able to... He's really going to go for the double down.
Yeah, I'm not sure I like this risk because he actually ends up missing, and now this gives the Patient the opportunity to make it to the 4-stop. This is what we were talking about before. Patient has that ability to hook across the platform here, which he should do. He's actually going to vault this. We might see the blink through the wall here. Goes for the blink. Does he have a hook? Swing and a miss here. This gives an opportunity to potentially hook. Another miss.
He's going to get it.
And he doesn't hook
it. Wow, that was so unfortunate. Actually had one hook left. He wasn't able to get it off in time. It was actually it was getting a little dicey for Meow, right? He wanted to go for the Mercenary, got a little greedy, allowed the Patient to go towards the area where he would love to be at. And now he's on his death chair. So now we see that Gris is going to try to make his way, gets the bubble hit, but no, he gets hit right off before he's able to make it to that rocket chair. So it seems like this rescue might be stuck. But
well, he can still continue the bubble there. And we do see Tide Turn as well. Actually, he's going to hit the bubble, so not quite sure about that. And this actually, again, gives the Patient an opportunity to transition. Will he use the hook here in time? He needs to use it relatively early and does get the hook off. Does he have a shadow waiting? He does, but it's a little bit off. Can he make it to the pallet here in time? Potentially goes for the vault. It's going to be a mind game. Gets the vault off again. And the Outpass forced to break the pallet. So this is exactly what ST wants, to waste some time here. I think he might go down here as there's no more pallets left to work with. But
go back and forth. Yeah,
just wasting as much time as possible.
I mean, that was a good recovery, I'd have to say. Good rescue onto the Gardener's side. The bubble was able to allow him, and also they brought that extra Tide Turner just to provide that that extra rescue from going off. But now it seems like this is where the Opera Singer can get very terrifying, when it's like the midway part of the game. You got 2 injured survivors, and the ciphers aren't enough just yet to push for that last one, since the last cipher is at 16%. So Meow now needs to, you know what, put haste into his chase here as he goes to try to stop Boss from popping that cipher.
Yeah, he's going to push the Mercenary away from the last, for one of the Cypher machines here. Still has one elbow pad to work with, but he needs to utilize it in an opportune situation. He's going to use it here to get to the next pallet, so this is the correct decision. But can he might get this pallet? Gets the hit through the pallet on to the Mercenary there, and with only... 70% on one of these ciphers and only 16% on the other one. This is looking like a really good position. We still have trump card available for this Hunter, and we already have one survivor eliminated, so not a lot of time for the survivors to work with here. They're in a pretty tough position, I would say.
Can I note that they actually brought 3 Tide Turners? The Acrobat has a Tide Turner to use as well, so
interesting.
It's really what an interesting case. We were talking about how not having 2 rescuers, it's rare you see that, but they got 3 Tide Turners, so maybe this is what they want to try to do. But there's the Acrobat is giving tinnitus, but the ciphers are so far apart, and it's going to be tough for one person to jump ciphers to try and prime it. So now Gris has to go for this rescue.
He's going to be able to get the save off here. He's going to use the red hit bomb as well, but actually makes a misstep there, which is going to allow the double hit there. So in reality, this is actually not optimal because it's going to allow for the double down. Now, Mercenary does have the delayed effect here, so if he's able to kite past the Tide Turner effect, it gives him a little bit of extra time to work with. But the problem is, because Gris gets doubled down, he can't prime the 70% Cypher machine. We're going to see the blink out of the Mercenary. The Mercenary actually dies near the Acrobat, so this is going to allow the Hunter to chair the Acrobat. They have this last Cypher almost ready, but with 2 people down, who's going to finish it?
Yeah, and this is what's so terrifying about the Opera Singer, right? The fact that he was able to change on a snap of a finger, and they performed pretty okay, like just minute decision making that turned into this situation. And that one last cipher at 71%, and Meow on the verge to get 5 points for his team just shows his skill and just how terrifying the Opera Singer is. So now forced to go for the rescue is Nim. He's already at the 2-story, transitioning his way to go for that rescue. Mao's just patrolling around the area, and Cypher Progress is definitely at a standstill here. So let's see what the decision is to make now for Meow.
The question is, where is the last Cypher? Is it nearby or is it far away? Because the Mercenary needs to get up and go to the Cypher, right? But I don't know where. Gardner's not able to get the bubble off, but I think she can potentially still get it here if she stops and gets it the rest of the way. So she will be able to get the rescue, but the Mercenary's not on the Cypher.
Yeah.
And this Survivor is dead on chair, and he hits the dead on chair Survivor, which means the Acrobat is going to sit back to the middle. He's going to go for the double down onto the. Nope, he's actually just going to go ahead and chair the Acrobat. He's kind of worried that last Cypher machine will be ready.
Oh, it's on the bridge. It's the bridge
here's the situation, right? Teleport's not going to be ready. So can Mercenary pop the Cypher before he gets there? And it looks like no, Mercenary's going to leave the Cypher machine completely. So they're not going to be able to push for the endgame just yet.
Yeah, so this is tough. I mean, it's the kudos in respect to the Mercenary not forcing it because it's at 70%. I don't think they're going to be able to pop it in time. So now it just seems like they're going to be spread out. You know, divide and conquer is Meow's game plan here, since both are injured, and now they won't be able to get up, especially the Mercenary, since you already used that self-heal. Nim is going to open up a chest to see what's going to happen there. Already, we have a syringe, so this could help, but you're going to have to kite for really long here, so let's see what happens.
Yep. Let's see what happens indeed. We're going to see the Mercenary is going to go down here, and he doesn't have self-heal, so, you know, he can just teleport to the Cypher, and he sees the Gardener. This is going to be the 4-kill Mercenary, no longer with that self-heal available. All he has to do is down this Gardener, and that means this is going to be a 5-0 lead right away here for GH. And things were looking pretty good for the Survivors. I think the biggest issue was that quick down onto the Patient. And it looks like Gardener actually is, okay, it's going to bait. Okay, finally going to go down here. Going to go to this pallet, but again, all he has to do is down this Gardener, and that will be the 4-kill. And there it is, Podge.
Yeah, GGs are going to be called here. Meow with an excellent performance so far on this Opera Singer. And there were some opportune moments like we talked about, like the Patient. You know what? There was a bit of a stumble with the first rotation, but the second rotation, or the second kite he got from the chair, actually was really good. It was just a little unfortunate that with an Opera Singer, you have to execute everything flawlessly just to potentially even get a tie. So that's just a testament to show how the Opera Singer is with that chase. But let's throw it over to you, Eli. Can you break it down for us? What were the highlights, lowlights for you on both sides?
Yeah, so I think the biggest issue is that the Survivors didn't. Maybe they thought that the Opera Singer would have gone straight for the 2-story Gardener, because the Patient ended up getting caught in the open away from the 4-stop platform. So the reason why you spawn the Patient at the 4-stop area is so you can use those hooks to loop around the you can hook across the platform, right? And it forces the hunter to go all the way around to catch up to you, right? So Patient getting caught away from the platform is not an ideal situation, because they can't use that. You know, the reason why you spawn there is at that point no longer useful, because you're not at the 4-stop platform anymore. So that was sort of a bit of a tough situation for the Survivors, and that allowed for a relatively fast down. And then on top of that, yeah, it's just Opera Singer's map control at that point is kind of the issue. The Survivors also didn't really prioritize healing, and also the Cyphers were a little bit slower than optimal as well, which was kind of interesting to see. You know, we were able to see the last Cypher get to 70%, but at that point the Cypher machines probably should have been almost prime. So yeah, it was just slightly slower on the Cypher Rush, unfortunately, and also the relatively fast down on the Patient. You really see the power of the Opera Singer there. And considering that Moonlit River Park, it's not one of the better Opera Singer maps, that is a very good start for GH.
Oh yeah, and just the skill of Meow Pie for him to be able to pilot this Opera Singer in not the best conditions, but for him to still be able to get 5 points. We got to tip our hat and give our flowers to Meow. Again, this is one of his first showings in a big tournament like this in the GH banner, right? So he's definitely raking in those points. Makes me wonder though how the team is going to survive now, the Survivor team on GH's side. Here we have the results, folks. Once again, very curious decision to ban out the Airplanist instead of the Mercenary, but it seemed like he handled the Mercenary matchup pretty well for him to get a 5-point game. So Meow, contention to get best deduction here with how he performed.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Airplanist, of course, a very strong character in the current meta, but you know, the ability to I guess the Cypher Rush would be a little bit slower because of the Mercenary, so it ends up being pretty important there, especially considering that last Cypher Machine was 70% of the way done. So it could have potentially had a different speaker there, but who knows. Anyways, the point now is that ST, obviously this was their map selection, so their hunter definitely has something prepared to play on Moonlit here, but it's a really tough situation. The fact that you have to get a 4-survivor elimination just to tie things at this point. Obviously we talk about how round 1 Opera Singer is one of those hunters that can just come out and just win the round 1, which we've seen here. But now what does Kwang actually play, right? Because Moonlit, again, we saw Kwang with the Night Watch as the main hunter, so maybe that's something that Kwang's going to opt for here. But considering that you have to go for a 4-kill, obviously, if you have Opera Singer, you got to play it.
Yeah, and if I may ask, like, how compared to Opera Singer in this map, how does Night Watch fare in this map to try and get a 5-point game?
Well, obviously, because it's a very open map, that's pretty good for Night Watch. It's hard to break line of sight, so the wind ability will be pretty effective here. And obviously Night Watch with that good map mobility can get around the map relatively quick too. So obviously Night Watch isn't bad, but Night Watch does not have as much win potential as something like an Opera Singer. So it's not going to be quite as strong, obviously, as an Opera Singer would be. And ST did choose this map because they wanted Meowpie's Opera Singer to be slightly weakened. Obviously, if you were favoring Opera Singer, you'd pick something like Ever Sleeping Town or Red Church. But going Moonlit River Park, a very open map where it's very hard to dash, that's sort of you're trying to negate that Opera Singer as much as possible. But ended up not even mattering here in G8, for GH.
Yeah. So again, shout outs to Meow for being able to get a 5-point game in a map that wasn't in his advantage. And still, we saw some potential team ST. You have to give it up for Gris being able to. It was 2 to be able to kite. The rebound kite was actually pretty good. The rescues from Boss and Gris and Nim were actually really on point. So it was just unfortunate because it was just minute mistakes that kind of built up into a big momentum shift for the Hunter side. So that's usually how we kind of expect Opera Singer matches to go until like someone figures out a direct counter. This is the kind of the reality, or this is the round 1s we're going to be witnessing in Call of the Abyss. So it might be Opera Singer season for us as well here, Eli.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, looking into this next round, so we'll see what what Kwang's able to do. For GH, pretty simple. You just got to get Survivor out the gate here. So obviously, because it's Moonlit, it's an open map, so it's very hard for Hunter to get a 4-kill on a large map like Moonlit because you have less map pressure, less cipher control, things like that. So characters such as Embalmer could be pretty good here. Obviously, you can spawn your Embalmer at first stop, take the roller coaster, then use your coffin to get back across the map, back to the coffin. Or you can go 2-story as well. Putting your coffin there is also quite strong. Plenty of options. So I think that would be a pretty good character here. But yeah, overall, this is a very exciting start to this qualifier right out the gate. Just a 5-0 victory is great, and we're already seeing an exciting COA shape up in front of us here.
Yep. So here we have it, folks. Again, just reiterating the results of that match. Again, Meow garnering 5 points for his team GH, and now they're going to switch the sides, where ST is going to be hunting while GH is going to be doing the surviving. And I like they brought up the Embalmer, because when someone picks Embalmer, it's like they just want to go for the defense, they want to go for that tie, they want to go for that safe rescue. But it's usually in those cases where the hunter can capitalize. If the team just trying to go for a tie, that's usually when they can find their opening and create those situations that the hunter gets more points. So we'll just have to see, because GH again is a very wily and very veteran team. With the addition of Zhao Khan in, I think, 2 years back, as well as Narakun, they've been looking like really in top shape. And Skyfall coming into the mix also is a big anomaly, right? He hasn't seen competition, or at least played in competition, for about, I think, a year or so. But he is one of the veterans. He is one of the known rescuers in Thailand. So we just have to trust in GH and see how they're going to perform.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm interested to see which survivors will actually come out to play here. We talked about how we have Skyfall potentially on the survivor side here. And we also have maybe Gajay as well, but I don't know if he's going to be coming in as a hunter sub or a survivor player, because those are both options. But
true.
I think overall, again, the strategy for GH, you just got to get one survivor out the gate here. And this is not, obviously the thing is, we talked about how this match here in particular is kind of like maybe like a finals match for this tournament in round 1 here. It's like when you are looking at like professional sports and the 2 best teams somehow get paired in the first round. But yeah, I think this could be GH's hardest matchup for sure. But of course, there are other teams they got to get through as well. A team we talked about before in our rehearsal was UTP, right? We've seen Utopia be a strong team as well too. So I think those are the 3 most notable, these 2 in UTP. But again, there's some other teams that can really come out and surprise us. That's one of the things I love about this game, is that anyone can win. You know, we've seen in the past, you know, in the Call of the Abyss Global Tournament, we see Chinese teams dominate, and then the Japanese teams start to come out and win more. And then we saw the Southeast Asia team. We saw the Southeast Asia team last year was able to beat the Japanese team. Was it AXZ? I think something like that.
AXZ, Axis Wave.
Yeah. So yeah, anyone can win at this game. Just whoever puts in the most work, the most effort, the most practice is going to find themselves at the top here.
Yeah, that is definitely the mindset that they have to come in with. Not to mention also a crowd favorite, Team Omori or OMO. Shoutouts to Night Owl for providing us some answers. You guys will see their match. It is going to be Nell and Chocho that will be covering that. But since we're kind of reminiscing on Call of the Abyss, what are your favorite moments for Call of the Abyss in the past games or the past like matches that you've witnessed? Because I think one of the big ones was, I believe, in Call of the Abyss 3 or 4, when I think it was the first time the Japanese team was able to send out GR, and that was a huge, I think that was the start of the Japanese team being able to dominate in Call of the Abyss.
Yeah, that was I think it was AL? Was that the team name of the Japanese? I'm not sure off the top of my head, but it was Vampy's team.
Vampy's team. Yes,
yeah, he was able to.
That was a good one. So yeah, just put a pin on that. Let me know your favorite Koa moments. Sure. Also chat if you have any, because we're heading towards the picks and bans, and it seems like the Hunter Hutien was listening to us. He bans out the Embalmer and the first officer.
Yeah, it's actually Hutien, not Kwong. So we were a little surprised by this. Looks like we're going to have the Gardener and Patient as well. So the exact same as last round for the first 2. But yeah, getting rid of the Embalmer, I actually like this. We'll see if we go Mercenary or Airplanist next, right? So we talked about this before. Mercenary would be a very good band here to continue on that Rescuer train. But in this case, it looks like we're going to see Airplanist again. I think Hutien's trying to create the same situation potentially that Meow Pie had in that first round. Just try to, you know, basically say whatever you can do, I can do better here, and try to. Priestess is interesting. We actually don't see Priestess very commonly used against the Opera Singer. When you set up a portal, the Opera Singer goes through the portal. You can instantly just, as soon as the sun's off, you just dash catch with the Survivor right away. So the Priestess portal is usually very ineffective against an Opera Singer. But I guess the one thing that could be impactful is the long portal. I think that must be the reason for the Priestess usage here.
Because can you imagine the long portal as well as the roller coaster that's going to be used here, and a wildling to top it off. Mercenary gets banned at the end, and they go for the wildling. So it seems like, you know what, one of these things is not like the other type of lineup, except the Priestess and wildling will definitely change that up. That is not the Acrobat, nor is it the who's the other one? The Mercenary. So Mercenary. So how do you like this lineup potentially going up against an Opera Singer match?
To be honest, I don't like it as much as the previous team comp. The problem with this is that GH could have chosen Mercenary instead of Priestess, and if Hutien's going to play Opera, they would not have banned Priestess. They would have banned Acrobat, or they would have banned Lawyer, or some character that's pretty good against the Opera Singer. They would not have banned Priestess here, most likely. So the fact that we see the Mercenary ban instead of the Priestess, I would have liked to see Mercenary or the Priestess selection. I would like to see Mercenary chosen and then Priestess chosen as the 4th character.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how this is going to play out. Composition wise and also synergy wise, you could actually see it. But like you said, also, Cypher Rush is not going to be in their side since the Wildling is in the mix. Also, it's kind of going to be tough for them to really put haste into this matchup. But maybe they know something we don't. Hutien, though, I do believe that this makes it a strong case, especially with how the first round went and the counters you mentioned with the Priestess, with the portals, for him to be able to use that Opera Singer in this matchup. So now it's just a matter of how he's going to pilot it, the spawn points, and if he's going to be able to recreate the same type of magic that Meow was able to do in the first round.
Yeah, so it's gonna be Opera Singer here, and yeah, I think if anything, this is a pretty good comp for an Opera Singer to play against. Now, obviously, Moonlit is not quite as ideal as something as Ever Sleeping or Red Church, but the fact that you have a Priestess to chase, and this is the downside, right? If you find Priestess first, you can actually just chase Priestess, because if Priestess is getting chased, you can't set up the long portal, right? And the portals against Opera Singer are just not too effective because the Hunter can just catch up pretty quickly. And so I think that's kind of the big downside. And also the Cypher is just even slower because of that Wildling. So it's going to be interesting to see if that is going to have an impact here. But yeah, I think for Hutian here, this is definitely a better comp for the Hunter than it would be in most situations.
I will say this though, I think one of the saving graces that GH does have is that Little Boy and Skyfall are on their quote unquote main characters, right? These are the characters they've done so much damage with in tournaments and also so much experience with. So here are the spawn points, Eli. I like that little sigh. Well, tell us what's going through your head with those spawn points.
Yeah, slightly back to us. Slightly non-traditional. We see the Gardener actually didn't spawn at first stop. Maybe there was a technical difficulty because it's not a normal spawn, I would say. Since we're back to us, maybe they weren't able to choose their spawn. I'm not really sure, but yeah, usually you'd see the Survivor spawn directly at first stop, so the Gardener spawning up a square is a little bit interesting. Also, 2-story is usually a relatively safe area, so you wouldn't normally want to put your Wildling there. You'd maybe want to put Wildling somewhere else, but no, it looks like that's going to be our spawn here, and we're going to see Hutian's going to go straight for the patient, but this time around, GH actually is prepared with that patient set up at the 4-stop area, and we're going to see exactly why this character is pretty good. So he's actually going to go to these pallets here. Oh, and he's going to go straight for...
the 4th stop. Yeah, he's going upstairs.
We can hook over it. I think he hooked a little quick. The problem here for the survivors is that there's 3 survivors all in this area, and nobody's actually decoding. So Hutian actually has a lot of time to work with just because of that.
True, and now he's actually just cleaning up shop here, getting rid of the portal, checking if anyone's in the tent. And it seems like Zhao Khan already transitioned all the way to the tent area. Note that he still has 2 hooks to use and a pallet to drop here since he didn't do a cleanup here, so it's going to force Hutian to close down this pallet. So far so good. They're wasting a lot of time. Hopefully this translates to Cypher's poppin', Eli.
Yeah, and it looks like we're going to see Zhao Khan is going to use another hook here. Still one to work with, though, so he can go for that 4-stop platform. But again, the Cyphers are just slow. We're going to see one Cypher pop, but the rest of the Cyphers are relatively far behind. We're going to see the hook across the platform, and this is why you spawn patient here, so you can go for that play. And unfortunately, that was the mistake that ST made in the last round, is they weren't able to set that up.
And this adds an additional 20 seconds into like how long this chase is going to last. Nice mind game here. Zhao Khan out in the open, has to eat this hit, tries to transition away. Skyfall unfortunately has to stop his Cypher, and a portal setup is already there for him to transition. I believe the coaster might be there as well.
They set up the double portal. Wow. They set up the double portal, and that's going to allow the patient to escape there. That's such a hard play to pull off, but GH had that ready, and that's going to give a lot of distance. Now, something to keep in mind, Cyphers are still really far behind, so Hutian isn't going to lose too much progress here. But if Zhao Khan can make it a first stop platform here, he does have Blink to work with. Can he blink onto this coaster here? He needs to time this right. He needs to be he can actually just blink onto the coaster. No, he didn't blink.
Oh, hang on.
He didn't blink onto the coaster. He could have just blinked onto the platform. If the survivor opted to take the train, you could just get on with them. But now, can he get onto... Okay, he's going to get onto the coaster in time. I don't know why he didn't just blink there, though. He had that opportunity.
Probably saving it. I don't know, heat of the moment. So let's see. Again, there's a lot of time being bought, but it's going to be different if how he's going to translate it. Hutian unable to get the hit just yet. Zhao Khan buying extra seconds, but he'll finally fall down with actually 2 Cyphers about to pop. So that's 2 last remaining Cyphers here. And Skyfall is still trying to work on that Cypher.
This is actually really impressive because you don't see support being very effective against Opera Singer. You don't see this from China. You don't see this from Japan. So this is a strategy that GH has entirely come with themselves. And we talk about Priestess is just not that effective against the Opera Singer, but in this case, it actually did buy a lot of extra time, and it set up that coaster play. And so that's a huge turning point.
And I will have to say, this is what we're talking about with the veteran experience that Little Boy has. He's made powerful plays with that Priestess, and like you said, that is not an easy portal play to pull off. And Zhao Khan just rotating away from that Cypher, so hopefully they're able to pop that Wildling Cypher. So we still have a Tide Turner on Priestess and Gardener, so just the Tide Turner meta is possibly coming its way to go up against this Priestess. Let's see. Sorry, this Opera Singer. So let's see who's gonna make this next rescue.
Yep. And yeah, they have enough ciphers to potentially actually win. Considering they only need to get one survivor out, they may just play for a tie. It looks like. I think I'd like to see one rescue. It looks like it is going to be Narakun, who does have tie turners, going to come for this first save, and actually is going to hit into the bubble as well. He's not going to wait for it. So it looks like the last cipher machine's at 67 and 69, but we don't have anyone on that cipher just yet. And I don't think... Oh, we do have the Wildling, though. Okay, so this is really interesting.
Whoa.
If Patient dies away from the chair, Wildling could potentially play for a struggle free here.
True.
We'll have to see. Oh, he's going to push
yeah.
the Wildling away and teleport. Oh, no, he's just going to dash back. Okay.
So yeah, this is an interesting play because like you said, the last cipher is still sitting at the 69%. Skyfall is here to try to defend. Let's see if he's going to get the push off. And actually, Narakun's here as well. He broke the chair.
Yeah, but will this actually matter? Let's see. He's going to fix the chair here. I guess, yeah, there's some plays they could go for. He could have just switched to Excitement and secure this and guarantee this.
He's trying to break it again, so now just the harassment here. The last cipher is about to be primed. They're gonna try and wait it out here. Skyfall off his board. Let's see, drops the pallet, tries to go for the self-heal, and now it's already the last cipher is primed. Terror Shock, are they gonna pop it? Eli, what are we seeing? This is crazy plays.
Yeah, he could have just switched. Oh, he misses the shadow as well. He could have actually switched to Excitement, and that would have secured the kill there, but unfortunately, no, he's not going to go for that. An excellent play for GH to set that up. He's going to be able to secure the down here. Does have trade swap, so the game's not over yet. So you can share here, you can drop a shadow on the chair and teleport. But the problem is this is the first chair for the Gardener. So, and the survivors are not on the gate. They're playing this very patiently as well.
True. So again, buying a lot of time here for the end game. They're not overextending themselves just yet. They are touching that exit gate already, but we do see lower left side of the screen.
He clicks blink. He mix clicks blink, and he loses his trait. And that's it. That's the 3 escape for the survivors.
Yeah.
The gate will be open. The Wildling trailing behind. That is a huge misstep from Hutian here.
You hate to see it happen.
Yeah, wow.
You hate to see it happen, but you got to give the kudos to the survivor side because they played that so well, and you could actually see how, I mean, he was struggling to try to keep up with the constant rotations, the support, especially at the end game there. He was thinking about the Gardener breaking the chair while Skyfall was there, and the patient was trying to go under the pallet. So this is GH. I would say this is the GH Volt. Remember how we used to call them like, man, they're really going for over support. So they're leaning into that strength. And that's how they were able to get a victory over an opera singer in round number 1, Eli. That is, they could put that on their CVs and they'll be able to get into any job interview, I'd have to say, because getting an opera singer 3-man escape in round number 1 is not an easy feat to do.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like it's the priestess, like the double portal play is obviously very strong, right? And we're able to do that against an opera singer. That's pretty impactful, right? Because obviously if there's only one portal there, that doesn't really do anything. Like the opera singer is just going to catch up to the patient really quick. Right. And the fact that they're able to set up the double portal there, that actually is the difference maker, because then it allows the patient to make it really far away. So that could be a strategy that a lot of teams overlook. I think the problem was still with priestess is that if you just chase the priestess first, then it's just kind of like,
I do think that we could have been talking about a different outcome if the chase didn't go so well, because he chased after Zhao Khan, and I think that's what Zhao Khan wanted, right? He is a kiter main through and through, and for him to be able to kite for that long, added the little boy portal, and also Narakun and Skyfall with the support. This was one of the long games that we usually see over an opera singer, but they played that so well. So it was just unfortunate, I have to say, that Hutian kind of played into the strengths of GH, because I think that's what they wanted after all. Like, not keep Little Boy away, set up the portals, get Zhao Khan to use all of his hooks, and once he's done and exhausted everything, use the portal play, use the tram. They used every inch of this map to their advantage.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. And, so I think what also was a bit of an issue is that the Hunter didn't expect the priestess to spawn at bridge, right? Because you usually see the wildling spawn there, right? So that's kind of the thing, is like when you spawn in that area between 4-stop and 2-story, you're assuming priestess is going to be in one of those areas, because you want to eliminate the priestess first, right? But you don't have that opportunity because the priestess ended up spawning bridge, which is where the rescuer usually spawns, and that was really strong. Now, if the hunter guessed that the priestess spawned bridge, all of a sudden the priestess is dead super fast because the priestess is in a really bad kiting area. Bridge is the weakest place to spawn, and priestess is a pretty easy chase target for an opera singer. But because he didn't spawn into the priestess, he also didn't want to waste time to go look for priestess. He had to go for the 4-stop patient, and you see what happens when you use patient successfully at that 4-stop area. You just use those hooks to get around the platform, and there's not much you can do there.
Yeah, stars just definitely aligned for GH's game plan. Their teamwork was on point. And if this is signs to show with how well they're going to keep performing in Call of the Abyss, I'm excited to see what else they come up with. And also just highlighting towards the end there, I think he was just, Hetien was just overwhelmed with everything, and their unfortunate misclick did happen.
Yep.
So it was just a little unfortunate, but if you're going to go up against the best, you have to be the best and yet be in your best shape, because we want to find the best team to represent us in Call of the Abyss, the best team to represent the Southeast Asia region. And GH has made that case time and time again, why they are here, why they are one of the best, and heralded as the gold standard that we play this game in Southeast Asia.
Yeah, definitely. So 8-1 in the first round, and that's gonna be GH's map selection. So really great start here for them, especially against ST, which is one of the teams we expect to do really well here. I think the round 1 situation, of course, does favor GH, just because I think the opera singer from Meowpie is a bit more than the side of ST. But so moving into later rounds, we could see a potential comeback from ST. But overall, yeah, GH is looking very, very good here. And this is arguably one of their hardest matchups in this qualifier event. So the fact that they already are off to a very good start against this team is really big for them.
Yeah. Really looking good coming into round number 2. So we just have to see. Man, I'm just realizing also GH gets map advantage, right? They're gonna pick a map, and not to mention, like, they still have GodJ kind of just subbing in. If like maybe Meow is the one that's an opera singer main, and then he's gonna switch out, kind of like how Vampy and Alf kind of focus their attention. Like, oh, round 1 Hunter is this, and round 2 it's gonna be GodJ. So it's a lot to consider. I mean, you can also say the same for ST with Kwong, but the fact that they're able to get round 1 with this early on and with relative ease is kind of terrifying with the other teams that they have to go up against. But like you mentioned before, Eli, anything can happen in this game. So hopefully ST could dig in deep and try and turn things around here. So come round number 2, what map are you expecting to see here in this match, since we did just see the Moonlit River Park?
Well, there's, obviously we might see a smaller map here for Meowpie. He has options like Dream Witch in the second round here. You've got options like Bloody Queen. So you could go something like Arms Factory, which would be good for both of those. But something we see Meowpie do, which is very curious to me, is we see him opt to play Breaking Wheel in round 2, especially in a situation where your team's lead. So GH has a very big lead here, right? So normally you wouldn't play Breaking Wheel because you're like, okay, well, my team has a big lead. I'm not going to play Hunter like Wheel, because Wheel is a very high risk, high reward character, right?
Right.
But we've seen Meowpie do this a lot. So we might see GH go with a map like Chinatown or Ever Sleeping Town that would be good for the Breaking Wheel. We might see a Breaking Wheel here. Strategically speaking, I think the best decision would be go for something like Arms, pick up a Bloody Queen or a Dream Witch, a consistent Hunter that's going to keep your lead. But who knows? We'll have to see.
You know what? It's kind of funny that you mentioned that, because Meow is the type of hunter would take that risk, right? High risk, high reward, and try to go aggressive. Well, if you look at GodJ, he is the kind of the conservative one. He's the one that would opt for Arms, go for Bloody Queen, go for something that's more stable and reliable. And even if they have to edge it out until game number 3, as long as they're holding on to that lead, they'd gladly take it. So it's interesting that we're seeing this new team dynamic develop, because GH did newly pick up Meow. And we're just gonna have to wait and see what their decision is gonna be come game number 2. So again, they look pretty on point with how they perform both on the Hunter and Survivor side. So ST has got their work cut out for them. Got a big hill to climb here in game number 2.
For sure. 8-1. It's never easy for her to come back from. So I don't know. It's really tough for ST. Obviously, losing on their map by this lead, having to come back and their opponent's map selection is definitely really tough. But any predictions from the? Oh, by the way, do you think we'll see the HUD team continue here? Or we're going to see Kwong come in. What do you think, Podge?
I do want to see Kwong come into the mix, but I think maybe it depends on the map that they're going to be using. Because I would have to say, and correct me if I'm wrong, because you're a hunter main, right? After like a performance like that, maybe you'd want to take a step back and not jump into the fire once again. Maybe he needs to kind of recover just a little bit. So maybe this is when they can come in. And like you predicted here, sweet timing. Oh, it's interesting.
Wait.
So hang on. I don't know if this is reversed or anything, but it seems like Chinatown. Maybe GH picked Chinatown. That's likely.
I think, yeah, because I think I believe ST picked Moonlit first, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it was ST, and because GH banned Arms Factory.
Yeah,
so
GH banned Arms Factory, and that would make sense. And the Chinatown would make sense for GH. Yeah. If we're going to see a breaking wheel, so that would be so it should. I imagine it's the other way around with GH is choosing the map here. But
if this graphic is correct too, then GH survivors are going to go in next. So I would expect and I would want to see Kwang come in, because after Hetien, it was a little unfortunate how he did. Again, it's so much pressure, right? How you go through all that. Hopefully he'll take a break real quick and maybe come back in game number 3, and maybe Kwang is there to pick up the pieces with his Night Watch.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so we're just waiting for the next match. Something I realized is that I unfortunately woke up too late this morning and I missed my rank session. So
oh no, rank is life though.
Yeah, so it really is life. Yeah, so for those of you who don't know, rank IDV is life, right? Like, let's just be honest. Like, if you're here watching this game right now, like you know, like if you know, right, Podge? Like, come on now. Like,
are you one to? Because I at one point I believed, like, you know what, maybe I'll do like 4, like the AM rank, right? You're over where you're at, it's 3 AM, right? Over where I'm at, it's 4 AM. But unfortunately, I'm also kind of scattered brain at that time, so I just go after dinner with my rank sessions. Do you try to go like all the rank sessions, or you just go once a day?
It depends. So currently I'm in the middle of final exams for school, so that's not a possibility. But as soon as we hit that summer break, we'll probably adjust that sleep schedule in a negative way, but it's okay. Gotta get the rank sessions in. Rank is life. Gotta get the rank sessions in.
I know that during the rehearsal, we got rank. This is the school of life with rank. Tell me about your rank experience so far, because you're solo ranking as Survivor, right?
Yeah, because I'm currently in Southeast Asia. I do have to play solo queue. So I've been playing a lot of Lawyer. Oh, for those of you watching, Lawyer is a great solo queue Survivor. I should make a. You know what we should do is like a tier list for solo queue, right? Like, what characters are best for solo queue players? Because I know there's a lot of solo queue players like, what character do I play in solo queue? And it's like, oh yeah, you should play Lawyer. Okay, Mind's Eye. Okay, and then they go play Mind's Eye, but that's because people don't listen. But yeah, but Lawyer is a great solo queue character. I'll admit.
Real quick.
Yeah.
Top 3 solo queue survivors aside from Lawyer. So name
Okay. So Lawyer's really good.
Do not say Mind's Eye. Do not say Mind's Eye.
Not Mind's Eye. I have played.
But you do play that. You do play that.
It's because I want. It's because like I want to get chased first, right? Like I want people to like chase me first. The reason why Lawyer's the best is because Lawyer knows everything, right? You can see your map, you can see where the survivors are, you can see if your teammates don't ping and don't communicate, you can figure out,
where's everyone at.
Exactly. Besides that, considering that you kind of have to play characters that you can kind of help your teammates and carry. So characters like Antiquarian are good if you know how to play Antiquarian properly, because you can kite well, you can also support your teammates that way. And then also a character like Seer is also really good, because again, you don't really have your teammates to rely on, to communicate what's going on. So, sometimes the Seer can see where the hunter is. You can gain some knowledge that way. You can also support a slowdown from a first kite as well. And honestly, any like decoding character is, if you consider yourself a very strong kiter, playing a decoder is good, obviously, because if someone dies quickly, you can turn that potential loss into a tie, and since you are a decoder, you will get chased first as well. So playing decoder draws that hunter to you, so then therefore you can kite and potentially kite well. So that's some options.
Okay, all right. I can't wait for that tier list, man. So there you have it, folks. Eli, wait for Eli's definitive tier list on solo queuing, solo ranking. Lawyer is top tier, so we're gonna see if hopefully we'll see some Lawyer today, but we have to wait and see. We are gonna see some bans off the
I will say this, I love Lawyer, right?
You changed your tune from last year.
Listen, here's the thing, right?
Here's the thing.
Okay. All right. You know how like I used to say like, oh, Wax Artist is so cracked. It's like, oh, Wax Artist kind of sucks. Now the best hunter is Night Watch, right?
Yeah.
Night Watch, and then now it's Opera Singer. For survivors, Lawyer is so good. I don't know why.
So you never had this love for a survivor, unlike Lawyer. Like this is never.
I've never. Yeah, I've never really. I mean, obviously, there's some characters that are like, okay, this character's like super good, right? Like Antiquarian. Like I think Antiquarian's the best character in the game, I think. But Lawyer is so good. Lawyer's so good.
Dude, I remember last year someone
everything.
made a meme of you kind of, downplaying, not really downplaying, but not really being a fan of the Lawyer. I'll post that because
Lawyer used to be bad.
Yeah, how the times have changed, right? That's crazy.
Yeah. But now Lawyer has everything. You got speed boot, you got running speed, you got vaulting speed, you got decoding, you can see where everybody is, you can't get terror shocked, you get veterans bonus, you can rescue without getting terror shocked. You can do literally everything in one character. It's crazy. It's actually crazy. It really is.
All right, so we'll put a pin on that. Hopefully we'll see some Lawyers come out here in this matchup, but it seems like ST is going up against Meow, and they have locked in the Antiquarian and Seer, so this, I think they're really trying to go aggressive here, considering that this is the global picks. They won't be able to pick in game number 3, so they really have to go all out here to secure this game number 2 before they can even push for game number 3.
Yep. And it's kind of interesting. We see the Entomologist band. So this could indicate a few things. Priestess Ento, believe it or not, so for those of you who don't know, Priestess Ento is actually the #1 clown ban. Those are the 2 hardest counters to clown.
Oh, really?
Yep, so that we could see a potential clown here from Meowpie. And the fact that they didn't pick any clown counters makes that a possibility. So Seer's not a clown counter at all. And Antiquarian can be used against clown to potentially stop the dash, but it's very hard because the clown can bait it. Now, Aeroplanist is good against clown because when you go for the jump up ability where you jump into the air, it'll push the clown back and stop his dash. So that's actually pretty important. And then also, if we see something like Acrobat or Magician, that would also be a counter as well. But then you also have to consider the Breaking Will as well. So it looks like we're going to see the Officer as the Rescuer. Now, Officer is not very good against Clown because Officer can still get dashed in that watch because the Clown's hitbox is so large on the Rocket Dash, especially when you have the Infinite Dash going on. So Clown is absolutely playable here if Meowpie wants to go with that. We could also see a potential Soul Weaver. The Ento is a counter to Soul Weaver, so getting rid of that opens up Soul Weaver. And then also Breaking Wheel is also relatively effective against this team comp, I would say. Not too good though, just because of the Aeroplanist and Seer, but overall, knowing Meowpie could also play that. Oh, he's gonna play Anne.
Interesting. Out of all we were thinking Break and Wheel, we were thinking just like you said, also the Clown, but an Anne in this map.
This is like probably the worst Anne map, maybe, or one of the worst Anne maps. It's not good. It's, large maps like Moonlit, Eversleeping, and Chinatown are not ideal.
Yeah, on paper this doesn't look ideal, but this is a different. I mean, Meow's built different, right? He can bring something out. I would have to say though, this is going to be very concerning, considering that, like you mentioned, it's a big map. There are different elevations. The cats can only go so far, and you're going to be starving of presence at the start. And mobility will not be on her side with how big this map is, but we just have to wait and trust in Meow to see how this one goes.
For sure. And it looks like we are going to have the GH Hunter side versus the ST Survivors. This is the first half of the second round of the Southeast Asia COA qualifiers for COA 7. I'm Eli O, joined with Pot Spice, and we will be bringing you the live commentary for this matchup.
And here we go, folks. Already dropping down is Meow's Anne. I did not know that we are actually going to see this actually play out. So this is actually an opportune moment for the Survivors to try and score big in this map, since they already used the Seer and the Antiquarian at the round start. So early rotations to start out. No chase just yet, but there's only one Survivor that is working on a Cypher, and that is the Seer. And it seems like Boss has already got a cat latched onto him.
And he's going to use a watch as well, which this is not ideal because he can still get hit anyways, because the hunter can see where he is. And so he's going to get the first hit onto the officer. I think Boss should have not tried to dodge that cat. I think he should have actually just kept running, and he would have been able to stay out of the jump range there. So that's an early hit, which is not good for a Chinatown Anne. We're going to see. He's going to use the rest of the watch, but it was out of range here. Will the Seer Owl come into play? He actually gets the vault off, and the stun did not register. Now there is Blink to work with, but the Survivor's decoding is a bit behind here. The Seer is absorbing. See how the Seer Owl is currently darkened? It means that he's absorbing the Survivor currently. And there is the Owl, and that's going to allow Boss to continue the kite here. Does he get his watch back in time? He does get it back. Can he use it? Oh, but he gets catted, and it's going to be a wasted watch. I think he really needed to save that for a rebound. And yeah, at this point, it's not even going to be worth it to rescue with no more tide turners. Oh, you do have the airplane's tide turner, but no watches available.
Yeah, so this is actually a bear survivor onto the first officer. So a little unfortunate. I think they expended too much of the watches because both watches were countered by the cat like you called out. Sears Owl did buy some time, a good like 5 to 10 seconds of the kite. But Ciphers are a bit on a standstill here, and it's going to be hard to rescue because this Ann has already gained that much presence. Not to mention also Blink is still online, so he hasn't used this trait this yet, so they don't know what he's working with.
What needed to happen is that the officer needed to dodge one of the cats and then use the watch, or at least save one of the watches for after after the cat. And he actually hits the airplane's mid-dash here, and that means airplanes can't even rescue.
Yeah.
I'm not sure why the airplanist used the jetpack when he was already to the chair. Maybe a misclick, I'm not really sure, but he just jetpacked himself away from the chair, and they lose out on that rescue opportunity. So now it's going to be Antiquarian to come for the rescue. Interestingly enough, they are onto the last two ciphers here, but if the Antiquarian does save it, will be after half. And Antiquarian also does not have Tide Turner.
So let's see how this one's gonna play out. Unfortunately for the airplanist, that's rescue was stuffed, and it seems like maybe they're gonna sacrifice. Gris is still hanging out at the two-story area, the two-story bridge. So they could actually just feed that tinnitus and just not go for the rescue here. So it seems like he's gonna shift his attention onto 2. That is the first survivor that is out of the game for Team ST.
And there was no heal available, but he gets the jetpack up before the cancel, which means he's able to avoid these cats here. And we're gonna switch to teleport. He's gonna go ahead and go for the Seer here. Seer does not have borrowed time. We have flywheel and broken windows here. It looks like Seer's gonna go ahead and push towards that hotel area. Does have the cross to work with, able to avoid it here, and does not have a second jump. Mind gave it the pallet here, gets the pallet drop as well. So excellent job from the Seer here. He could drop down and he could flywheel to the pallet here, and he's gonna do that. So excellent job from Nim here, extending this guy as long as possible and putting the survivors in a position to tie this match.
Last two ciphers are being worked on. Seer can still eat one hit and still siphoning off an owl to prolong this kite. He's going to try to make another rotation into another area here, but he cannot get catted in this process. Ciphers aren't primed just yet. One's at 40, one is at 70, and he's actually going towards 2 here. So let's see how long he can last. Ugh.
Yeah, he does die close to that cipher machine.
And it's not the primed one just yet.
It's not the primed one, yeah. So that's unfortunately a misstep here. This force, okay, so it's not too bad. The survivor can go to the new cipher, but Gris doesn't pop. So the problem here is Antiquarian does not pop their cipher, which means that we're gonna have to see the airplanes do 2 cipher machines to get to the end game here. So again, ST Cipher Rush being slower than optimal here is actually gonna backfire. We're gonna see can he flywheel this? No, he's gonna get hit here. I don't know if he can make this rescue.
Like you said, no Tide Turner on deck here. Tried to go for the hit, but Meow taking another route here. So let's see how he's going to be able to get. Exactly. Yeah, that's going to be a little rough for Gris now, and they're going to try to work on that cipher. He's going to go for that cat, and now Antiquarian has to be very careful. Good leap, and now the down onto the Antiquarian. Aeroplanist is going to try to go for the rescue.
He can make the rescue, though, it looks like. He's going to get the teleport off, but they do have Tide Turner to work with. Which survivor is he going to opt for go for? It looks like he's going to go for the aeroplanist here. Someone needs to go to the cipher. They need to have one survivor go for the cipher and someone else prime. He's going to try to chair on the cipher machine here.
Right.
They do have another cipher to work with, but everyone's injured. It's just so hard to get to this endgame at this point.
Even though that is Antiquarian's first chair, it could buy some time, but the fact that he's dividing these survivors to not go for the rescue, unfortunate there. 2 is gonna have to run towards these pallets and into the cat, and that is gonna be a down onto the aeroplanist. Nim is nowhere near the rocket chair, so the end looks near for GH's Meow to get a 5-point game.
Yeah, this is looking really good here, especially Ann on Chinatown. It's such a, unfortunately, a weak hunter for this map, but it just really worked out in Meowpie's favor. Excellent gameplay overall. Looks like we're gonna see the cats onto the Seer here. Does have one more jump to work with to close the distance, but just a matter of time here. Airplanist can get back up, so Airplanist could self-heal and maybe make the rescue. Meowpie's got to go back to the chair, which means that Seer can go to the cipher. At this point, the survivors are just trying to get one out the gate.
Yeah, which is gonna be real tough here because, I mean, no more self-heal. Nim is trying to push that Cypher. Meow is just waiting for Gris to expire, which already happened, and now we could just hunker down onto one survivor. And yeah, his cat cooldown is gonna be ready in a few seconds. Actually, right now. And Nim, he's gonna be put in a tough spot. He can actually try to go for this jump to close the distance.
Yeah, and it looks like we're gonna see. He's gonna try to flywheel, but yeah, it doesn't. It's just gonna get down here. We're gonna see the teleport onto the last Cypher machine here. Seer does still self-heal, so the game isn't necessarily over just yet, and it's almost prime. Seer needed to last a little bit longer, but unfortunately unable to do so. Now Aeroplanist does not have
self-heal
or self-heal remaining. Yeah, so exit
GG. Exit path. Exit path.
It's called self-heal. No, who knows? I don't know.
The self-heal was definitely already being used by the Seer, so yeah, and it was just a little unfortunate. It was at 90%. They're so close. This is kind of like the same story as when they faced Meow at the first game, right? It was just so close. Gets the hit onto the owl, but you know, he is stunned still. Just gonna go for the regular hit. Oh,
nah, he ain't going nowhere. Yeah, he's dead. And there it is. It's gonna be the 4 kill, 4 elimination with Anne for Meowpai here. Not only is Anne a tie hunter, it's also a hunter that's just not very strong on Chinatown. So incredible that he was able to pull that off. So you get rid of the rescuer first, and then he also was able to prevent the Aeroplanist rescue, which was also very important. And then also the Cypher decoding early game was a little bit slow. The rotation was good, but the problem is I think the officer revealed himself too soon. I think he kind of had a mindset that, oh, I'm a rescuer, I'm not going to get chased. But Anne can chase the officer.
First officer.
So,
yeah. As you pointed out, the cats were able to note where the first officer was, and it was kind of GG. I mean, it was so ideal for Anne to chase the first officer first. And I would just have to, you know what, give my flowers and kudos to Meow for being able to use Opera Singer in an unoptimal map, as well as Anne in arguably one of the worst maps you can have her on, and still be able to get consistent 5-point games. So kudos to him. GH was able to pick up an amazing hunter in Meow, and he's done his job. He's able to get a perfect 10 game in game number 1 and 2 combined. So it seems like GH is primed and ready to go to the next stage. It's going to be tough for either Hetian and Kwong to kind of produce that same type of magic and that same type of result come their second half here in Chinatown.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, it's even if they manage to get a 4 elimination here, it's still an 8-1 lead. So it's a really hard comeback here for ST. So in a match that we thought was going to be very, very close, it's actually been all GH thus far. So yeah, GH really coming out looking a lot stronger. And what's really interesting as well is that, you know, we saw GH in IVC. Obviously, they go into that tournament being the favored team, the one that everybody predicts to wins, but then FT comes out on top, right? So then GH really needs to, it's kind of the whole idea is like, can GH come back from that, right? Can they get over that loss tournament that they're used to winning, right? And come back and win this one? They go through the whole rank stage, the top 8 qualifier stage. So much more challenging, right? So much more you got to do to get to this point and to win this tournament. And you know, GH is really just coming out in top form already with what are we at, 13-1 at this point? So yeah, very impressive.
Sometimes it just takes like that one, all right, like it's another team's moment for you to gain your hunger and gain your composure back, or gain that fire you had, because GH is playing really good, I would have to say. I mean, this is just signs of things to come, you know. They still have to be able to, I mean, we still have like a second half to play and still tomorrow, but if they continue on this path, I'm really excited to see how they're going to perform in a big stage like Call of the Abyss and future tournaments. So yeah, it's not all about the wins, folks. It's about how you learn from the losses and move forward. So hopefully ST is going to also take this into heart as the survivor sides, going up against Meow here in Chinatown. And like you said, Eli, not the most conventional map for an Anne to come out, but he was still able to make it work.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's not even that. It's also a hunter that just does not have a lot of win potential. It's a tie hunter, right? We're still able to see a 4 elimination here. So very good. Yeah, just ST. Unfortunately, this is not the... just not looking to be in the best condition. We usually see them, you know, put up some great survivor performances, but so far they're having a difficult time dealing with Meowpai, and that just goes to show how strong of a hunter Meowpai is. We've seen him with multiple 4 survivor eliminations against global teams. It was over in the COA last year, right, against the Japanese team. So, yeah, just really, really strong here as well. Definitely a very good pickup for GH. You know, it's like when you watch, I know I reference to professional sports a lot, but it's when you're able to sign one of those really good players, like one of those all-star players that can really impact your team. In this case, that's exactly what we're seeing.
And usually it's like the MVPs are the hunters, right? Because they don't really necessarily have teammates, but you can get the support from them. But team synergy is always a thing, right? You can have like an all-star survivor team, but it depends on if somebody wants to play rescue or wants to play support. But with a pickup like Meow coming into GH, definitely going to turn some heads. And look, 10 straight, or like 10 points or 5 games straight, 5-point games straight. It speaks for itself up against one of the best teams in Vietnam in ST. That's no easy feat for Meow to be able to perform in that condition is signs of things to come. So I'm super excited to see how he's going to work out. Hopefully this won't be the last we'll see of ST, because we hopefully will get that game number 3. We just have to wait and see how Kwong or Hetian is going to perform. And like you mentioned, it's still 8-1 lead. He's going to have to tie that, and just the points is going to come out in the they're going to have to chase after those points at the end, and if they push for that game number 3.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's gonna be very interesting for sure. We were talking about something before the last match, right? What was it we were talking about?
Talking about tier lists or Koa moments?
Oh, Koa moments. We never got back to that. That's good. Oh man, I should have been thinking about that, but I haven't. My bad.
I do. There was that one Koa where I forgot who the hunter was, but he brought out a Hell Ember. Remember that?
That was.
It was a South Korean hunter.
Korean team. Mitake.
Mitake.
Yeah.
There we go. Yeah, with I'm So OVO on the dancer. That was really good. So yeah, that was very memorable because you rarely see a Hell Ember in Koa.
Yep. I think it was a 3 elimination, right, against Wolves.
So it was. Crazy.
Yeah, that was definitely a big moment. Yeah, I still think my favorite moment is definitely the I think it was AL that beat GR and Koa 4. It was the first time a Japan team ever won, and that really broke open the whole difference in, you know, the Chinese teams always. China, I still think, is the strongest server currently, right? But that was like the first big moment where some of the other regions started to just be more successful, right? And put on a good performance, right?
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
We do see, of course, the win condition on screen. We do need a 4 elimination for ST. But yeah, that was sort of the big moment where other teams are like, they kind of realize like, okay, anyone can win this game, right? Anyone can win this game with the right amount of work and the right amount of practice. It could go, you know, any way, right? So that was really, really crucial. And so that was definitely a very exciting moment for sure. I remember I was watching with we were in like a voice chat watching the game, and we were like, wow, they can, after they tied the first round, they're like, wow, they could actually go 3 rounds against GR, right? And it's like, wow, we're surprised. And then the next round, Vampy gets a 4, I'm like, oh my god, they could actually win against GR.
They could do it. Yeah.
And then Vampy, and then the survivors have a really rough time, and we're like, oh, they lost. And then it's like, okay, Vampy has to win now. And we're like, oh, and then Vampy wins. It's like, okay, that's crazy.
And actually, that's also, that was Koa 4. That was the changing of times because GR won back-to-back 3-time Koa champs, right? And that's when, I think that was Koa 4 was when GG won, where PP Shah brought out the gamekeeper. So, yeah, I think it just, like you said, I think it just takes one team, one person to show the way, like, this is possible. Could be GH showing us that the portal could actually work up against the opera singer in the right conditions. So it just takes that one. Like, I think it took, I know there was this running record. Like, it just took one person to break it. Then months after, someone else was able to break it after a long spell of like, oh, it's no one can run that fast. So I think you just need to show the way, and then after someone breaks the way and shows the path, then the floodgates start coming in. So who knows? And in Koa, Southeast Asia can go even further, right? Because we always want to go to the ever elusive playoffs.
And it wasn't just a Japanese team beating a Chinese team, as you mentioned, right? It was the 3-time champion, right?
Yeah,
the only team that's actually won in the first 3 years, right? So that was that's a really big deal. Some other exciting moments. I mean, obviously there's been a lot. I think when it was last year, the Southeast Asia team beat AXZ. Was it? It was Z. Was it ZT?
I think it was ZT. ZT was the closest to get to pass the group stage, I believe.
Because they made it into the playoff stage, right? So that was a really big,
One of my favorite moments is, and when we go into chat and just watch, is when they draw the group stages, because there could be like a group of death where you have Wolves, GG, and just all the hard hitters in one group. So that's also one thing I really look forward to, when they kind of have the lottery system of where you're going to be placed in.
Yeah, and also not just that, it's also there's obviously other big moments as well. We saw B4U last year, they were almost able to beat some of the Chinese teams.
True.
And you see the Hunter Sprints are really being at that same level as those global hunters, right? If not, it's just really up there. So
yeah, shout outs to the NAU teams. We will be seeing them next week for the NAU qualifiers. So that was really eye-opening as well, right, for NAEU. And before you always being the one to represent, they're slowly breaking the mold for them to actually like get a huge win in the big stage like Call of the Abyss. So yeah, a lot of big moments. I'm sure they're going to be even bigger moments this year, and you gotta love also when it comes to the playoffs already. They have like such great presentation, and they have a really awesome stage, and the fans are just insane with their memes. So I like the memes too.
Yeah, absolutely. So it should be pretty fun. But yeah, at this point, it's just looking back into this match, just a matter of can the ST Hunter get a 4-kill against the strong GH Survivor team? I don't know, Botch. That first round was really difficult for them, and
we'll
continues to be challenging.
Could be devastating, but we're gonna see. So it's Hetian that is coming back into the mix here. So Kwong is not gonna be not gonna be hunting. So this could be the redemption arc that Hetian's looking for. Not sure if he's gonna try to opt out the opera singer, but as GH could definitely just ban out the opera singer, just so they don't run the risk of going for another opera singer matchup. So actually, while we were talking about memes and fans, I want to give a shout out to everyone that's still watching. I see Chantel's in chat, Vanilla Kinda, we got Lacrimosa, i6 Rivial, Bunny Teeth, Erica, Metro Boomin. Oh, Metro Boomin's here. So big shout outs to each and every one of you that's joining us in chat. Once again, COA season is upon us. Do share the stream, like the posts, follow IDV, follow your favorite players, and give them your support, because we want to find the best of the best when it comes to this beautiful game that is called Identity 5.
Absolutely. Of course, we have the Gardener and Patient as the auto bans here, but let's see what Hetian leads with, like Priestess and Ento. So actually the same bans as the last round. Of course, we're going to see Opera Singer ban. No reason to ban anything else here. Already the Embalmer being picked. Definitely like to see this. Embalmer is a very good character for at least getting one escape. So, that's something that you really want to pick up early. Then the Airplanist as well. We see Airplanist just being such a strong character in the current meta. So we're going to see JH go to that immediately here.
Unfortunately, in the previous match, we didn't see him as effective or in that rescue situation. So hopefully we'll see it now. And we do see a cheerleader as well. So not just the debuting aeroplanist, but the debuting cheerleader also in KOA. So, and with a team synergy like GH, I'm excited to see how they're going to play to each other's strengths and support each other, because if any indication of how they play in the first game is going to translate here, it's going to be really good to see how the cheerleader is going to buff these characters up, give them the speed boost, and along with the prospector, that's going to be a nightmare for the hunter. So I hope Hetian's going to be ready for this one.
Absolutely well said, and we'll see where this character selection will end up for Hetian. But they don't actually have any slow decoding to worry about, so they're really just going to try to push ciphers here. This is why Airplanist is so good, because it's a character that can act as a rescuer. You don't actually lose decoding progress, so that's pretty impactful for the most part. And so Hetian needs a 4-kill. I don't know if Hetian plays Clown. That's possibility here, just because of the fact that we saw the Priestess and Ento ban early. Could be Soul Weaver as well. It's got to be a 4-kill hunter. It's going to be some sort of 4-kill hunter. Typically, Soul Weaver wouldn't be a 4-kill hunter, but on a map like Chinatown, Soul Weaver is actually considered to be S tier because there's so many strong places for putting those webs.
Yeah. So I think it's do or die time for Hetian with how he's going to perform here. He needs to be able to be at his best. Going up in this lineup, it's kind of crazy where you have Embalmer in the mix, where it's like, okay, they're going to try to play it conservative and go for that tie. But you have Narakun on this prospector, maybe Little Boy on the. Not sure if he's gonna use airplanist or cheerleader, but Zalcon definitely gonna play another kiter. So it's a little tough because they have a mix of aggression and also just safety with that embalmer. So I would have to say pressure is definitely on Hutien with how he's gonna try to navigate through this, and it seems like he's gonna go with the clown.
Yeah, and this is exactly why we see that Priestess and Ento ban first. Those are the two hardest counters in the game, two clowns. So when you eliminate those characters first, obviously that does open the doors for this character, Clown. The problem with Priestess is that when you go to dash through the Priestess, she just goes through a portal and it stops your dash. And then with Entomologist, even if you're on the bees just stop the dash completely. You just hit the bees, you stop your dash, and that's it. And that's really bad for the Clown. So looks like we're going to see Skyfall did not actually go into the 2-story, which means that Clown can actually push the Embalmer away from that corner building, which I think I would have liked to see Embalmer spawn directly into the 2-story area. So I think that might backfire potentially. We'll have to see.
Yeah, I mean, you want to be able to get your best chase out of the way, and Skyfall being in this part of the map, it's going to be hard for him to drop the coffin and try to go around. We'll have to see, because again, GH, as conventional, or as they know the meta, they kind of push the boundaries with their unconventional strategies, their spawn points in the last one as well. So we're just gonna have to wait and see as we get ready for this match. Once again, folks, this is the day number 1 of Call of the Abyss qualifiers for Southeast Asia. We got GH in one corner and ST on the other corner, and GH primed and ready to actually move on, but ST needs to be able to get 5 points to continue on this game. Once again, it's Potch Spice and Eli O on the mic for this one, giving you the commentary action.
All right, here we go. Looks like we're going to see the Clown is going to immediately go around, pick up some of those parts to get that propeller online. Skyfall rotating as far away as possible from the Clown. He's actually going to go ahead and change to the middle area here. So he's going to look for this middle survivor, maybe. Just going to grab some parts here in the middle area, trying to find... Nope, he's really just going to pick up as many parts as possible. Beautiful control from Hutien thus far. Does not see the survivor here. Oh, there he does. Okay.
There we go.
This is gonna be tries to bait the pallet drop here. Does get the drop. Excellent control here. Beautiful control from Hutien. Baits the pallet drop from the survivor. Does not stop the dash and gets the hit right away here. And that's before the flywheel was online. So Little Boy's gonna be able to get to this next area. This stun actually is not very relevant because you can just infinite dash after the stun. Looks like Narakun, I guess he's trying to delay this as much as possible, but unfortunately you do lose a lot of decoding progress at this point.
True. It just seems like they want to play the patient game and try to support as much as possible. So Hutien, like you said, excellent control with the 180s and just baiting stuff out. Able to get another magnet, I believe, and now he's just trying to bait out some activity. Hutien trying to go around this corner, but unfortunately no one is there, so this is going to allow a little more distance to be able to be granted. And it seems like, oh wow, Narakun with the surprise that stun there, allowing Little Boy to continue on cheering towards this pallet.
And we're going to see the flywheel as well to stop the dash here. He does still have blink to work with, but Narakun of course can make it to the window, and he's just gonna keep looking for the cheerleader. Did he see the cheerleader drop down is the question. That's gonna be the big play here. Looks like no, he didn't see it, so goes go for the blink, goes for the blink, cancels. Oh, he cancels the stun there, but he misses that swing. That second swing would have been crucial. We're gonna see Narakun try to push to this one. He does have an infinite though, so Narakun is gonna go down, I believe, at this point. No, he gets the vault off in time, able to avoid the down there, and he's able to continue this kite even longer. So even though Hutien displayed some incredible control here, it's just a very, very good start for the survivors in that prospector sport being very crucial at this point. We're going to see him go for the dash here. The pallet drop is going to get dropped. They're going to continue to body block, just try to keep the survivor alive as long as possible, I suppose. He's going to get the magnet speed boost, or the whatever it's called, the Cypher speed boost. The
yeah, true.
metal thing.
Metal magnetization. Yeah.
However science works.
Science. How do magnets work, Eli? I'm not sure, but we are seeing the
Gonna go back
teamwork.
to elementary school.
We got to, man. This just came from like, oh, who needs school? Yeah, we need to go back to understand how magnets work. But we're seeing how the team is working real well here. Hutian actually forced to go away and actually change targets here.
Yep.
So now the Cyphers are moving quite along. Again, they're not rushing any Cyphers. They want to make sure they're in good spots. And they want to force Hutian out of this rocket dash. So he's able to find Nerakun once again. Nerakun drops a magnet and gets the stun, but no.
Yeah, misstep there. Yeah, you're trying to get the stun into the the stairs. They do have the coffin to work with it. It's gonna actually put him all the way across the map here. So Hutian can go to the rocket dash. You may actually just opt to completely change targets. I actually don't think you want to commit to this survivor here at this point.
Seems like he...
no, I think he's gonna go for Skyfall. Yeah, he's gonna go ahead and try to get the hit on Skyfall here. Come for the wagon with the pal here. Oh, really good control. Did he get there's the vault. And I think Skyfall will take this hit. He does not have the flywheel to work with, so he's gonna have to take this rocket dash here. And now we're full presence Clown. So Clown's dash is incredibly fast at this point. Skyfall can't make it to this pallet. Trying to mind game here.
He's still got 2 pallets to work with. Hutian trying to go for that dash.
Oh, beautiful bait. Wow.
Yeah,
beautiful bait
just
there.
the control, right? I mean, there was a bit of a slip up in the previous one, but Hutian seems like he's in full form. However, 3 Cyphers are almost about to be primed. He does have Dungeon on this Embalmer, but Eli, for him to actually prolong to game number 3, he needs 5 points. So GH still primed and ready to go for the victory here.
Yeah, it doesn't look like that's going to be an option for a 4-kill at this point. Yeah, first survivor, first chair for Embalmer, rather, witness the rescue from the airplane. It's in, still has Tide Turner, so they can easily make it out of the basement here at this point. I think best case scenario is you can maybe down... They don't want to pop just yet. They're going to wait. Skyfall's going to most likely... He's going to drop another coffin here for himself, actually. He's going to use this speed. They're going to pop in a moment here. Oh. Not really. He's just gonna get downed.
Oh, he's gonna try to go to the coffin. And
interesting.
Yeah, I just think at this point it's gonna be a bit of a checkmate situation because you got 3 healthy survivors going for that pop, and now Skyfall actually able to rotate towards the 2-story part, and we're gonna see a teleport happen. So he gave up the chase on the Skyfall. We do see Nerakun. Oh, unfortunately the magnet wasn't able to get off, and now Nerakun is gonna go to the rocket chair. So Hutian able to actually go for another target here, but he's gonna have to get more survivors on a rocket chairs if he wants to continue on this game.
Yeah, they're just gonna feed. I mean, the survivors know they only need to get 1 out here, right? So, I mean, it's perfectly fine for them to just pressure this chair here.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, they're just gonna pressure this chair. Little boy's gonna come and actually just come for the rescue. Looks like they're both gonna come for the rescue here. And whoa, Terror Shock onto the airplanist. There's the rescue. We're gonna see Cheerleader try to body block, goes for the bait. Oh, beautiful bait again. Nerakun wasn't able to get the flywheel off, which means this will be I believe at this point a 2 survivor elimination. Obviously still not enough here, and GH is really just gonna want to make sure they get 1 out the gate here to at least secure their victory. And it looks like that is
and I would have to say Hutian getting that Terror Shock is actually one of the highlights here. At least he was able to pressure enough. I think they wanted to go as much for as much survivors out as possible, but at the end of the day, they just needed 1 survivor out the gate. They still get 2, so incredible performance through and through for GH. Again, Hutian, compared to the first performance, I think is a bit of redemption with how well he was able to showcase his Clown. But we have to give our kudos to our winning team here, and that is GH, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep, GH will be moving on to the next stage of this bracket. And so this is going to be really interesting to see, right? Because now GH has gotten through what we thought might be their hardest matchup. They still have some other teams ahead of them, though. They still have Utopia potentially, or one of these other teams we will have to see. But yeah, excellent start here for GH. I mean, what a dominant victory too, right? Not even didn't even give ST any sort of chance there. They just really jumped ahead, held the lead from the early game, and you know, definitely made themselves what looks to be favored to win this this qualifier.
Yeah, the fact that they were able to, like you mentioned, like their toughest opponents, or on paper their toughest opponents, with relative ease, and deny the game number 3 is good signs for them that the team is ready for the big stage that is called the Abyss 7. So again, you got to give it up to ST. You know, there were especially like the Survivor side. There were glimpses and moments that they had a strategy to come into it. It's just like it just really came down to a matter of I don't know, you know how they say it's a game of inches. And in any given Sunday, they could have gotten it, but GH was really primed and ready with their incredible strategies. So Eli, throwing it to you, what were like the highlights for you in terms of the strategies that we saw there for Team GH?
Yeah, definitely one of the big plays was the Priestess setup with the double portal. That was pretty impressive to see. And then also the Prospector support, trying to keep that Survivor alive as long as possible was very good. They had the Embalmer plays available as well. Embalmer, of course, a very good character, which I think is really underutilized in the current meta. I think it's a character that should be used a lot more, but GH really showing that it is very valuable there. And then also just the strong opera singer from round number 1. Whenever you're able to jump ahead right away with an opera singer, it's just very good. So very impressive performance for sure.
So here we have the match stats, folks. Again, a bit of a slow start because everyone was kind of rotating around. I think that's how GH likes to play it, just like to distract as much as possible, have the first early kite go their way and really prolong it as much as possible, because it was actually I believe it was who took first chase? It was Little Boy to take first chase, or was it Narukun? It was Narukun that actually got the attention away from the Embalmer being chased. So just an incredible showing of teamwork and strategy going up against a very formidable hunter in Hutien, especially with a terrifying clown, with how well he was able to control and drift around the map like that.
Yeah, it was very good. Yeah, the clown was gameplay was of course very impressive, but yeah, the survivors were really prepared for that, right? You know, when you see that Priestess Ento ban right away, you kind of get an idea that it's like, okay, well, clown is definitely a possibility, and you know they were absolutely ready for that situation. So they had the Prospector ready to support. They had all the flywheels ready for that as well. So just very good. Looks like we're going to have the MVP, of course, Meowpie here. 2-4 eliminations, average deduction score, almost the perfect 12,000 there. And we see 4 eliminations in both games with a Cypher remaining in both of those as well.
Incredible performance. If he's able to bring out the opera singer like that on every game he plays, I think GH is going to be a formidable team going up against the best of the best here in Southeast Asia. So look forward to them tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, because they punched their way to continue on in this COAVII qualifiers for Southeast Asia. And who knows, they might actually take the big stage in Call of the Abyss.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, looking very favored to go on to win this. Again, we talked about how GH usually in the past has been able to win in IVC and, you know, really put themselves into that COAVII tournament early in the season, right? They win the pre-qualifier. And in this case, they weren't able to do that. So they really need to come out and show that, you know, we're here to be a COAVII contender. We're here to win. They absolutely did that in this match. You can see with the numbers from this match overall, I think that's, if I do math correctly, that is 15-3. Right? I think we did that math right.
Yeah, you did. You did. Nice. Right, Let's go. Who needs to go to school? I'm kidding. We know math. But like Eli mentioned, it's very telling, or like we were a lot of questions coming into this with GH, since they're usually the ones to actually already secure their spot in Call of the Abyss. But the fact that they have to go through the ringer, go through this qualifiers, I think it only makes them even sharper. So that's what we want out of this qualifiers. We want the best to come out of it on top, and in putting the best teams up against each other only makes them even better. So good signs for things to come, and shout outs once again to Team ST. I believe people supporting ST, you know, the players, you did not let them down, because you stuck with the best of the best, and this is GH we're talking about. They have represented us time and time again, and I'm sure ST will come back even stronger after this performance.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, another unfortunate situation where ST did fall a bit short in qualifying. They were able to make it to this top 8 stage, but they did hit the arguably the hardest matchup in the first round. So, but unfortunate for them there. But overall, still very good. Hutien also some really good gameplay with the clown. They're really impressive for sure. So definitely don't want to forget about that. So that's a really good performance. But yeah, GH, of course, will be the victors here. I think we'll have an interview in a moment here. Just gonna figure out what's going on.
Speaking of interview, did you see like in the socials of Identity 5 when Team GH was interviewed, all their answers were good luck, have fun, good luck, and have fun. with any message they wanted to give out. So I'm excited to be interviewing. We still have to wait and confirm how this interview is going to happen and who we're going to be interviewing, because
First time we've done this.
yeah, true. We'll do it live with how we're going to do this. So I'm excited to get into the mind, souls, and hearts of the players of GH and how they feel about their performance so far and their strategy. So we just have to wait and see, folks. While we're still waiting here, who do you think is so there's the top tier solo queue survivors, right? Who are like the not so good solo queue survivors?
Doctor, Mind's Eye, Little Girl.
What, you thought of that real quick?
Oh no, I already I've known this.
Is this a question that you noticed?
I've known this. Like this is just not even.
Wait, Doctor, Mind's Eye,
Little
Girl. I always run into a lot of little girls, man. But
the reason why.
But Venom's bonus on Doctor though.
No. Okay, so Little Girl's terrible because Little Girl is like a situational, tournament survivor when you have 4-person VC. You should never play Little Girl when you don't have 4-person VC. You should never play Little Girl in rank because you don't know what hunter it's going to be. So Little Girl is just really bad when you don't have 4-person VC or
information, basically.
Yeah, or you don't know what the hunter is, stuff like that. Secondly, Mind's Eye is the worst character in the game, so you should never play Mind's Eye anyway. I mean, I only play Mind's Eye because I want people to chase me first, but even then, like, it's still really bad.
For the content, okay.
Yeah, it's for the memes, yeah. And then Doctor is just like, Doctor like doesn't really do anything. Like, Doctor just kind of like Doctor's good against Photo and Mad Eyes, and that's it.
Very specific.
Yeah, it's just like two characters that are just not even like entirely viable anyway, so it's just kind of like, I mean, or both characters that are not like too common, I guess, at least once you get to higher tier. Photo's common in low tier but not in high tier. So Doctor's just kind of weak because most of the hunters in the meta as well are always like creating pressure where you can't get the heal off anyway. So
we'll put a pin on that, ladies and gentlemen, because we have our next segment. We'll be interviewing a player from GH, so let's find out who we're interviewing. And there he is, Meow. Congratulations on an amazing performance. So please get up for Meow, ladies and gentlemen, in the chat. First off, congratulations on your win. How are you feeling after winning this match?
We are very happy, and we are very excited for next match because we play very good today. So we are confident.
Perfect. All right, Eli.
Yeah. So something I wanted to ask is, in the second round, you chose Anne on Chinatown, right? And I think many people were surprised that you choose Anne. So like, why do you choose Anne in that situation? Why that hunter?
Because we win BO1, so my mission is to make a draw. So Anne is very easy to make a draw. And yes,
true. That is true.
Okay. My follow-up question to that, Meow, is ST, really known team, and you bring out the Anne. Was that part of your strategy, or what was the strategy coming into this match? Like, did you guys fulfill that strategy?
Actually, we train like Anne chess rescuer. So in the beginning, I want to test first officer, but not arrow.
Okay, so that's good. Any follow-up?
Yeah, and then
Meow. So I just wanted to ask also, do you have any next message for your opponents, your potential opponents? I think it's UL that you'll be facing. So anything you want to tell your future opponents in this tournament?
Good luck.
Good luck, have fun. Okay. And speaking of message, Meow, while we still have you, what message do you want to give to the fans watching, especially the GH fans out there and fans of Meow?
We will win this COA.
Nice. That's beautiful, Meow. Meow, thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it. I always look forward to watching your matches, and I can't wait to see you tomorrow. Thank you so much for your time, and good luck.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. And there you have it, folks. Eli seems like he's opting for a break here. But that about does it for Meow and Team GH. Congratulations to them. They look like they're in tip-top shape. And I can't wait to see them perform, especially with how well he was able to navigate through that AND match and consistently get a 5-point game. So, like we said before, you know what? Do support your favorite teams. They're going to try to get the victory as much as possible. But as we go down the list of matches, I believe we're going to have our next match in Omori versus UTP. So without further ado, folks, we're going to take a short break. But we come back, we're going to see Chocho and Nell take the mic. So we'll see you guys in a bit.
Bye-bye.
Whoa.
Ornaments, ascending octave scales, broad range and strings crescendo. In an instant, the stars fell from the sky, and the musical notes sprinkled to the ground. We are going to find out who wrote the rest note.
Here we are.
Is this mycelium?
is finally.
The so-called glory. It's just fool's opinionatedness. In the quest for the unknown, we may have a glimpse of the brave new world. The rest note is announcing the advent of the greatest masterpiece.
Me vois danser parmi les étincelles. Je danse, je danse dans ce monde étincelant, un amour qui vit et je m'ennuie. Mon cœur nostalgique pleure sous le poids de mes diamants. Par des désirs je m'écarte, car j'étais reine de rêve fini et défié. Le destin est gris, je voudrais t'en retrouver mon innocence. Et je être entre tentation et résilience, c'est toute ma vie. Mais la flamme du passé est toujours enlacée dans les plis de ma robe portée, car j'étais reine au rêve infini qui défiait les destins aigris. Je voudrais t'en retrouver mon innocence, car j'étais reine au rêve infini qui défiait les destins aigris. Aujourd'hui, je caresse mes plumes déchues, car j'étais reine et je danse. Je me vois danser parmi les étincelles. Je danse, je danse.
All of this feels like a never-ending nightmare. Sometimes, I cannot tell if I'm really awake.
A puppet without strings! My proudest!
Matthias.
Thank you for coming tonight. Please come see my next amazing performance with Lewis!
And again, countless times. I want to wake up from this nightmare. Happy birthday, Matthias.
If life had more opportunities, would you still make the same choices? My beloved Mary, you would become the most dazzling gem of Europa.
Mother, are we having raspberry cake for afternoon tea?
Je me vois dancing, je m'enivre. Mon cœur nostalgique pleure sous le poids de mes diamants. Par des désirs, je m'écarte. Mais la flamme du passé est toujours enlacée dans les plis de ma robe portée. Car j'étais un rêve infini qui défiait les destins aigris. Aujourd'hui, je caresse mes plumes déchues. Car j'étais là et je danse. Je me vois danser parmi les étincelles. Je danse, je danse.
Greed is the bait that drives the blind devotion of the foolish. Arrogance is original sin. And how dare you covet the demon's service?
When lava flowed through the heart, I heard an ancient pulse. It is calling out to me.
When you hit the uncharted place, gotta get out of your mind. Stomp it out every single time.
Hey guys, welcome back to day one of the Southeast Asia qualifiers for COA, where the winning team will be representing Southeast Asia to go to the grand stage of COA. Joining me today is the one and only Chocho and me, Nello Mello. How are you, Chocho?
Yeah, I've been very great. It's been so long since we've gathered together, and
I know,
this is
right?
that time of the year. Yeah, for that Call of the Abyss 7, and we are here with SEA qualifiers, day number 1 already. So we have this match number 2, right? You know, UTP versus Singamori. How do you think this match is gonna play out?
I think it's going to be filled with a lot of funny things, exciting moments.
Okay.
The reason why I say this is because we're going to see MX in a UTP, and you know he's always used to playing funnily, right? Before this, he used to play lawyer, gardener before it was even meta. So who knows what he's gonna pull off this time? And of course, on the side of Omori, I mean, the logo itself is already telling me this team.
Right.
Wow, right? A lot of risk.
Yeah,
and I think you know someone there.
Yeah, Night Owl, and I think that the logo was also made by Night Owl, if I'm correct. I think
Wow.
it is showing a Monokuma, right? So it's one of the bonbon skins that he loves so much and like to. He got it for free, by the way. He didn't have to charge for it too, so it's always something that he likes to show off a lot. Getting free skins
Wow.
from the game. Yeah, his
Well,
favorite.
He's got talent for getting free skins.
Yeah.
But you know, yeah. Where are our manners though? Let us welcome everyone. I see people in the chat. Hello guys. Shout outs to you all. Tobiaki, Space Witch, Clement, Erica, the egg seller. For some reason she sells eggs. Hanako's there as well. Xiao Yu. Anyone you want to give a shout out to, Chocho?
Shu, Red, Space Witch, some Japanese names that I cannot read, unfortunately, but
Nani?
welcome to the stream, right?
Yeah, exactly. We love to have you here. If you guys have been here since the beginning, we have been lurking in the background, right? We've been watching the matches all the way. So guys, let's make it through. Take a breather from your homework, from your work, whatever you're doing. Grab some drinks and food, and you know, let's just join me and Chocho for an evening of casual commentary for the exciting games to come. Right?
Yeah.
So Omori versus UTP. I mean, I feel like the audience deserves to know the origins of UTP because a lot of the members used to be. I think Chocho has the idea, right?
Yeah, so for UTP, right, they have the general members from over there, right? They were actually one of the top 4 teams last year in IVC 2023, and they performed exceptionally well, right? With these core members, Run, Xingjie, and MX. But looking at our screens, we have Omori's introductions first. We have Night Hour, Surprise, Tempest, WFLBB, and MT on the Survivor side, followed by Six Hua's Evil Reptilian that we can anticipate later on. Very known as Special Lizard in the Identity 5 ranks, very known in the community, and with the recent, not very recent anymore, the buffs with the Evil Reptilian, right? With the second skill, you can have unlimited jumps, you can jump scare the survivors from the back. I think that's something that will be very interesting to see whether Six Hua can pull off.
Yeah, I love Evil Reptilian in the game, but I absolutely hate lizards in real life. I really hate it when they just fall off the wall and then drop onto your head. And then they just loosen their tails. But here, like what Chocho has mentioned, Lucino, Evil Reptilian, has been so powerful. We can no longer call him just a lizard. He's the flying lizard. Unlimited jumps. That's what's gonna. It always catches the survivors off guard, right? But yeah, next up we have the survivors. Captain of Omori, Night Owl. I mean, I have to emphasize the word captain because he's the shot caller of the team, and he somehow loves cheerleading now. I seen him in practice with it, always playing with Panda, Yuki, and he's always playing cheerleader. So I think he's practiced a lot with the cheerleader.
Of course.
This time.
And, he's a very known face, right, in not just official ICE tournaments, but also in non-official SE tournaments, but just under different team names, right? So he's kind of like either team hopping or he's making his new team each and every time with new people, newcomers. And that's something that is very interesting, right? With newcomers, there's a lot more new ideas for the team, a lot more play styles they can play into. And now moving on to Surprise, one of the representative under the Singapore division in IBS 2023. Played, I would say, decently, and we'll see whether he's going to be an asset to the team, because with the wealth of experience that he has compared to the new members such as Tempest, Six Hua, WFLBB, I think he's probably gonna, I would say, hopefully he performs as well as we see him in rank.
Exactly. But before we move on to Tempest, hey Meowty, welcome to the stream. I'm new to watching Koa, so hope you have an amazing time here, guys. Show her the ropes. Clement as well, Horton Hines, Sasha. Right now we are going through the team lineups, and we are in Tempest, the forward player. I mean, Tempest, he was an OG player He was an OG player, but he came back to play. So that's as much as about the info we can get from Tempest. So watch out for Tempest, guys.
Yeah, I think another name he went by at the time was Limit Breaker. He played the X-Boy, so it was a hunter name. So...
LB!
Yeah, LB.
That's
so
LB?
He's gonna... Yeah, that's LB. So we'll see how he plays as a survivor, right? In a team that really needs coordination, unlike when you play Hunter. And we just went by WFLBB. Not much information on him. We're not too sure who he is. I think it's a new face here. Plays the Acrobat as well as Prospector. And now with MT, I'm not sure this person wants me to name who she is originally, but we'll just stick with the MT name. She plays the Mercenary / Gardener. Both had S badges, and I would say she's a very, very stable rescuer. Usually no double down situation coming from her.
Wow, and that's exactly what you want, especially when you're playing on Survivor Rescuer role, right? But right now, the team to watch out for, the second team to come, Utopia, UTP. You can see a variety of characters. I'm loving it already. There's a Bane, there's an X-Boy, there's a Cowboy. Oh my god, I'm really loving the Survivor lineups display over here. But I guess we're starting off with Maple. From UTP. I mean, Maple is one of the 3 hunters registered under UTP. Wow. So
there is no substitution for survivors at all.
No. Yeah, no, exactly. They all prefer hunters. So, hey, we're running out of hunters, and apparently UTP has no shortage of hunters. Also plays the Bloody Queen to add on to this. Pecho.
Yeah, and for Crimson, it's a new name that we're seeing here. So it shows that he plays the Gamekeeper as well as the Breaking Wheel, and with the buff that Gamekeeper had recently, I think it's something that we can anticipate to see whether it's gonna be played out successfully, or whether like non-meta hunters just stays non-meta as always, right? And with this, we have a very low 4 elimination rate, 0.37. Not something very optimal. So I don't think either we see him in BO1 and then the survivors carry, or we probably won't see him at all, unfortunately. And now moving on to Xiaoji.
Xiaoji. I mean, I don't know why. There's something so G about this name, right? So it's really, really cool. But for all the Itakwa fans out there, Xiaoji is one to main that character. But now, moving on to the survivors lineup, Run. Wow, Run is no stranger to the IDV professional community, a veteran since the days of 02 ZT, and now she's in UTP, plays the lawyer. I think she gradually transitioned to kiting role, right? Before this, she used to be the
mechanic,
the rescuer,
player,
right?
Yeah, as well as mechanic. And we do see them grow over time. And now moving on from there, we have CZ with the better role over here. But we did see him play the Antiquarian and Acrobat exceptionally well too. He's the kiter of the team mainly. So hopefully we will see more performances from him, and we'll give a little bit more information about him later on as well. And moving on to Xingjie, this player, his growth has been displayed throughout the IDV competitive scene that he has been in. He used to be a hunter main, and then he went on to survivor, and he's excelling exceptionally well in high characters like the harassers, right? The prospector, the forward. He's great at that, and hopefully the performance that he will show to us will, it will align with our expectations from him. And now we are back to the Amori's player. Introductions.
Morris player, WFLBB. For those of you who wonder what this means, I can only tell you how it reads, but I can't tell you what it means, so you have to Google it. It's actually 我服了, Papa. I mean, it's nothing it's nothing offensive. It's just very funny because Papa obviously means father, right? So I have no idea how we're gonna call his name. Can we just stick to calling him BB throughout the entire game?
Alright, we're gonna call him BB.
BB? Yeah, BB.
As if we're calling our significant other, but yeah, we'll just call him BB to make sure that the tech commentary shall still be there, right? BB shall be.
Exactly. Yeah. So
And-
I mean, just coming into this game, right? UTP. Sorry, wait.
It's okay,
Coming
you
to
can
this
go
game.
ahead first.
Yeah, UTP versus Omori. You can already see the diverse choices, right, between the two teams. Like UTP, no substitution at all for the survivors. They're planning to go full run with their 4 available survivors. Mind you, Xinjie, like what you mentioned just now, previous hunter going into the survivor main, very, very, very proficient and annoying prospector. I would say one of the top 3 prospectors in Southeast Asia. Up there in Southeast Asia, I would say. And of course, there's also Run gradually coming up. And MX. Why did we not get introduced to MX just now? Did you see MX being featured just now?
Oh yeah, he's cowboy.
Yeah, but
He's loyal.
we didn't see him though, right? We didn't see the
Yeah.
profile showing him. But MX is called Rain in this game, so guys, if you see Rain, remember the legendary voice call. I'm not gonna repeat it, but
Yeah. You know,
Watch out
with
for that.
people in game, right? Survivors especially, you know, you always reach a peak era and then you start to gradually, you know, as age come through, you start to not play as good. But with MX, right, he's just built different. He was so good at the start. He still is. He still is, and his peak is just constantly there. And I need to remind you guys, right, because he's in Singapore, he has military service to, you know, to do. But he's still able to rank, he's still able to his performances are maintained at that level that you expect of him, and that's something that we don't usually see. So I think MX is definitely a gifted player, has natural talent in this game.
I see. I mean, just a really short question, right?
Yeah.
Like, do the national service participants get time with their phones during their?
They do at night, but usually they train you so hard throughout the day that you are dead by the time you reach nighttime. So you just want to rest. But I think
he played that time.
Yeah, he probably played at that time, and he's just amazing. Like I'm still trying to process how he does that, but he's
Exactly.
he's hands down one of the best players in SU.
Yeah, but not to forget. I mean, we've been singing praises about MX, but let's not forget as well from Team Omori, surprise, and who could forget his performance during IVC, right? He was the one in his team who kited with the toy merchant, kited with the acrobat. I remember the toy merchant especially, and Ever Sleeping Town, because he was the one kiting 3 ciphers, and I believe a lot of people were like cheering on for him as well. They were calling him Papa as well for some reason. Was it son? No, my son, my son surprise.
That's more appropriate.
Yeah. I know, right? There's just so many players coming up and down, and they even changed teams as well, right? So it just sort of makes you wonder, like, is this the ultimate team? Like, okay, let's say while we're waiting for feedback from behind the scenes, let's say we want to make the ultimate Southeast Asia team. Okay, this is a fantasy ultimate Southeast Asia team. And guys, you guys are in the chat. You guys can also give your top 4 survivors and 1 hunter. Like, make the ultimate fantasy team that you think can take on the Chinese teams, the Japanese teams, the Korean teams, the Hong Kong teams in COA. Who would you put in the 4 survivor slot?
4 survivor slot. So no substitution, right?
No substitution, okay. Best rescuer. Very stable, never have mistake. Best rescuer.
Zhao Kan. Okay, he's a kiter, right? But he kind of take over this rescuer role once in a while. So I would say Zhao Kan. Even though he just know Terror Shock, right? I think so. Was it Zhao Kan? But still Zhao Kan.
Yeah, I feel like I agree with you as well. Zhao Kan is definitely one of the more established rescuers as well. I agree with that. What about Kiter? Like the ones where you can, fantasy, we're gonna put it on hold. We already mentioned the best rescuer. We're gonna put it on hold and gonna continue it later. But for now, Omori is banning Sacred Heart Hospital. UTP is choosing Chinatown and sending out the survivors first. So, what do you think about this map? And why do you think UTP goes to Chinatown?
UTB is a very good starter map for actually both sides, Survivor and Hunter. I would think that they have probably trained that map for a majority of the times and also watched Chinese mainland teams perform exceptionally well on this map as well too. So I think that's something that they want to play with. But I'm not too sure about Evil Reptilian at Chinatown. Now, what do you think about that? Yeah.
No, I mean, I can 100% tell you, Evil Reptilian. Do you know that the bottom right of the map, you remember the spawn location?
Yeah.
You think that it is safe, right? But when he spawns on top of you and he just jumps up, he just leaps up to the second floor like nothing.
Oh,
right?
I remember now. I remember now.
God.
So it's quite curious, right? UT picked this map knowing that Omori's Hunter is probably going to play Evil Reptilian, probably at start, and pick a Chinatown map. So what do you think the thought process is coming from Utopia?
I mean, they have to be very confident, I guess. They have to be very confident. They love this map. I think they just want to utilize the two-story buildings more. Maybe they might want to avoid the hotel because you think like, oh yeah, that area is strong. Maybe we don't take Evil Reptilian outside. We want to take him indoors, right? So maybe that's the plan. But he's still very strong though, Chocho, because right now, even if Evil Reptilian misses the first leap, he can still leap again, even if he misses, right? He bumped into a wall.
Yeah.
Super strong right now. But ladies and gentlemen, we are heading into the band pick session. What do you think, before we talk about the lineups, right? What do you think about this theme?
This theme, as in
the
graphics?
The graphics, the themes.
Graphics have been amazing. Right? Music has been even more crazier than ever. Like, I love the music at the start this time around. It's so upbeat and it's so in theme with whatever that was going on with the graphics. And you know, we have to go into our band picks now. We see Six Hua just straight up targeting MX with that thief band out.
Yeah, I mean, they nothing more annoying for Evil Reptilian than chasing a thief that's constantly using the flashlight and saying, "Hey, stop! I'm not gonna let you jump. Stop! You know, I'm the red light. Stop!" But it doesn't stop UTP from picking up Gardener as well. I think Gardener, they can definitely sacrifice in the global bans. But it's kind of surprising for me, Chocho, because they're not going to be able to use Prospector anymore in the second or third game, right? They're sacrificing it in the first two picks.
Yeah, and from what we've seen from UTP's Survivor gameplays, right? Their Prospector kind of do excel quite a bit in majority of their Survivor matchups. So having to just remove this, I am possibly trying to guess that they have other harassers that is available. The Antiquarian, the Forward, maybe Xingjie knows a cowboy too, who knows? And he's confident enough to just pick that first so that they can secure their BO1 win. Considering this is also their map selection.
Yeah, that's true. They definitely want to gain advantage in this map. Especially since it's their map pick. And Cheerleader is going to be the last pick for them. Cheerleader is very good. You can reset the magnets. Can you reset the magnets? The cooldown, right, of the magnets, right?
Oh yeah.
Like,
if picked correctly, they can definitely do that. The speed boost as well. But unfortunately, we haven't really seen any successful plays from Cheerleader this time around with that resurrection thing. The resurrection play. So we'll see how UTP survivors are gonna make use of the Cheerleader and fit that into this team comp. Six Hua, we'll see whether he is still gonna go with the Evil Reptilian play, because this team comp they can definitely pull that distance and take hits left and right from the Gardener, that first hit through that bubble. So I believe that if the Evil Reptilian is picked here, the starting early stages of the match is going to be extremely tough for Six Hua.
Yeah, but then again, Six Hua does have Opera Singer, right? So it's not too bad. Take away the Gardener, it's still not too bad for an Opera Singer to chase a Mercenary, waste the pads, chase a Norton because of the speed and the ability to dash and pounce so quick. I feel like the magnets might not be enough to gain that distance, but hey, it's still up to Six Hua to pick whatever he is most comfortable with. But I really do want to see an Evil Reptilian here, because this map is so... He can catch up to any one of these characters in this map, right? So I would love to see it being used.
Yeah, I think if Six Hua still picks that Evil Reptilian, if he still picks the Evil Reptilian and manages to pull off all the stuns, all those tricks as well, he's gonna be definitely the MVP for this round half for sure. And I don't know, it feels like Six Hua is kind of hesitating. He's not confirmed his pick yet, but we do see the silhouette of the Evil Reptilian right in front of us. Do you think? Oh, okay, right. So with the Evil Reptilian being picked over here, we can possibly...
Yes!
Okay, right. There is a lot of maps that Evil Reptilian does excel in, and Chinatown is just one of those that you've mentioned. So once this is picked, any possible first chase, or do you think is the easiest chase for Six Hua?
I would say chase... I want to say chase the Gardener first, but Gardener is just so...
Yeah, it is played by who, right?
And the bubble in the beginning is already a deterrent, right? I think chasing a cheerleader would be good as well. Simply because like you cannot help refresh the duration for your teammates, right? And once your speed boost is gone, you're basically just walking slowly, and Lucino can just catch up to your speed boost with just a leap. So I feel like chasing cheerleader might be good. But yeah, I mean, CZ is already positioning himself in the top, and Six Hua is positioning himself right next to either one of these two girls, Gardener or cheerleader.
Yeah, he's actually situated himself in between two of the strongest kiters in the team already. So it's like picking your poison, right? You decide to chase cheerleader. Okay, yeah, later MX can come and harass you with his Gardener. You decide to chase Gardener? Okay, yeah, cheerleader can give that support through the cheers. So we'll see how that can possibly be played out here. But this is the second match of today. BO1 first half between UTP Survivor going against Omori's Hunter Six Hua. I'm Chocho and I'm joined by Nanamelo, and we will bring you the live commentary for this match.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, looks like Lucino is making his rounds, trying to find his first target. CZ is actually in the vicinity. Yeah, you know, he's just trying to make it into a building where Lucino could not make use of the lead. But Six Hua is already in an open air. There's a tree, but doesn't really matter because the cafe is nearby. Six Hua leaping through, going through the window, still trying to chase CZ, but CZ's already all his way onto another window. Oh my god, this is actually a very, very strong place to loop the Evil Reptilian, Chocho.
It is, and CZ will not be able to get his hit through it. So close from the side of Six Hua. We do see that Six Hua is getting kind of impatient as well, and he needs to calm down, right? I mean, looking at the speed from the pellet boost, the window boost, and still able to kite without getting a single hit on. CZ has no flywheel, so we'll see how he plays out over here. Will he be able to get this hit?
Oh, he's gonna refresh it, and he's gonna go Vroom vroom the second time, but CZ has nothing now. So if 6-1 gets that hit onto CZ, he can easily just use... Oh wait, what? Why? Everything's missing! What's going on? Chocho 6 was just slashing left, slashing right. It's missing CZ. It's like black magic. What?
Yeah, I think the nose is definitely getting into him, and now the first hit has registered onto CZ. Yeah, he needs to calm down. I get it that it's a very experienced team that he's facing, but he needs to play as per usual. Now, almost 3 Cypher kite already.
Yeah.
Of course, it just landed, and Prospector is here with the support already now.
Look at how long that stun was. CZ's gonna try and make use of that opening to run further away, but the leap is gonna help 6-1 to catch up to the cheerleader, and with the blink, I think he should not. Should he? Yeah, he's not. He's not gonna save that blink. Don't waste any more time because right now, Chocho, 3 Cyphers have been done throughout that entire chase. So that's actually pretty good by UTP survivors so far.
Yeah, and from the bottom left, we do see the mercenary coming for this rescue. And fortunately enough for 6-1, he's actually chairing near the Cypher, so he will affect this Cypher progress by a little bit, and it will be a little bit not good if he gets his hit registered. Able to get it onto Xingjie, and what can Xingjie do over here? He just gave a free hit to 6-1, and Hunter is two hits away from second skill.
Oh my god, the leap, the hit! Oh, the cheerleader! Oh, is he gonna try? No, he wants to commit to cheerleader straight away. But then again, if you commit to the cheerleader, cheerleader's just gonna run to the corner far away from the Cypher, and Mercenary is just gonna help Xingjie finish that last Cypher, right? You know what I mean? He's just gonna help him finish the last Cypher, and then they can come in for a double rescue. Yeah, the last Cypher's already at 70%. Sorry, actually the last Cypher's near where he's being chaired.
Yeah, so we'll see whether CZ bring any struggle. If he does, I think he will be chaired, but it seems like 6-1 will still re-roll chair, and last Cypher is at 90%. The last person is the half health Xingjie, and will not get this registered. Things are looking extremely tight, and yeah, just buying out time on the chair.
Oh my god. Run! Wait, run, not rescuing!
Wait,
run!
What's going on here?
Oh, he has unlimited jump! It doesn't work that way! He has unlimited jump! You cannot do this! What's going on?
Oh, this is looking slightly messy, very messy situation that we're seeing here. Rain trying to do things over here, but still getting a free hit. 2-person down, 2 half healths. Who can come for this rescue?
No one. He's just gonna put him down and he's gonna slam. He's gonna try and slam. I think he's just gonna slam. He's just waiting for whoever's coming in. I think he should wait. He's trying to wait, I think, Chocho. 20 more seconds. If he abnormals this, the survivors are gonna be in deep trouble, Chocho.
I think even if he abnormals, we can decode a new Cypher, and...
Oh my god! What?
It's just looking very messy. Yeah, the execution is not too good from the side of UTP survivors. But we have to see what MX would tell his teammates to do at this point in time.
Oh, he's gonna do the bubble. Oh no, the bubble did not come in time! Everyone's down! Xingjie! He has to he's not abnormal it now! He's gonna put the nail on the coffin! Mercenary is still on the ground! He wants to make the Mercenary waste the self-heal! He's gonna pick up Gardener! Oh my goodness, CZ is already gonna be starting a new Cypher, but wait a minute. Okay, he's gonna chair. Is he gonna chair? Oh, beautiful stun coming in! Another stun, but the stun did not do anything! It did not... Oh.
This situation is getting from bad to worse, but I would say the redemption thing that we're having here is CZ decoding a new Cypher. Rain is trying to prolong his kite here, but there's nothing that he can do much, considering it's just a Gardener with one window to work with. A breakable window, in fact. Right now, 6-1 will just try to chair Xingjie. CZ is working on that 50% Cypher, and the question is whether Run can try to sustain this period of time until Cypher can be done.
Yeah, not like this, UTP. UTP, this is the choice of map for UTP. Rain is still on the ground. Cheerleader is still trying to decode as fast as he can. Run is the only one who can make this rescue because of her double hit down. But it doesn't really matter because the evil reptilian has a slam ready. Rain's gonna stand up. I think they're gonna commit to a double rescue here. Still coming in. Yeah, you can see Run trying to make it in. Xingjie is already past the halfway mark. Run! Okay, that hit. He's gonna be able to rescue Xingjie. The prime straight away. The beautiful magnet coming in from Xingjie. When you think that everything's over for UTP, UTP has made it alive in that one single play. Xingjie! Oh, he made it through. Cho.
Yeah, but we do see a little bit of traffic jam situation. Run and Xingjie is going towards the same direction, but 6-4 doesn't realize that. He will be going towards the gate. He doesn't have teleport anymore. He has used up his trump card and now his abnormal rain.
Yeah,
Able to get that bubble successfully.
Yeah, but then again, this is so hard because everyone is scattered away and there's only one evil reptilian on the map. Like, this is so hard to watch. In that one single play, UTP has managed to turn the tides. CC is the one getting chased. Oh, with that speed boost, he's gonna try and juke 6-Hua. 6-Hua needs to be careful. He needs to get CC down as fast as possible. He does not want this to be. Wait.
Missing that swing once again. CZ will be down now. The gate from the side of Prospector is open. The three of them are at that gate as well. So very risky situation and messy as well, but they're still able to get a 3 escape safely at the end. So very interesting play coming from UTP survivors. I would say they definitely did make me nearly Treya.
I know I was on the edge of my seats the entire time. UTP just proving once again why they are the veterans, why they are the teams to watch out with. Because just when you think that things are over, right? I mean, guys, be honest right here. You thought that the game was like, okay, 6-Hua's got this, right? Last cipher, there's not even a new cipher being opened. Like, right, he's got it. But they turn the tides from a possible, from a slugfest into a 3-man escape. That's UTP. That's the ZT I know from the past, and that's what UTP is doing right now. What an amazing escape. 3-1 against the S-Batch Lucino.
I think for us, right, and for the fans of UTP, right, I think it's definitely a huge sigh of relief that things didn't go haywire with that situation. I mean, imagine a 3.5 cipher kite at the start and nearly became a GG situation in the middle. Right? It was going crazy, like the execution left and right was extremely wrong, and I would say Xingjie is definitely feeling probably slightly under the weather. But luckily enough, now the Prospector is globally banned out, so we won't see any missteps from that Prospector play anymore. And I would say it's still good job well done from 6-Hua, but afterwards when there was a messy situation, he kind of looked slightly lost right now.
Yeah, he kind of did. He's like, okay, everyone's running away. Cypher's been popped. I think this is the exact same feeling everyone has when they're playing Hunter in rank. And when the Cypher just pops and you're like, okay, what do I do now? Who do I even chase? What do I even do? I have no more traits to swap. I've got abnormal and it does nothing in the late game. It's a do or die, right? I totally respect and I totally I accept his decision to use abnormal right there and then because everyone was half health. Everyone was there. But Chocho, you gotta give it to UTP, right, for pulling that comeback in that game just now. But any highlights, notable moments you want to mention from that game just now? Yeah, anything worth noting though?
Yeah, even though we have to give our flowers to UTP ultimately, I would say the CZ's initial kite to start, 145 containment time is definitely something worth mentioning. Also, the person that actually commanded the team did a very good job as well. Even in that very messy situation, right? Able to tell CZ that, you know what, get to the other cipher, decode a new one. We can't waste any more time and efforts for this lost cost cipher that we have the mercenary down on. So I would say that they did extremely well in having a recovery, a comeback from that terrible situation they were in. And for the side of 6-Hua, he was very impatient to start. And then when it came to having a very ideal situation for him, started to feel a little bit confused as to what should I do next? What should I do next? Should I do this? Should I do that? And that hesitation, I would say, from him led to that one kill only ultimately at the end.
I agree. He was kind of in a rush where he was just slashing left and right. And if you guys know, his attack attack range isn't exactly the longest, which is why sometimes you see evil reptilian mains, when they're chasing a survivor, they would rather use their charge attack, right? Because it can definitely hit further than it looks. Maybe that's one thing to consider. But CZ, good job though, using that window to force the evil reptilian to keep circling the area, because he knows, like, what are you gonna do? You're gonna jump in, but fine, I'm already far away. But can I just say, CZ is playing it so riskily. Like 145 seconds, amazing kite, but don't you think that was a little too close for comfort? It was almost a Terror Shock. If it was any other hunter with a longer attack range, a little bit, it would have been a Terror Shock. Remember that play in Chinatown where he got Terror Shocked as well doing that play?
Oh, we're gonna go all the way back there, huh?
No. Okay, we're not.
Yeah, very, very risky, I would say, the way he plays. But I guess at that point in time, he was kind of confident as well with that cheerleader character. It definitely shows through, I mean, that long kite, and also how comfortable he is with that character. And knowing the weakness of Evil Reptilian at that point in time, he just kept playing around that same window, ring around the Rosie. So amazing stuff still from CZ, and fingers crossed, hopefully don't ever see that situation coming from CZ again, because I know he's such a great kiter. He's such a great kiter. And that time, it was literally a stab to my heart when I saw that Terror Shock situation in IVS when he represented FT in the Malaysian division thing. So
yeah, that's true. But
they
it was
were
still
so
very
close,
memorable, right? Yeah, they were so close.
Against the Chinese team.
Exactly. Best of 3 even, right? I mean, someone's bound to give up. I mean, you gotta feel tired after an intense moment, right? Playing against a top China team. But here in the Southeast Asia qualifiers, Omori versus UTP, it seems like UTP has taken that first step, gotten the 3 points over Omori's 1 point. So good stuff coming out from UTP, considering this is the map selection as well. But second half is still to come. Omori, let's see, the Hunter has done its job. Right now it's going to be UTP. Who do you think UTP is going to send out? Which Hunter do you think UTP is going to send out? Or I have 3 Hunters.
3.3% chance.
Yeah, I mean, you can put it all in now.
I would think Maple. I would say Maple.
X-Boy, Bloody Queen.
Mainly because this guy, if I remember correctly, this guy should be Maple Leaf.
Okay.
And he's actually he plays a lot of Survivor games, but they're putting him as Hunter. So I'm kind of feeling that it's because that his Hunter is a lot better in their perspective.
Is Maple Leaf the same person from Team Adams before?
Yes, the guy.
Oh,
I'm assuming that it's Maple Leaf. So if it's the same person, then yeah, from Adams.
I see. So guys, in the chat, make some noise again, because Omori is not out of this yet. It's only the first half where UTP has gotten 3 points against Omori's 1 point. We have not decided on an emoji, right? UTP. Omori, what emojis do these people have?
Omori, I would hope for the panda emoji, considering their logo is looking like a Monokuma bear, but I think, should we put bear or panda?
Panda is nice, but it looks like GG, Team GG.
Oh,
the panda team. Maybe, no, it's fine. I think it's for Southeast Asia, it's fine. So guys, Chocho likes pandas. I mean, you guys definitely love panda. I already see a Black Panda DX in the chat. So, panda emotes for UTP. For Omori. How about UTP though? UTP.
Utopia, it reminds me of a tree, you know?
A tree.
Yeah. But then a tree emoji and a panda emoji, I think a panda.
Yeah, tree versus panda. So. How does that work? Panda versus tree?
Okay.
Panda versus... What about, let's just give Utopia a color.
Green. For me, it's a green.
A green. Oh my god, Panda loves to eat greeneries.
Bamboo.
What are you doing?
Bamboo.
Oh my god, are you gonna give Utopia bamboos?
Sure, I mean...
Utopia, okay.
And it's gonna eat up the bamboos.
Okay, guys, let's do pandas for Omori, and let's do bamboos. Is that what we're going for? Bamboos for Utopia.
Yes.
Oh my god, this is so wrong.
We
Pandas
took too long to settle on that.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, guys, hope you guys are enjoying the game so far. I've been seeing red on the channel as well. Lizards can fly, heartbroken emojis. Yeah, unfortunately, not all lizards are born equal. Some jump, some leaps, some long pia. You know, they just hit the wall and just pew, go down. But okay, but right now we are waiting for the feedback from the team. Waiting for the next team to strategize. Of course, hope that you guys are well hydrated, as Heinz Horton likes to say. Keep yourself hydrated, yeah, guys. So
yeah, he's always here.
Exactly, always here. Minnie is also here. Hi, Minnie Blue. She says, Minnie Blue's in the chat. Is Minnie Blue in the chat?
Probably.
Okay.
And I think just now I saw someone in the chat, right, mention something like, I'm pretty sure MX was screaming in the VC. So, here's the thing. If UTP wins and we get the interview from someone from UTP, right, maybe we should have a question regarding that. How was the VC situation like?
Exactly.
Like, what was going on? Like, what was the intention? And like, how did it end up? Like, how did it end up like that?
Exactly. And of course, I think the audience would like to know: did MX curse in VC?
Yeah, we'll probably we'll see.
Yes or no?
Yeah, we'll just ask them say yes or no. We don't ask for the specifics.
Yeah, exactly. Please, no. The stream's gonna get taken down if we do that. Yeah. But while we're waiting for the next half to happen, why don't we continue our fantasy roster, right? Fantasy roster. Wait, no fantasy roster. The timing is not there today, but we are gonna head into the second half of the first game in Chinatown, and Xiao Ji. It's not Maple, it's not Crimson, it's Xiao Ji, guys. The Will brother main. So
I got a 33.3% wrong. Okay. Very like me, yes.
But it's okay. At least everyone's starting to spam the pandas in the chat. So pandas and trees. Nice. Keep spamming it, guys, because pandas for Omori, the trees for Utopia. Guys, do your best, support both these teams, because right now Xiao Ji, all he needs to do is get a draw and they're gonna win game number 1. But for Omori, they have to do something really hard. Get a 3-man escape or a 4-man escape. That's like I don't know, man. Chocho, I don't want to bring in the burden of studying back to you to remind you of the burden of studying, but it's like, okay, guys, the test is really simple. All I require from you is just a passing mark of 70 or 80. That's it. So it's like, okay, it's very stressful. All I'm saying is it's very stressful. And I feel like Omori team is feeling that stress right now going up against UTP in this kind of situation. But first 2 picks, Gardener and Patient. Thoughts on this, Chocho? Good to sacrifice these 2?
Of course, definitely. Actually, if we notice a certain pattern, right? In just now the matchup number 1 that we had, ST and GH, the first 2 picks that they went for and also decided to forgo as global picks are also the Gardener and Patient respectively. Exactly the same. So I believe this is kind of like the same strategy, or like something that they are adopting from the Chinese mainland teams, thinking that actually these 2 characters are great against the opera singer. So we actually saw that play from, I believe, GH, Patient at the 4th stop, Moonlit River Park. So yeah, we can see how it can be played very effectively against the opera singer, harassing from the Gardener and the bubble hit at the start. Ensures that it wouldn't be an instant down coming from the side of Gardener. Yeah. And now, with first officer being picked over here, I don't know. I'm not sure what the why is it so urgent to pick the first officer? I think they could have actually used that. Use a better option, because there's still mercenary, there's still first officer. If, for example, UTP Hunter forces you to pick a rescuer by banning out the mercenary, okay, yeah, that makes sense. But now they kind of like narrowed down their options because they decided to pick a rescuer in their 3rd pick. But it seems like they're still gonna go for the perfumer pick, and it's also one of the characters that they have actually signed up with for a surprise.
I mean, don't get me wrong, Perfumer's really good, especially if you try to do some plays like if you're up against a breaking wheel, you can negate the spikes, or if you're dropping down from the second floor, if the hunter drops down, you can perfume back up. A lot of things you can do with a Vera, honestly. But the one thing that people do not want to see is a Vera who gets hit.
Yes.
Blood with 3 perfumes. So,
yeah, that's gonna be so unfortunate, and people are just gonna bash you in the post match. Like, are you a perfumeless perfumer? Like, please use your perfumes. Thank you. And then they just leave the chat. Yeah, it makes someone feel very sad. But hopefully, wait, we're seeing Night Owl with the perfumer, huh?
Night Owl.
Okay.
Okay, Night Owl. You're the captain. You know what to do, and I'm looking forward to Night Owl's perfumer.
Wow.
Yeah, but against an opera singer, I honestly, Chocho, if Eli was here, right?
Yeah.
He would say, "What? Perfumer does not counter opera singer, right?"
Yeah.
The distance is so short. Like, you can just bait the perfume so easily.
Yeah, the attack recovery also coming from an opera singer also wouldn't really establish much of a distance. In fact, there's a chance of you like breaking your perfume streak, or more like you getting half health with your perfume rather than what am I saying? Like getting hit during the cooldown period of your second/third perfume. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Yes. There's higher chance of you getting hit because of the fast attack recovery coming from the opera singer. So we'll see how they decide to play it. I'm believing that their play is that they're gonna spawn the perfumer near the hotel or near the other side, the other corner, double story area, so that she can play this up down perfumer trick thing. That's my best bet. Yeah.
I mean, you can put perfumer anywhere you want, but I feel like if the opera singer loves you, he's definitely gonna position himself next to you.
Yeah, the remnant left behind at the second floor, then jump down, force you to go up.
Okay. But wait, that owl's gonna be placed in the safest area, I would like to call, in Chinatown, the corner hotel, double story. Seoji is just gonna spawn the opposite side. He's just gonna block that cipher, right? So what's the idea here? He's not going after perfumer first.
Yeah, he can possibly go for the gardener, I would say. And if he wants to, patient, but they have to remind each other not to rotate on top of each other. I feel like there's going to be a possible situation coming from newly formed teams that doesn't really, is not used to each other's in comms yet. Yeah, so I think that might be the situation. But we'll see how it's going to be once we enter into BO1's second half. I'm Chocho, and with me I have Nello Mello, and we will be bringing you the live commentary of this match.
All right, you can see that Xiaoji's making, he's not wasting any time. He's moving straight for. Wait, who's he chasing, Chocho?
The gardener. It seems like it is the gardener that will be chased here. He's putting a lot of pressure, forcing the vaults, but there is still that bubble over there. So Xiaoji should just get this hit instead of mind gaming too much. Now we'll be able to rotate to a very safe area. Xiaoji forced to vault this, and I believe the gardener has 3/9, so able to use both speed boosts already. So excellent job coming from the side of gardener, and no hits registered yet.
Yeah, I love the way that BB is trying to rotate here. Like, he's just making sure that he closes all exit, forces the opera singer to break the pallets before pursuing again. BB! Oh my god! Perfect use, second bubble gone, Chocho.
Yeah, that was absolutely perfect timing coming from the side of almost survivors, and still able to get that hit, unfortunately. And I think from what I saw just now, the third cipher started a lot later than it's supposed to, so that's gonna cause a little drag in the cipher progress. Now, changing targets to the patient, surprise over here, able to rotate successfully into the hotel and not giving a single free hit. And the forcing out the blink as well.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. Shouldn't he be committing to the gardener just now? Any reason why he's changing targets to someone else, and he's changing targets again. I mean,
I'm not too sure what the plan is, because it's a very curious behavior that we're watching here now, and now changing targets once again. He's just gonna prolong the quote unquote early kite, because now it's almost gonna be turning into a 3 cipher kite, and none of even actually, in fact, the first officer is almost done with his first cipher.
Yeah, I think he's playing like a Wu Chang, where he's just constantly changing targets to farm presence, right?
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, he just wants that presence, but you don't really need that presence, right? Night Owl, make sure the perfume. Oh, he does not want to waste that. No! Exactly what I'm talking about! He baits the perfume so easily, and Night Owl is already down. He wants Night Owl. Now we know who Xiaoji's real target is. It is Night Owl, the perfumer. Xiaoji. Night Owl is gonna be the first person down. Chocho, Captain of Omori, down.
Yeah, so very fast down coming from the side of Night Owl, but if we look at this as a whole, looking at the timestamp, it's 2 minutes 40 seconds, and this is the first chair only. So this is looking extremely great for the side of Omo survivors. They definitely do have a chance of getting a tie and above situation. We have to see how this rescue will be, and whether Xiaoji can force this rescue early on.
I mean, at least Omori is doing a good job of trying to change, to start a new cipher, right? Because that middle cipher is gone. Like, you cannot decode there anymore. What's going on? MT? Okay, beautifully done right there. Rescuing and taking that hit at the same time. But Night Owl, it's up to Night Owl to prolong this kite. Still has one more perfume to work with. Chocho?
And Night Owl, I believe he will be down here. Oh, okay, so we'll be going back there.
Oh my god!
Unfortunate situation coming from Night Owl. The fingers are not fast enough, and now Xiaoji.
What are you talking about? He's a ice main. His fingers are fast. but the perfume's not, it's not Gucci. It's not.
Yeah.
So that perfume's probably not Gucci.
Oh, but now we're actually seeing how his early gameplay has actually an effect onto this now, because right now 3 of them are half health and they're not mercenaries. They will be down the moment the hit registers, unless they come for a double rescue, which is that situation. Surprise and MT is coming for this rescue together. Last cipher is not done at all now.
Yeah, it's not done at all. It's very risky. I don't think they should have risked that. Why? Did I just see Spider-Man jump down from
from the skies.
He's trying to body block. Maybe that's the idea. He wants Night Owl to survive longer, but without a perfume, without any other skill, I don't see how this. Oh,
nice.
Okay, mind games. Okay, playing the mind games. Okay, breaking ankles. Xiaoji, he's buying more time.
Only.
I know. He's coming. Okay.
He needs 20 more seconds. If Night Owl survives the 20 seconds, the cipher will be primed and it will be popped. Flywheel in.
Oh my god! Now! MD! Go! Pass it! Oh, he did!
All together! Oh, so close! The 99% cipher, guys, and now Perfumer will be seeing the mana. 3 of them are alive, and it seems to be more likely a tie situation, but none of them are at gates yet. Teleport is not ready. And it seems like he is closer towards Surprise, I believe so.
Yeah, Surprise has one more hope. So if Surprise can buy enough time, they'll be able to get 2 survivors out. But then again, let's not forget, UTP only needs 2 points in this game to win game number 1. So if Xiaoji just needs to make sure he doesn't mess up and allow the survivor to open one game. BB! Why, BB? Why are you the one?
Did BB not see that coming? She came from straight up for you, but he just didn't let go. He went behind the pallet and didn't have enough time to make the bubble. And now Surprise is pressure at the opposite gate, and Teleport is ready in 2 seconds.
Oh my god, if he gets Surprise here and teleports, it's...
Dude, this is not good. If he teleports to the other gate, MT is opening the gate right now, it's gonna be a 4. Oh, the gate's open.
Oh my god, it's not gonna be a draw! It's not gonna be a draw! Oh my god, MT, he's gonna force MT out of the game. This is... Oh my god, it's gonna be... Why? Why did you not go out? Why are you giving the force play? Why are you giving the 4K?
What are you doing, sisters?
My heart hurts so
From a
much.
tie situation, from a potential tie situation, my survivors accidentally gave a 4 elimination. Wow. That's unexpected. Looking at the match itself, it seemed like a tie, right? Even though it would have been a loss, they wanted probably to get greedy there, but that wasn't their situation to just give a 4 kill.
Yeah, you shouldn't. You get one person escape. You know, in those situations where people are grateful that they even get one escape through the dungeon.
Yeah.
Apparently, the first officer didn't want that. He wants to dive with the team. You know, team spirit, right? So
yeah.
let's
one for all for one.
But not in IDV, bro, because you just gave 10-0 to. Sorry, you just gave 8-1 to UTP in game number 1, and that is
not the way to go. That is not the way to go.
Exactly. Even if you have one man escape, it's only going to be 6-2, right? But now it's 8-1. It's going to be so hard to catch up to
so
in game number 2. Exactly. But I feel like the cypher progress was actually really good. Yeah,
the idea was not there.
The cypher progress was actually really good in the beginning of the game, right? Like 3 ciphers, and like what you pointed out just now, thankfully, 2 minutes 45 seconds, Al was the first one to go down.
Yeah.
Right? So I feel like cypher progress was really good. No reason to risk playing like you're getting 4 men out, right? Like 2 men out.
I'm just gonna be really, really honest. This opera singer, right? The way he or she played it had no chance for a 4 kill, right? Like even at the start, there was no way you decide to change a gardener. You get the first hits. It was so tough, alright? You got the first hit. You change targets to a patient. He forced out a blink from you, and you decide to change targets again. In what mind? Opera singer wanted to do that.
He's playing like a Wu Chang, bro.
He was playing like a Wu Chang, which makes no sense. So it was a very curious behavior coming from the side of UTP. But
oh my god,
Omori servers just gave everything right back to him. Like, you know what? We don't want this win.
That's true. Oh wait, I did not see Perfumer's trade, but Salvatore Sin was pointing out in the chat, why would you heal Perfumer? She has no tree. But we don't see the traits of Perfumer in the stream. So did Perfumer really have no tree? Because they were forcing to heal, right? If you force heal someone that does not have borrowed time, that's kind of silly, isn't it?
This means that they probably forgot that Perfumer does not have 3 and was possibly playing into that. Yeah, it happens sometimes when it's a very intense moment, and it's a very rookie mistake, I would say. A very rookie mistake.
Yeah.
And
it was very messy, though. It was very messy, honestly. I would have forgotten. I would have forgotten, because especially when we were playing Embalmer and things like that, and you don't bring 3, you bring 9-12. Sometimes we do forget about that, but it doesn't change the fact that UTP has won game number 1 with a score of 8-1. For those of you who have tuned in, UTP is strong standing first half, defeating the Lizard by having 3 survivors escape in the second half, defeating 4 survivors with Daoji's Opera Singer. So talk to me, Chocho. The stats, like, it's pretty good though. Like, no one kited below 60 seconds.
Yeah, absolutely. Considering this amazing stats we're seeing here, right? But it was a 4K. And someone in the comment section actually made me laugh already. Actually, right now, this is the best time to say the gardener's Chinese name.
I know.
So
bro played like Wu Chang and still won. So maybe it's confusing Omori survivors, like how it's confusing us, right? And that's why in the end they got so confused that they forgot that Perfumer has no borrowed time. Honestly, think about it logically, Chocho. Can I ask you a question?
Yes, go ahead.
If in a normal situation, a Perfumer does not have resources anymore. You're not even bringing any resources to the Perfumer. Perfumer has no more perfume and doesn't have borrowed time. Are you going to risk everything just to rescue when you still have 3 survivors up and running and already at the last cipher?
Absolutely not. But I think at that point in time, they probably forgot that she didn't have 3, and they would play as if like she had 3. And we were so caught up in the moment, we completely missed the fact that she literally had those pellet boost and then fly them in front of our eyes. And we still...
Oh my god, yeah. Thank you, Salvatore Sin, for pointing that out.
Yes.
We definitely missed that moment. Oh my god, but it's okay. I always like to look. I always like to think there's still a next game. There's always a next game, right, Jojo?
There's always a next game. But hopefully it's not a 2-0 situation again. And really, if Omori wants this, they want to win this, right? They want to bring this back home. They have to get more points in BO2 and BO3. They have to win those rounds because think about it. Getting your hunter to doing a 4 kill against UTP survivors and having your survivors to 4 escape against UTP's hunter at this point in time seems nearly impossible.
Yeah, I mean, UTP, like even if one person makes a slight mistake, they're still able to cover it up so well. Like you saw Xinjie on the Prospector, he did a few slip ups where he didn't manage to stun the hunter, and as a matter of fact, help the hunter recover attack. But the team, because they coordinate so well, the teamwork is showing. They're able to come back from that, from a possible 4K, 3K, 4K. They came back with a 3 escape. So I would say that UTP survivors right now they have a more coordinated response to what the hunter is doing.
Yeah.
So if Omori wants to come back in this game in the second game, I think they have to buckle up and forget about Vera, because Vera's not working. Vera is not working. I mean, Vera mains may not like what I'm saying, but it works in situations. Some Veras can, like, I love Vera. She's pretty. She has SS skin. Like she has a lot of highlight. You know, Erica, she did the highlights as well. Very, very a lot of highlights can do. But in this kind of heated competition, like, no, you get baited too easily, right? So.
And now we have more news on UTP's hunter since they have 3. I guess they're gonna like switch up each BO. Yeah, we're just gonna keep switching.
One hunter per BO.
Yeah, so that's their unique trait, right? Yeah, Xiaoji will be resting now, whereas Crimson will be coming out from the bench, and will be showing us his skills, his hunter pool. And we'll see whether it is comparable to Xiaoji. But at the same time, I think letting Xiaoji rest also because not just about the character pool, but at the same time, performance-wise, I think is still a little bit inconsistent, I would say.
Wait, I have a question. Is Crimson Oxygen? Do you think it's Oxygen?
Wait. Let me just see the character pool that they gave us.
Gamekeeper breaking wheel. That's Oxygen.
No, I don't
right?
think that kid is gonna cap me like that. I don't think the kid will tell me
Oxygen because I remember Oxygen playing for UTP before, right?
Yeah.
Remember?
Yeah, I remember.
Is he disguising himself as Crimson?
You're giving me we'll see once I see how this hunter plays using his gamekeeper and breaking out, because Oxygen, he has a very specific play style when it comes to these two characters. So if I feel it's possibly him. But chat, if you guys do know if it's confirmed Oxygen, let us know, because this kid didn't tell me anything.
Yeah, if it's really Oxygen, I only have one question for him. What are you thinking choosing a name Crimson instead of Oxygen?
Yeah, Oxygen was a very known name. Yeah, Oxygen, A11. A11 was because he's always getting... He always get that A11 badge instead of the S badge. Like, you know, he'll try for the S, but then he just cannot. Then A11. Someone overtakes him.
Right? Yeah. Oops. But if you have any info about it, please do let us know. Right now, game number 2, if you want to play, okay, let's just assume that they're bringing out Crimson for the Gamekeeper breaking wheel. What map is best, do you think, that they can utilize for this kind of hunter pool? Red Church?
No.
Red Church not good for breaking wheel though.
Yeah.
Leo's? Hospital?
Leo's, not really. Hospital, definitely not. Arms Factory, no. Lakeside, maybe.
Ever sleeping.
Ah, yeah.
Boom. Yeah, the
Ever
dash.
sleeping. But if they ban out Ever sleeping, I would think that they may pick Lakeside. We've seen UTP play at Lakeside before, so and plus now the core survivors are there still, so I honestly I think the UTP survivors, they are very versatile in every single map. And like said, they are a lot more coordinated compared to a newly formed team from the side of Omori survivors. And it's definitely showing. The world of experience from the side of UTP survivors and Omori survivors definitely differs a lot more.
Exactly. Like, can we just take a moment and appreciate these players? Because we play rank and we're like, okay, win or lose, that's it, fine. We just get mad and then we forget about it, right? But for these people, they're committing their time. Like, okay, guys, no funny business. Committing the time, training, kiting route, rescue route, rotations. How are we gonna do this? What map are we gonna practice? If you guys have spent like one day or one night in this guy's training regime, it's safe to say it's like they're training so hard for their 5 minutes moment of glory in one match. So, you know what I mean?
That one glory. And of course, they don't want to screw it up, right? They want to show their best performance. The way that people have seen them probably in rank or in videos or things that they have clipped. So I think that's something that we really have to understand with these players, right? That they're actually of a certain standards already. Definitely better than players that use randoms, basically. Better than randoms. And it's sometimes tough because of the stress that they have from probably their teammates or just from you viewers, right? Because all of us are watching, we're having this moment where we are so excited and we have certain level expectations for them. And same for the UTP Hunters as well. Maybe because UTP is such a known team, right? And Xiaoji probably feels like, oh, I'm in a known team and I don't want to screw up. And that nervousness can sometimes cause things like a bad decision made and things like that. But he was able to pick himself out at the end. He made all the right decisions and got that 4 kill ultimately. So, good job to Xiaoji. And now, you're right. Omori will be picking the Ever Sleeping Town.
Yeah, and it's good for both Gamekeeper and Breaking Wheel. And I feel like if but if it's good for Breaking Wheel and Gamekeeper,
why?
UTP is the one with the Gamekeeper and Breaking Wheel. So it's a balance. It's kind of like a neutral ground, right? It's good for both teams, right? It's kind of neutral. It's good for both teams, for both survivors, for hunters. But take away the tram RNG lah. You know, if you're unlucky, you get hit by the tram. You know.
Every time we talk about the tram, right, it reminds me of the unfortunate situation when we were commentating for the NAEU one, and then there was a triple hit situation in one single match. So
I know.
Hopefully that doesn't happen. And you know what? We have to look at this from Omori's hunter side too. We have 6-1, right? He played the Evil Reptilian just now, and from what I'm seeing in the chat, there's a lot of support for this guy.
Oh,
yeah, there's a lot of people saying like and a lot of support coming through. And at the same time, I do see a small section of people saying that he is just known for his Evil Reptilian and does not have. And once it's banned out, it's like he lost half the match already. So, curious question. Do you think it's going to be the case? Or maybe we might be able to see something other than the Evil Reptilian that might shine?
It really depends on what the survivors of UTP ban, right? Because if they decided that, hey, we can deal with the Evil Reptilian, fine. Don't ban him. Ban his Opera Singer, ban his Breaking Wheel, ban all those other mainstream characters, right? But I have a feeling that they will ban his Evil Reptilian because this map is way easier for Evil Reptilian to leap compared to that map just now. That Chinatown was a disaster.
Fair enough.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's a big place, but at certain areas, it's really hard to just leap. Here, the map's small enough that you can leap the entire map, right? But yeah, we have to see first, because right now we are coming into the band picks phase. Looks like they are going to take out the opera singer, leaving out the evil reptilian. So who knows, maybe Sixhua redemption Lucino play can happen, right?
We'll see if that is gonna be the case. And yeah, Omori, they do have the evil reptilian out, and now with the cowboy and female dancer being picked over here,
wow,
I think they are okay with this picks being for gold. You know what I mean? They have okay. MX has such a huge character pool when it comes to harassers, and each of them are so annoying to a high extent. So, there's nothing you can really do, honestly, as a hunter. You just gotta suffer through the pain of seeing MX in a match and get on with life. And we'll see what are the last two picks coming from UTP survivors.
Yeah, I mean, I'm already happy enough to see the cowboy, you know, with the new changes, the one-tap lasso.
Yes.
Yes. Have you tried it? Like, have you seen the new cowboy?
I haven't tried it, but I've seen videos. You know, when it came back, I was like, wait, isn't this the old cowboy that we used to know?
The one.
Huh?
Right.
Quite
but
curious
the
to
survivors
see.
remain dead.
Yeah, quite curious to see why Net is decided to bring this back, right? Because it used to be so OP, and people were like, nah, we need to remove that and let Cowboy have this period of time before he can actually hook. But now with this instant hook, right?
Yeah, that's gonna.
How
buy
is
a lot
it
of
gonna
time.
change the meta? Yeah.
Yeah, well, one thing's for sure, Cowboy. It will make sense for the Cowboy to stay close to the teammate that he's trying to cover, right? Because the hunter has to chase you first before he comes back and pick up the survivor. Otherwise, each time the hunter picks up the survivor, he's just gonna lasso. He's just gonna keep lassoing. After lassoing, he's about to get hit. He can just put it down. And mind you, with the recent changes as well, even if he's carrying a female player, even if he's carrying a female character, he does not receive twice the hit anymore. Okay,
Yeah.
so that's already a very good thing. So hoping to see more cowboy gameplays, and starting with this cowboy gameplay, first cowboy of the night, guys. So I'm happy with that.
I am happy too, and just looking at the team comp itself, it seems very good already. We do have kiters, we have support coming in from two players, female dancer and Seer, harass coming from the cowboy. Cowboy can also kite very well with his hooks, and Masuri is a very stable rescuer. I think the only thing we have to be concerned about is possibly the slower decoding coming from cowboy and mercenary. Other than that, if it's a long kite at the start, it's probably a win situation for UTP survivors already. And now looking at Sixhua, is it gonna be the Evil Reptilian once again? Now, what do you think? Evil Reptilian going against this team comp?
I think it is. It's very hard to say because I would think that, okay, female dancer, you put down the slow box, right? You put down a pallet, but Evil Reptilian can easily slam the pallet. So I feel like there's pros and cons. But I would say that Evil Reptilian makes sense because that is his best hunter, that is his go-to hunter, and it allows him to catch up to the cowboy too. Like, for example, you're already down a survivor and you want to get rid of the cowboy as soon as possible, right? So what better way to do it than by a single leap, hit. If the cowboy lassos away, then you come back, pick up the survivor. That's it.
So
makes sense.
Yeah, it was this Evil Reptilian once again in BO2 is definitely a redemption match for Sixhua to show why his Evil Reptilian is to be feared. And in BO1, he was having a very messy situation, almost like looking like a very favorable situation for him. However, it ended with a 1 kill only. So maybe this time around, he will be able to get that full elimination that everybody in chat has been chanting over and over again in Chinese. And yeah, and do show your support for these players. They're absolutely probably UT survivors are not very nervous since they already know how this match is probably gonna play out, and they're very coordinated. But for Sixhua, I think he needs a lot more support, a lot more cheers, and I definitely hope that your cheers will reach to him inside the match. Looking at our spawn locations now.
Yeah, looking at our spawn locations, panda emojis on the chat. Panda emojis for Omori. and bamboos trees for Utopia, just to remind you guys. But Six Hua is going to position himself next to Rain, so I think he's not going to chase Rain. He's just going to go straight for Cizi, or even make Run waste a pad before chasing. This is really hard. Even Xingjie is a good target though.
Yeah, so we do have that options available over there already. We'll see what he ultimately chooses, because even if you choose the cowboy, right, I'm very sure that I'm pretty sure that MS can actually rotate towards the boxes that female dancers will set, preferably at the center area. And if he's unable to successfully rotate there yet, there is that Seer Bird support to actually help him through it. So there is actually it's very foolproof. It's very foolproof. That their concept, the way they can execute this is very foolproof. And now we will hit into the match. I'm Chocho and I'm joined by Nello Mello and review the BO2 first half of this match.
Yeah, do or die. It's Liu Hua jumping into the graveyard, one single leap, chasing after the cowboy. Apparently, the King's Tailor with that speed boost, he's gonna make it through behind the pallet. Oh, that hit onto Rain! What a beautiful hit by Liu Hua. This time, Liu Hua doesn't seem to be in a hurry. Okay, is this lasso gonna work? Rain just trying to buy more time. Yeah, he's just going left and right, left and right. He's just waiting for his leap. Okay, nice, beautiful, but the leap is ready! And
nice bait coming from the side of Omori's Hunter, and now Rain trying to get towards a safer pelleted area, but the jump is ready. And that boost will not allow him to get safer inside the pellet, and the basement is right here now. Will he chair inside?
He will chair inside, and trust me, no one will come and rescue. Except Run, who will probably do a full blood rescue after she finishes that cipher. But it seems like Run's just gonna stop and come for the rescue, but Run's so far away.
Maybe just to give the year mark, and I would say with this start, it's definitely a good step in the right direction for that 3-kill, 4-kill situation that he's looking for. But outside right now, we need to remember that it's actually two very fast decoding survivors, decoding non-stop, and he still has his bling available. So if Six Hua can successfully spot out this mercenary and force a rescue and create a double down situation, it will definitely be something that he can possibly try for. He's just gonna go down and hit Rain. Seems very personal. But alright.
No, he's just sharpening his blades apparently. Yeah. But he knows, 6-1 knows that no one's coming to rescue. But wait, where's Run? Can we get the camera on Run?
Oh, yep. Just like you've mentioned, and now it seems like he is not going for this rescue at all. We'll just decode that graveyard cipher, I believe, and now Female Dancer will be getting the second kite.
Yeah, already a good start for Liu Hua though, because it's 3 ciphers remaining, and he's already got 1% out of the game, so that's already very good compared to his first game. But Cizi has a few slow music boxes set up. He's just gonna put down the pallet. Yeah, Six Hua with that bling coming into with a hit. He's gonna force Cizi. He wants Cizi to panic. Wait, Xingjie. Wow, beautiful pallet slam going on. Beautiful discipline going on here. Is Six Hua gonna go back though? No, he's committing to Xingjie though.
Yeah, so we do see a very decisive blink coming from him, right? And that's something that we want to see from 6-1 instead of prolonging this match further. Missing that jump, unfortunately, and we'll get another start coming from Xingjie. We'll be able to suck out another bird for that support on himself. Or I think 6-1 might change targets.
Oh, what? Beautiful jump on top, but Xingjie has that awareness. He's already dropped down. He's gonna come in. Yeah, this place is so hard. You're not gonna be able to jump here. I think committing to Xingjie is very hard at this point. Oh my god! What am I saying? Never doubt Liu Hua.
The AoE was big enough. It managed to hit the Seer.
Yeah. But the cipher is moving very, very fast as well. So is he gonna do the same? Wow! He's gonna do it twice! He's like, you know what? You slammed me twice, I'm gonna slam you twice too. Payback is on. Ladies and gentlemen, 6-1 is gonna put Xingjie onto the chair. Run's gonna try and finish off the cipher in the graveyard.
Yeah.
Cizi is so far away. Run still has tight turner though. So that's good.
Yeah, but I think fortunately enough, For the UTP survivors, the ciphers are actually quite right. So Mercenary will be able to successfully get this rescue on. He wants his double down situation, which he gets. And Xingjie is running towards one of the last ciphers. He's trying to pop the cipher, I believe.
Yeah, he's forcing it. He's forcing it.
Is it enough time?
91%, right? He's not gonna be able to force it. Then why run here? Then why do you run here?
Yeah. So that happened.
Why are you kiting in the last cipher? Why? Right? Isn't this the last cipher?
This is the last cipher. I'm just not sure why. He has the bird already though. I think he might use this bird to prolong his kite further. Blink will be out in about 20 plus seconds, but I don't see how 6 will be forced to use that blink in any way.
Oh, he has to keep calm. He has to keep calm now. He's really. Xizhi, you play a dangerous game. Does he see?
I think he sees.
He sees Xizhi. He's gonna chase Xizhi now. Wow, Xingjie made up for that with such a long kite. He actually bought so much time, right?
Yeah, now, and it feels like a deja vu situation. They're always struggling at the last cipher now, and there's something they have to change about their playstyles. Why is this always happening? Why is it always that there is person kiting on top of a cipher, person dying on top of a cipher? It's always happening since BO1 already, and that's something that I believe UTP has to go back and consider once again in their BO3 round, if there is any.
Oh, they're gonna pop straight away. I think they just want a one-man escape.
Yeah.
But is this possible though? Because they know he knows no one's at the grave. He knows no one's at the grave. Ran is just gonna try and kite as long as possible. Oh, he missed, but he can jump again, right? No, wait, no.
He cannot.
He's just gonna wait. He's just gonna wait. Oh, imagine if the blink! He got the blink! It's gonna be safe to say a 3K coming out of Sixhua. Beautiful stuff coming up. The Lizard has redeemed himself from a 3-man escape through a 3K. Cho, Liu Hua, I know you're excited, but stop hitting the chair. The chair did nothing wrong to you. But congratulations, that's a redemption Lizard play by Sixhua. Talk to me, Cho.
I absolutely loved that play. That in this round itself, it definitely showed why this guy is that air special Lizard to be feared. We saw so many tricks from him just now. From jumping from the first floor to the second floor in the middle double story, from doing that AoE damage when the seal was cornered at that 11 area near the gate. He played everything perfectly. Only when it came to the graveyard area, when he was kind of nervous, I could tell. Like he kept missing his jumps, and it just gave a lot more time for the survivors to play around with. And I think that kind of led to a potential 4-kill to a 3-kill. So unfortunate, but still, it was still one of the goals that he had in this matchup. He got an instant down from Cowboy, basement chair, no rescue, able to pressure the ciphers outside. So regardless of all of that, I think he still did a good job. Well done. This 3-kill is definitely very well deserved.
I agree with you. Like, there were definitely highlights for both teams. Like, for example, Seer slammed the Lizard more times he did than when he was Prospector a stunner. You know what I mean?
It was his redemption match too. It was Xingjia's redemption match too.
Exactly, it was a redemption match. And the two slams in under closed roof, right? That was like the revenge of Sixhua. But then again, in the graveyard, Xingjie come back again with a redemption kite. It's like, why are you in the graveyard? That's where the last cipher is. Why are you running there? Imagine if Sixhua kept his composure and Xingjie went down in the graveyard. It's over, man. Like, you wouldn't even have one survivor escaping at that point. So, I don't know, man. I think they're playing with fire here. Like what you said.
Definitely. It was a battle of nerves, and definitely, if we are just gonna make a 1v1 comparison between the mind games aspect, right? Definitely, Xingjie has a better mind game compared to the Hunter. That one, without a doubt, we will agree wholeheartedly. And
exactly.
Yeah, for the side of UTP survivors, I think it was rather disappointing. I think we were having quite a bit of expectations for Rain's Cowboy, but unfortunately we were unable to see that, and now it's globally banned out. So we can only either hope for a BO3 or possibly them winning today's matchup, and we'll probably see it tomorrow. We have to see that Cowboy. There's no way MX is just gonna be like, yep, that's it for my Cowboy, you guys are not gonna see it anymore.
Versus
MX,
guys.
yeah, we
Yeah.
know him as a guy, right, that wants to prove people wrong. That he is still as good as he was before. And I think we'll see that once again. Actually, you know what? His cut wasn't too bad. 53.1 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely very respectable against a lizard, which kind of counters your lasso, right? Because you lasso towards the lizard. Yes, you get a little bit of speed boost, but the lizard can easily close the distance with a single leap. So considering that, he did fairly well. Not 60 seconds, but still, he bought a lot of time sitting on the chair in the basement, right?
Actually, right, I think MX actually did a better kite than we thought. We actually cut into the middle of the match. He actually spawned at the first stop area, I believe, if I remember correctly. And he actually rotated all the way to graveyard. So actually, it's not a bad kite at all. He rotated successfully without any help from the boxes, no help from the bird, and he's able to contain successfully inside the graveyard too. So
okay lah.
It was not bad kite lah. It's not bad kite lah.
respectable. Yeah.
Yeah.
As we would like to point out, there's only so much you can do when you're playing 1v1, right? Usually you usually see UTP heavy on support. Remember, like they always have this portal support. They always have this stun support. They always have a lot of OBers support. But in this game, it feels like Cowboys like I'm the martyr. Like if I make it, I make it. I'm the hero. If I die, I'm zero. That's it. Nothing more to it. And that's exactly how it paid out. But ultimately, I feel like the tempting fate, like what one of the audience has mentioned, tempting fate. UTP loves tempting fate. That has to change because right now, Omo, it's giving an opening to Omori to come back in game number 2. And as UTP, like their slogan is like, they can definitely be the champion. That's during the interview they said they can definitely be the champion. They're gunning for the best. They have the best. They have what is required. So I feel like they shouldn't be doing this kind of tempting fate, so to speak, right, Jojo?
Yeah, and also in the interview, right, that Posh actually had with Night Owl, the captain of Omori, he said that the question was, who do you deem as your biggest opponent or like the strongest? And initially they said themselves, but if it was to be a team, they did say that it's UTP. So this is that round that they have to redeem themselves already. If not, it's gonna be a GG, you're going home. There is no lower brackets. And with this 3-kill that 6wa has presented to Team Omori, right? The survivors have to, as much as possible, get that win. Through a tie, or if not, even better, a 3 escape, 4 escape. That's gonna be the most ideal situation, right? So we'll see how the survivors are gonna pick themselves up from BO1 second half, because they got a 4 elimination. Really, really unfortunately, it was not supposed to be 1.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of things wasn't supposed to be how it was today, but I feel like that's just maybe Omori is one of those teams that grows stronger as the game goes on. Like, we've warmed up, we know what's going on, But I'm still very excited to see Crimson coming up next because, Gamekeeper, Breaking Wheel, I signed up for that. I would sign up for that, and I believe a lot of people would sign up for that as well. And, looks like there's a lot of chatting going on about chair hitting in the chat.
Yeah, you can deem that as being toxic, but at the same time, if you're the server, you're getting hit chat, right? It means that the hunter recognizes that you're good. Okay, but we look at this at the bright side, the optimistic side, right? Yeah. So, if you're no good, the hunter is gonna like, I'm just gonna stand here and watch everybody just down themselves or something like that. But no, he decides to hit the chair, and I think that's a sign for him to MX that, you're actually really good, and because you kited me that long, I am not happy, and I wanted you down immediately, actually. But
and for all we know, they are friends. So friends do this kind of things to people, to each other all the time. Like, remember when you meet your friends in rank and you're like, please spare me, and then they keep hitting you, but then they surrendered and give you the draw at the end. You know, that kind of situation. So for all we know, they're friends and they're having good fun, right? You see,
Yeah.
like, even MX is saying like they're just having fun. It's having fun.
Yeah, as long as we are having fun and the tournament he won it fair and square, then that's his win, right? We just recognize it as his win. And unfortunately also we didn't really see the harassment coming through also, so maybe next time we'll see it from MX. Definitely this guy, even if you don't see it now, right, you guys can just look back at past tournaments. This guy was a menace to all hunters, right? Yeah, he is the reason why these harassers, Thief, Cowboy, is reaching the ban list of whenever they are faced against him. So, yeah.
Idol of Lizard in Sea. Okay. The god of Lizard in the
Idol.
sea. Okay. Idol. Yeah. I
Asia Idol, someone said.
Yeah. It's okay. Whatever it is, we are all here just to have a good time. No point in getting all riled up over something. We just have to remember, as long as we are respectful, positive, and just overall maintain a positive outlook throughout this entire event. I feel like that's the way to go. And I feel like if the player isn't making a fuss about it, I don't think it's up to us to make a fuss about it. You know what I mean? Like, it didn't happen to us; it happened to him, and he's laughing about it in good faith. So yeah, I guess enough about that, because right now we are coming to the band picks, and no surprise, it looks like Opera Singer is going to be banned, and Omori is going to pick up Toy Merchant and Coordinator. I feel like it's a no-brainer that Surprise is going to play Toy Merchant, right?
I think from what I remember, I think MT also plays the Toy Merchant a little bit.
You play Toy Merchant?
A little bit. Yeah, I think all of them are my friends. Actually, I don't remember their names, like MT, WFLBB, but one of them actually DM'd me on Discord and said like, wish me luck. And I'm like,
Okay.
Is it you?
Is it you, BB?
I'm not sure. Maybe I have to ask them later on. But now we just have to focus on their performance, because this is the most crucial one. The one that will determine whether they will move on to BO3. Right, guys? So right now we have Olmo with 3-1. If UTP Crimson, the Hunter side, gets a 4K, it's a GG situation, 2-0, and UTP will advance further in the brackets. So fingers crossed, if you're supporting Omori, we hope that they will win and not get 4K in this situation where they are actually having the advantage.
Yeah, I mean, it is hard though. Like you say that UTP gets a 4K and that's it, but I feel like Omori is gonna fight back so hard, because look at their lineups now. They have a gun, they have a magnet, and they have a Toy Merchant to replenish the items. I feel like they're gonna give the fight of their life to UTP. If UTP is not careful, they might be put on their last straw. Like they might be cornered to an 8 edge and find themselves in an unfavorable situation. So Crimson's got to make this work this time.
Hopefully, fingers crossed that everything works out well for. We can't fingers crossed to hope that everything works out perfectly for both sides, because confirm either one side will get the better win, or the other side is gonna have the better win. There is no like, I give you a bit of I let you win now, then you get what I mean?
Yeah, no point doing that, right?
Yeah, it's always the battle of. Actually, you know what? Because tournaments, right? We have COA every single year, and this is like one of the biggest events. It's really about not just about stamina throughout playing this BO1-3, right? But also able to keep up with the new meta over and over again. We've been seeing players, Hunter survivors, lacking actually, like not able to keep up with the metas that is ever changing, and with new hunters coming in too. So these people are the ones that really are kind of drifting away, and their names are no longer seen as much as anymore. But people like the GH team, right? They're always seen. MX especially, man has been here since the start until the end. I don't even think he's gonna quit this game at all. He's just gonna be here and show you guys these characters that are not conventional can be played out. And now we're seeing a potential pick of that breaking wheel from Crimson. Now what do you think about this? What do you think UTP Crimson is thinking about through this by picking this breaking wheel?
I think he's taking a risk. He's like, go big or go home. I don't want to get a draw and waste my time. I just wanna go all in. I either win or lose. I want to settle it now. If I go big and I get a 4K, that's it. We win 2-0. But even if we lose, fine. It's fine. We still have another game in best of 3. But mind you though, I really feel like he should consider that the points are going to be an issue in game number 3. So he has, even though going big is a good thing in certain cases, taking risks is a good thing, but here you want to be careful not to give too much points back, because if you end up with a draw in the game number 3, the points are going to matter so much to you that time. You're gonna be like, why did I get more points in game number 2? So I feel like he shouldn't play too risky yet.
I 100% agree with you now. Like, in a situation where you're having an advantage as well, right? There is no need to pick such a risky character. It's majority of the times either you do super well or super badly. Like, survivors can easily use team comms and even personas, talents with the flywheel to just counter you. And we have to really see how amazing this Crimson's breaking wheel is, because apparently none of us know who this guy actually is. Nobody knows. Some people said it was Mobius. And then you said it's Oxygen, which I don't see why not. So we have to see how this breaking wheel will ultimately play out, and whether this will be that deciding match for either Omori or, if not, Utopia. Now we'll be heading into BO2 second half between Omori's Survivor going against UTP's Hunter Crimson. And I'm Chocho, and I'm joined by Nello Mello, and we'll bring you the live commentary of this match.
Let's go. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, this might be the last match in the making, because right now Will Brothers trying to close in the gap. Wow, already in Wolf form trying to get to the closest survivor. MT is in the vicinity. He does not know that yet. But Crimson spotting out the mercenary. Is he actually going to go for the mercenary first? Because it seems like he's actually committing to it. Speed, full drive. But as long as the survivors know how to keep a looping distance, making a circle, the breaking wall will be very hard. So he's changing targets again, going to surprise.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense for a breaking wheel wanting to go to a graveyard area, wanting to chase someone. Graveyard is like one of the toughest areas for a breaking wheel to play around with, especially with that window. So because of that communication, right, that's coming through from Omori survivors, the prospector was able to successfully get to the window without having a single spike. Now back to the mercenary, we are back to square one, back to the drawing board. 1 minute into the game and still no single spike on to the survivors.
Yeah, this is exactly why it's very hard.
Wow.
Yeah, you can always kite, because that's like a limit to the angle of turning, right? So as long as you keep turning in that same direction, that same speed, it's gonna allow you to keep rotating. Like, look, two cyphers are already at 30%, Chocho, and nothing can be done. He's just rotating between the middle area, trying to chase. Oh, the first spike. Mercenary. Wait. Oh, that missed.
Oh no.
What? Okay. Cute. That's pretty cute. But he's already unlocked his presence. Okay, Night Owl's in the vicinity. But he's probably gonna go for Night Owl. Why?
Okay,
Why not? Why not?
Oh, this is gonna bring out so much time. But why? I'm really kind of curious. I mean, Force Survivors was going on, and like, why is it only two ciphers that has a lot of progress, whereas the third one is like meh, when only Mercenary was the one actually getting interrupted the majority of the time.
Boom! Nah, he's not gonna boom it, right?
Nah, man is experience. He shall get that hit.
Oh, okay. So he's gonna go try and spike the second time. Yeah, you're right, Chocho. It's already 2 minutes. 2 ciphers are done. And Breaking Will, mind you, he's only just one spike away from full presence.
I think
so
he should shoot first.
yeah, I'm not sure why he's not shooting. Oh! You should shoot first, not turn back. You turn back and try to shoot.
Actually, I think there was a catapult being placed there.
Yeah, if he shoots, he would be able to jump.
Exactly. So I'm not sure what. I think that Owl might have like not predicted that he wanted to become Will from there. That will be what I'm thinking that they're thinking. But Prospector is back now. He still has 2 more minutes to work with. And surprise, will he make it? It seems like he will not. Cyphers are looking slightly slower than we expected, considering this is the 3rd minute of the match now.
Yeah, that's true. And now he's even disturbing BB Cypher. Like, mind you though, Masandri is already at like, he's just 1 hit away from going down. So you can't depend on him to get that rescue up. So right now, Surprise is still dodging left and right, trying to buy enough time.
Well done.
Yeah.
Good job. Able to buy a lot of time.
Oh, nice.
Able to body block successfully, and now both of them will run towards the same direction. Oh, Prospector will be giving that. I don't think he was able to throw that magnet. So now he will be changing targets to that 1 full health member over here. They need to kind of at least try to heal up. If not, nobody can come for this rescue on the toy merchant. How did he manage to dodge that? And now we'll be able to get that basic.
Yes,
we'll get that.
Yeah, here's Flywheel. Nice. Yeah, but yeah, this is gonna be so hard. This is not like what? I thought that was gonna hit. That was such a beautiful throw. Yeah, I think it's Oxygen, honestly.
But actually, Oxygen came to the chat and said I don't think it's him. So yeah, I don't think it's Oxygen. And still very curious who this hunter is. But now we'll be changing targets to surprise the prospect over here, and he should try not to die in the center where the cipher is actually at.
Oh,
nice.
Is helping him.
Nice.
Oh no, the burst. Yeah, that elevation was not high enough to avoid it, but Surprise is going to go down. Guys, if you're ever wondering what your teammate is doing throughout the entire game for 5 minutes, well, that's what they're doing. They're decoding 7 ciphers.
Yeah, like why are they over decoding by so much? Like I'm not sure what's going on. And it's not double rescue too.
Yeah, it's not a double rescue. They were depending on the Merc to outplay with the pads. And look, Net Hour's decoding. BB is the only one running around. What's going on? Oh my god, he's gonna spot out. Is he gonna spot out? Wait.
No, they are putting all their eggs in a single basket. That's not why. This is as much as they want to. Yeah, they played so safely at the start. Cypher was so slow, and now all of a sudden they had to play riskily.
Wow.
They should have been playing. Oh, this is so tough.
Oh my god. It's a 4K. Yeah, I don't know about you, but I'm calling it. It's a 4K. There's no way in the
chair. Yeah. You're right. It's a 4K. And that's GG.
Oh my god.
Coming from the side of Maurice survivors, and it's a 5-0 in favor of UTP's Hunter, and it will be a 2-0 sweep for UTP.
I know, right? It's like, how do you put this, Show? It's like both games,
before we comment on anything, we need to give our flowers and congratulations to UTP for winning this second matchup of day number 1 going against Amori Hunter and Survivors. So it was a 14-4, I believe. So a huge point lead in both BO1 and 2. Excellently played by Utopia, Survivors, and Hunter.
Exactly. I mean, it was already he was already wasting 2 minutes trying to find the first survivor, and yet the ciphers are not. They're not equipped. I don't think they're used to. I don't know if it's the nerves or the jitters, but like I think that one simple gameplay in the middle, where the catapults were already placed beautifully for you to jump to the second floor, to gain even further distance, even if not to the second floor, further distance. That one simple gunplay, that one gun shot gameplay would have been able to change everything, but because it missed, he shot and he went down. I don't think there's much that they can do anymore, because full presence breaking wheel, what can you do? Only Toy Merchant has a flywheel. The rest of you, only Prospector, Toy Merchant has flywheel, and they're both injured. They're both already one spec away. So I just feel like UTP, it doesn't matter how many points Omori gets with 6 Hua. If the survivors cannot draw or defend, I feel like the Hunter is not going to be able to do much ultimately for the team.
They actually had a very good start for both VO1 and 2, and really unfortunate that they weren't able to really capitalize on opportunities that the Hunters have been giving. Yeah, because these two Hunters, right, from Xiaoji and Crimson, they actually have very, very not so good early game start. They actually managed to pop off in the mid towards the end part. So, we can definitely see the stronger side of them towards the later game, but maybe I think Omori survivors really need to rethink about how they can execute their matches effectively, because they actually had so much opportunities to actually play better.
Yeah.
But I think maybe...
But I still think that, yes, they got 4K twice in a row, but not 4K twice in a row. They got 4K, right? Twice in a row.
Yeah, they got 4K twice in a row. You're right.
Okay, sorry, I was trying to recall correctly. But despite that, I feel like it's just the tournament experience in the end, because Night Owl, obviously as a captain, he has the most. Him and Surprise. For the rest, I feel like MT, BB, I feel like if they stick together with this team and they try to nurture their team even more, they don't give up, they stick with this team, I feel like they can go a long way. They can come for the next IVA, which is going to happen in June. Then they can come for another IVA, which is going to happen in end of the year. They can come again for IVC. I feel like they can improve a lot. So don't give up, Omori, because I feel like they definitely have a lot of potential moving forward. Yeah. But let's look at the match stats. Everyone, again, kiting more than 60 seconds, but against a full presence. Will, brother, doesn't really matter, right, Chocho? Full presence.
Yeah, it doesn't matter at all. And job well done from the side of Crimson Hunter, right? He was able to capitalize on the opportunities that the survivors have been giving, and he was very clear in his direction. He saw that 3 people were injured. There was one full health, which was Toy Merchant, and he went to target that Toy Merchant, and it ultimately led to a situation where the person that had to come for the rescue was a 3/4 health mercenary and would have been down immediately with a single basic hit. So amazing. I mean, Crimson actually has a very good how do I say this, control of the whole situation, right?
Yeah.
He was able to put it into his favor, and I think that's not something that every single hunter can do. Yeah, he was able to look at the big picture.
Yeah, not to mention that he was forcing Omori survivors to keep opening up a new cipher to decode. You saw, right? Like 7 ciphers. I feel like the coding is almost 700%. So, yeah, but it's okay. Omori has done amazingly well, so we hope to see them again, guys. Don't forget to cheer them on, because again, this is the debut of Omori, right, in the SEA qualifiers, with more tournament experiences as a team. They can definitely go places, right? But speaking of which, I feel like we are gonna get our wishes granted very, very soon.
We have the very well-known player probably gonna be in interviews for the side of UTP. But now, is there any? I think you can start thinking about the questions that you want to ask. But I think we do have that one question that I think the chat was like, yes, we need to ask that question.
Yeah.
Right.
Did
so.
You curse?
No.
No. Okay.
How was the team team chat like? You know, like how what was the VC like? Like why was there such a messy situation inside B1, right? So
yeah, exactly.
yeah.
I also thought of another question, which is, what was the plan like playing the cowboy? Was it to solo the hunter in the graveyard? Like, what was the like? What's the plan? Like, were you planning to go up 1v1 against the hunter in the graveyard without any assistance? Like, how did it work out? Like, you know, like because I believe he will do that. But hey, we have to crown our MVP for tonight. It's gonna go to Crimson, Chocho.
Yeah, so Crimson actually did a very great job in trying to control the whole map, like his map control as well as the play that he had actually. Even though the early start wasn't good, he was able to make a comeback in the mid to end game. So that's something that is very good and definitely an MVP play that Crimson has displayed to us. So very well deserved MVP, I would say.
Yeah, well deserved MVP. Normally in that situation, right, like when the Cypher's going popping left and right, I think I would have panicked. You know, most hunters would panic, but you know, the top tier hunters in the tournament, I feel like they grasp the situation. They know the strengths of the hunter, and ultimately Crimson pulled it off from a shaky 4K to a very determining, very convincing 4K in the end. Well. It's a 2-0, so early night again tonight, right, Chocho? Like
we're having 2-0 sweeps since the first matchup that we had today, and I think we have another exciting one later coming on, which is our last match of the day, the third one, which is between RB versus Sync RS. So might be a couple of new faces that we'll be seeing later on, and we'll have the player introduction, so we'll not have them now. And I think one thing we can be excited for at this point in time would definitely be the interview that we will be having. Yeah, Vanilla Kindle, we will ask him if he screamed or not, alright, since you wanted to. It's not from us, it's from you guys.
Oh my god. I mean, I will probably start and say, how do you feel? You know,
I think we should do that first.
Yeah, how do you feel? I'm feeling... I don't know, maybe that's what he's gonna do. You know, I mean, he's in the military service. And
he's probably retired, honestly.
Yeah, he's probably is. But quite honestly, I'm so sad I couldn't finish this fantasy team with you.
Oh,
the fantasy team draft.
We can complete it another time. Oh, we only came with like one player.
Zhao Kan, best rescuer. What about best kiter? Let's just complete half of it tonight.
Oh, but I think we have to head to the interview first, yeah? So let's welcome our interviewee from UTP.
Who might it be? Let's see. It's the MVP from UTP, the nominee, Rain. For those of you who don't know, Rain original name is actually MX. Okay, so hello MX, how are you doing? Do you mind if I call you MX or Rain? Or you want me to call you?
Yeah, it's okay. I'm okay with anything.
Anything, yeah? Okay. All right, maybe I can call you, call you like Yagami. Anyway, how do you feel? How do you feel after that intense match, like those two games?
Happy, and we're all happy and excited. Yeah.
Okay.
Excited. Okay. I'll ask one more, and then Chocho, you take the next. Okay. What were you? Okay. So you guys did amazing against the Evil Reptilian, right? In game number 1, you got a 3-man escape. Okay. You didn't ban Evil Reptilian in the second game, and you chose the Cowboy. So what was the plan? Like, because you were 1v1, you were going 1v1 the Lizard with no help, no support. What was the game plan?
Actually, the game plan was little wrong because the spawn was wrong. So we picked wrong spawn because we was like saying we want to change spawn, but still haven't changed yet. Then when the game start, we settle our spawn. My spawn is quite bad for me to kite Lucino. Yeah. And his and Liu Hua Lucino is very good. So my spot is quite a little bad. Maybe I should switch a better spot. So yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
I thought you were trying
understood.
to challenge. I thought you were trying to challenge 1v1.
Okay. And all right, so in BO1, right, there was a very messy situation from your survivor side. So we just wanted to know what was the situation like? Like how did it end up that way?
Because the cheerleaders his first second chair was cheering back, like he bring back to the last cipher. Then the last cipher was like 90%, and I brought Thai. Gardener brought Thai, and so we were saying like, let me rescue the cheerleader to bring away the last cipher. And if he chair the last cipher, the cheerleader can go open new cipher. Yeah. So it was a little messy, but it was still in the control. Because if we just don't all die, I think we can all down on the cipher. Just maybe one or two is still in a control game. Yeah.
Yeah, very coordinated, I would say. And I think the chat was very curious whether you cursed in BC. So is it a yes or a no? No?
How's the voice
Alright,
chat?
so
How's the voice chat?
yeah, so MX is a very calm person, yeah, guys. So please don't assume that he's someone that cuss a lot. And last question, who is your biggest competitor in this SEA qualifiers?
For us, I think it's maybe GH. Yeah, they are very strong.
GH.
And Malpai is very strong hunter. Yeah.
All right.
I see. Before, you know, like Meow Pie. Yeah, speaking of Meow Pie, GH. Who do you think? Okay, like I know you're not I know you can't speak for your hunter, but you just speak on behalf of your team. Like going into the game, what do you think?
Sorry?
Who do you think is the game plan? What do you think is the game plan that you have going up against GH? Because you said that they're your biggest competitor. Any secret training game plan?
Our game
Something
plan
a little bit.
Our game plan is good luck, have fun.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, I mean, anyone. Okay, maybe we should do a little bit of a quick fire session, right? Okay, like we can ask him to complete the schedule as well. But before we do that, yeah, any message you want to give out to your fans out there?
I think we will do our best and try to get in as we can. We will just do our best, yeah.
I see. So there you have it, guys. MX.
Thanks, guys. We will try our best, yeah.
All right, MX from Team UTP, sharing with us his thoughts throughout the game. And wow, he looks a lot calmer than I.
He looks a lot more friendlier than I imagined from my past. And by the way, when I saw him, right, he was wearing the uniform, right? I actually have that banner of him still that he gave me in that same uniform. I should show it to you guys next time. Since they win this time, I'll probably show it in the next one if I'm commentating for that match. Yeah, we'll see about it.
Nano saying something funny as well. MX doing laundry while playing.
Wow, multitasking king.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah, but thank you so much to MX for accepting the interview and being so friendly with every one of us and being accepting of the questions. And now we will be heading into our last match of today. But now you want to end it off?
Yeah, for sure. Thank you for having us and hope you guys stay tuned. We're going to a short break. Don't forget your drinks and food. We'll see you right after this. Eli will actually be coming in to host with Chocho. So don't go anywhere, guys. See you.
A great peace. Ornaments, ascending octave scales, broad range and strings crescendo. In an instant, the stars fell from the sky, and the musical notes sprinkled to the ground. We are going to find out who wrote the rest note.
Here we are.
Is this mycelium?
This is finally.
The so-called glory. It's just fool's opinionatedness. In the quest for the unknown, we may have a glimpse of the brave new world. The rest note is announcing the advent of the greatest masterpiece.
When I heard the bad news once again, I knew the time to make a choice had arrived. The people around me often say music is my mission and glory. Their empty words intertwine into chords, and the notes played by them sustain the prosperity of both dynasties. Some offer their kindness, while some stop the music. I wish to respond to that kindness and hear the melody of peace once more. If heavy shackles stand in the way of it all, then let me remake them. Let me compose this movement myself.
If the father is a miner, so shall the son.
If you want it, come and get it.
I once thought the same.
Kind child, please, not abandon me. No! You don't do it, you hypocrite!
Poverty is the worst curse. But sometimes there are ways to make a change.
Me vois danser parmi les étincelles. Je danse, je danse dans ce monde étincelant, un amour qui vit et je m'ennuie. Mon cœur nostalgique pleure sous le poids de mes diamants. Par des désirs je m'écarte, car j'étais reine pour rêve fini et défier le destin aigri. Je voudrais te retrouver.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the third and final match of the first day of the Southeast Asia qualifiers for COA 7. I'm Eli O. Oh my god. Eli O joined here with Chocho for our final match of today. And Chocho, we were just talking about how good the theme song is, right? For this. So for any of you playing a musical instrument, I'm gonna do my best to get the actual notes for how to like play that song, and I'm gonna learn it, and then I'll like tell you guys how to do it. So yeah. Anyways, Chocho, anything you want to add to the conversation?
All right, so we are having our last matchup of today between Robbie's versus saying RS, Reason. And from our knowledge, we're not too sure who these players / teams are. They seem to be newly formed teams. And I think there might be one or two Japanese players that we might be introing. But let's look into our player introduction that we're seeing here. We are having, I believe that's Shane with that postman. Ruby Ja, you. I think you can continue from the photographer.
Can I? Leonard. Lenoy.
It's an I, by the way, but
okay. Well, I'm blind, so.
Lenoy, Chitoys, Marina,
Shifeng. Okay, I know that one. It's easy enough, I think.
Yeah. So.
But yeah, interesting. We see a photographer. I wonder if that's actually going to be. Well, there you go. I wonder if that's actually going to be a character we'll see get utilized in this tournament. Photo, not typically a tournament hunter, more of a rank hunter for people who like to play very long games and, you know, just have like 3 rank matches or 3 games in the whole rank session because photo games take an hour long. But interesting to see if we actually see photo get played in a tournament. We do have a 56% for elimination rate, which is actually very high. So that's a pretty impressive 3.08 average eliminations. Incredible numbers there for sure.
Yeah, and we're seeing Cheetos, another hunter that they have, means Bloody Queen from what we're seeing here, and has a 2.4 average elimination.
Yep.
Still looking not too bad. A tie and above hunter, but against a competitive team like Reason right now, may not be the best option to pick a Bloody Queen because you might actually get 3 escape if not 4.
Yeah, you know, good tie hunter for the most part, but in early rounds you typically want to go for more aggressive win strategies. We do have Shane, or is it Shane?
I think Shane is fine.
Yeah, Shane is fine. Acceptable. 54 seconds of average containment time, which unfortunately is pretty far below the average, but 51% escape rate is not too bad. It looks like there's going to be a kiting player, the number of rescues only being at 0.37. But yeah, it looks like potential decoder. Postman, not a character we see every day in the current meta, considering the fact that he was nerfed at some point to a point where the decoding letter is only 10% for both players, in comparison to the original 20%. So not quite as strong as it used to be, unfortunately, but still not a bad character overall. The gate opening letter can actually be game changing in some situations, in that the gate opening speed already is ridiculously fast, and it's, you know, sped up even more at that point.
Yep, and now we're having Ruby Ja, Survivor player, and seems like he will be playing the Mercenary. Escape rate of 54.1%, so high chance of him escaping, and also with at least 1 rescue each match. Pretty high containment time considering it's a Mercenary as well. 72nd, and a decoding progress of at least 1 cipher. So he's very responsible. He goes for rescues, he decodes, and he manages to escape out of the mana. Another character that he plays as well is Prisoner, and now we're moving on to you.
Yeah, it looks like we do have Journalist here. Another non-traditional character. Journalist is not very common in a lot of the meta. 75 seconds of containment time, quite high, but 47% average escape rate with 0.76 average rescues per game, which again, pretty low. So I'm not sure who the actual rescuer player is on this team. It looks like a lot of kiters potentially. Of course, Journalist is typically considered to be a rescue character, but in this case, it looks like more of kiting statistics. Same here, 0.44 for Marina as well. Again, not a rescuer player. 73 seconds of average containment time, slightly above average, around average, I would say, with a 47% escape rate. Listed as Lawyer, which I definitely hope to see in this match. Of course, we talked about this earlier. Lawyer is a very strong character in the current meta, and I think completely underrated. Even at the point where Lawyer was recently nerfed, still has incredibly strong gameplay to come out here. We also have Shifeng as well, which, yeah, again, not a rescuer player. 0.5 number of rescues per game on average. 75 seconds containment time, again, very average, and 41% escape rate. So again, another kiting player.
Yeah, so other characters that Shifeng plays, according to what have been submitted, is also Professor and Acrobat. So probably when we'll be seeing him kite later on. We don't have really designated rescuer like you've mentioned, so we'll see how it's going to be played out. Now, moving on to RS Team Reason, we have Kage, Fall, Muhyo, Midori 2.0, and Sky. So it seems like they have 5 survivors and only 1 hunter. So I'm kind of guessing probably the hunter is the Japanese hunter, seeing the name Muhyo. You can take us through it, Eli.
Yeah, we do have a 81% for elimination rate. I'm actually curious where the statistics come from for both these hunter sides, because 81% for elimination rate is next to impossible in tournament. So this could be from a rank sample size or something. I'm not entirely sure, because it also 3.76 average eliminations per game. Also basically unheard of, almost impossible to do, especially in a tournament situation. So but yeah, still wherever this came from, still very impressive to see. So it looks like they're listed as a Naiad player. But I would imagine some of these hunters will lead with Opera Singer and things like that. We do have Kage here with 85 seconds of containment time. Looks like this is listed as 4, but the number of rescues also still relatively low. So it looks like they're going to be the first kiter, most likely based off of these statistics. 85 seconds of containment time with 39% average escape rate. Means that they're escaping less, but they are kiting more, which means they probably will be playing a character that will get that first kite.
Yeah, so according to what I've been submitted as well, he plays the Seer and Forward. So far you've seen it already. So I guess he does kite and also harass a little bit. We'll see whether the harassment will be up to par, because currently today we haven't really seen any harassment other than from like teamwork plays from GH survivors, the Wilding and Gardener play. So other than that, we don't really see much teamwork plays from the other teams. And now moving on to Midori. Not sure which one?
Yeah, I don't know which one. One of them. It looks like we have Antiquarian here, of course. Antiquarian, a very strong character currently. Probably the best in the game, I think is safe to say, for the most part. 70 seconds of average containment time, which is, again, around the average here. And 46% escape rate. Again, 0.77 on the number of rescues is a little bit lower than a normal rescuer player per game. So, again, maybe not a rescuer. I guess none of these teams rescue. We just 5 Cypher Kite to Dungeon, apparently. We got Sky as the next one here, listed as Gardener, 84 seconds of containment time. Again, very impressive here. Average escape rate of 53%. 0.56 number of rescues, again, below average for what would be a rescuer player. So, most likely not the case. And 84 seconds, though, is very, very high above the average for sure. So expect to see some good things from this player.
Yeah, so this player also plays the Perfumer, Little Girl, and Prisoner, so probably a full-on kiter kind of person in this team. And now moving on to Ayane, another survivor player that they have here, plays the Lawyer and Explorer, so mainly decoder roles. And considering that Opera Singer has been kind of the go-to hunter for BO1, and hunters somehow just keep banning the Explorer in the Chinese mainland teams tournament, so might not really see him play much of Explorer, but probably Lawyer, I would say.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd like to shout out Lawyer for the hairstyle as well.
Are you going to do that?
Almost as good as mine, but not quite.
Almost as good as yours, okay.
Imagine I just did the Lawyer. Imagine I just pulled up tomorrow and I just had the Lawyer hair. Oh, you know, I actually have like the Lawyer
the specs,
glasses.
Ah.
Yeah. I have like some IDV merch with like the Lawyer glasses. I could wear the Lawyer glasses and do the Lawyer hair. That would be crazy.
Tomorrow?
I don't know if I could pull that off though. I'm gonna be honest. I can pull up the glasses, but not the hair. That's a little much for me. I'm gonna be honest.
We'll see about that tomorrow if you decide to.
I'll consider it.
Go for that, I guess. But for now, we do have these 2 teams, rather new. If you guys have any information on them somehow, because maybe they're your friends or they've changed their names, do let us know. But hopefully both teams will be able to play very well, and we'll see who ultimately comes on top. And this team that will come on top, I believe they will go against UTP, if I remember correctly. So We just gotta wait and see, and we'll find out at the end when the broadcast is shown to us once again.
We are going to have the map selections for our third and final game of today. It looks like it is going to be an Arms Factory map selection with the Hunter of RB leading first here. Sacred Heart Hospital was banned. Pretty standard to see that hospital get banned in the early rounds. That is probably the most banned map next to Leo's Memory. Obviously, both those maps are considered to be survivor-sided to a point where a lot of hunters don't want to play on it. Also, Leo's Memory is just not optimal for a lot of players in general. So, but we're going to see Sacred Heart Hospital removed, not wanting to have to deal with that hospital loop. Sacred Heart Hospital being the one map where Mind's Eye is theoretically playable, but obviously there's still better characters, so don't ever do that. But it looks like it is going to be Arms Factory to lead here, which is a little bit interesting, considering that Arms Factory is not exactly a great Opera Singer map. So it could be that Opera Singer may not be the lead hunter in this situation. We have seen some of these hunters go back to things like Dream Witch in the round 1 situation ever since the Opera Singer nerf. Opera Singer, of course, still the best hunter in the game, but there is, of course, other options as well.
Yeah, and a reason, maybe because RB picking Arms Factory, right, could be because of, remember the Bloody Queen that we just saw? Also plays the Photographer. Yeah, so how do you think Photographer might fare in this Arms Factory map if he decides to go for that? If he decides to go for that.
It's a big if right there.
Yeah.
I will say two things. Out of any map that Photo could play on, besides Red Church, I would say Arms Factory is probably Arms Factory and Church are probably the best, just because they're small maps. It's easier for Photo to get around the map and find survivors in the early game in the first Photo world. But I will say there are at least 10 other hunters I can list that would be significantly stronger than Photographer. So who knows? We'll have to see. I know a lot of people are going to dislike me for that opinion, but it is unfortunately the truth. Actually, it's not an opinion, it's somewhat factual. But if there's any map, for Photo to plan, it would be something like Arms Factory or Church, I would say. And, it's kind of interesting as well because, if you think about, if you wanted to play, let's just say this player is playing Photo round 1, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're going to pick Church or Arms. You don't want to pick Church because it gives the opponent opportunity to play Opera Singer, right? Whereas Opera Singer is not as strong on Arms Factory. So this would make a little bit more sense. Looks like we're going to see Dancer and Antiquarian as the first bans here. And we'll see what that ultimately leads into.
And straight up, we will be seeing that Explorer being picked over here alongside with the Gardener. Losing Explorer in the first 2 global bans. What are your thoughts on it, Eli?
It's a little interesting, but I understand it because, obviously if you want to go Decoder in the later round, you still have Lawyer as a potential option. Also, if an Opera Singer does come out, Explorer, obviously Cypher is very important against that Hunter, so that's pretty effective. If for some reason Photographer did come out, Explorer is actually very good against Photo, actually counters Photo, because you can instantly pop Cyphers before the Photo world ends and reduces that progress, right? So that's why this character is very good against a potential Photographer. Looks like we're going to see the Airplanist as well. Definitely makes sense here. You don't really need a big map rescuer like Mercenary because it is Arms Factory, so Airplanist is a perfectly fine rescuer. It looks like Mercenary will be banned, but I don't think RS minds this. They could go Officer, or they could even go another non-rescuer here as they already have that Airplanist and Explorer to potentially bring Tide Turner.
I see. So we do have the last rescuer being banned over here, Mercenary, and they will be sticking with that first officer, a very standard rescuer alongside with the Mercenary. So looking at this team comp as a whole, right? Is there any plays they are lacking in when it comes to probably support, rescue, or not kite?
It was pretty good. I mean, you got a Decoder, you have Gardener, and Airplanist, which can both be considered, kiting characters and also could potentially rescue. You got the Officer as well. So yeah, I think this is pretty solid overall. And we're actually gonna see Dream Witch. And this actually is a backfire moment for the survivors because this team comp is hard countered by Dream Witch, right? So you have Officer, which can get Patroller out of Pocket Watch. You have Explorer, which can easily get found by the main body. And you have Gardener, which is just not effective against the Dream Witch at all. And you also have Airplanist, which cannot use your rocket abilities when patrolled, right? So you actually, this team comp, while it may be good against something like Opera Singer or Photographer, it's actually very, very weak to Dream Witch. So if this player has a strong Dream Witch on their side, we could expect some very good things from the Hunter side right now.
Yeah, very excited to see how this might potentially play out. Currently, like I mentioned, it's looking like it's more it's favored towards RB's Hunter. We'll see how RS decides to go against this Dream Witch over here, and very exciting matchup that we might be seeing here. There is, I think, I guess Aeroplanist is still fine, right? When it comes to rescues, he can just fly towards the chair, and it kind of prevents the Dream Witch from getting that hit away from the chair too much. So we will definitely see that possibly having. But you know, I've played Explorer for so often already. Explorer against a Dream Witch, and now we do see the spawn location. Explorer being right below the Dream Witch is definitely not ideal at all.
Definitely not ideal. And I'm actually curious to this Explorer spawn. I guess the idea here is that Explorer most likely will get found anyway because it is a Dream Witch. You might as well spawn Explorer in a good kiting area. And I think the survivors just were not expecting Dream Witch at all, right? Because you wouldn't go with this team composition. Looks like we're back to us. But you wouldn't go with this team composition if you were expecting Dream Witch. You would have Barmaid, you would have Psychologist, you would have Acrobat. There's plenty of options that you could have, right? You also wouldn't have Explorer, right? So a lot of things here that wouldn't really make as much sense, right? So the fact that we see this team composition, I think the survivors just didn't expect Dream Witch at all. And honestly, we didn't either, right? We don't really know these two teams that well. These are two newer teams, so it could be that the information is just a bit limited here in this situation, unfortunately. And it looks like we are actually getting into the match now, so we're okay onto the right camera now, it looks like. So it looks like we're gonna have most likely just gonna go straight for the Explorer. Explorer's gonna rotate out early and actually gain some distance. So anytime you can waste early against Dream Witch is pretty important for how this match plays out.
Yeah, and this Dream Witch, she really wants blood, and Explorer's blood specifically. And Iron is trying to figure out what a hunter is, but at this point in time, he will be leeched on, and 3 ciphers are being worked on now.
Yep.
A bit late.
Like we're gonna see him try to force the leech hit if possible here. Okay, Explorer is going to take the leech hit here. I think he probably could have ran away if he continued to run in the other direction, but looks like Explorer also does not have borrowed time as well. So going for the Survivor first could be good for the Dream Witch. The good news is it was a first hit leech. At least there wasn't a spawn hit. You never want to give an early spawn hit. Let's see what Explorer can do. He does have flywheel to work with here, but the follower is relatively close. So you got to be very careful. You got to time this first vault. You got to transition to the next pallet. Use the pallet to cancel the bite, and you can flywheel the next. Oh, he misses it, but he does have flywheel. He could flywheel this last bite here. This is really important for the Explorer to time this properly. Does he time the flywheel? Looks like he did flywheel, and I think he kites out this patroller. The question is, can he live in this area? Nope, we're gonna see another patroller come out. So excellent job from the Explorer here, and he is going to just use this time to make some distance with this spawn follower patrol. I don't think, unfortunately, he is long for this world, but a pretty good kite for an Explorer versus a Dream Witch.
Yeah, very, very good kite already, and now we'll be down 3 full ciphers, almost done. So a very successful kite, but Eli, I believe Dream Witch might be chairing this nearer towards one of the ciphers will be popped already. How do you think, what should be the focus point for this Dream Witch at this point in time?
Okay, so you do have pressure onto the factory cipher, but it does pop. So already this is pretty big. This is pretty difficult. At this point, what you're gonna do is you're gonna camp out this chair, and then on the next down, you're gonna use the leech to camp the chair on the second chair, and use the spawn follower to camp wherever the last cipher machine is. And because you have the Explorer eliminated first, it means they're forced to start an extra one at that point. So right now you're just gonna regular camp here. Gonna get the hit on the officer. Officer opting to not use a watch here. So you really just can't get double hit. And it looks like he is not going to get double hit here. I would have liked to see the Dream Witch try to push the officer a little bit just to bait out a watch, but it looks like, nope, just gonna take the leech down. He's gonna chair the survivor, and he's gonna bring the main spawn to one of the cipher machines here, and he's gonna use the leech to camp the Explorer.
Yeah, so during that period, right, where Explorer was checked and now she's down, right, again, the ciphers didn't really progress a lot, and the 4th and 5th cipher is still within the not ready range. So what is the Dream Witch trying to do now, Eli?
I think at this point, just trying to create a little bit of map pressure. We're going to see a patroller onto the Aeroplanist, trying to get a free hit here. Also, Aeroplanist would be the next rescuer. So we hit the Aeroplanist with this spawn follower. It means that Aeroplanist cannot rescue, but I think the Aeroplanist is going to be able to avoid this hit. So unfortunately, a wasted trait there. And yeah, at this point, the survivors have the ciphers to win the game. It really just comes down to, can Dream Witch stop this? I'm going to use another patroller here. But I actually don't think this. He's gonna jump to avoid this. Yeah, I don't think this patroller really matters because Aeroplanes can get relatively close to the chair. I think the main thing at this point is just, can the patroller prevent him from making the rescue before the survivor expires?
Yeah, if he manages to rescue this person, there is a tight turner, and ciphers might be enough for that 4-man detention period. So
I don't think he makes it though. I don't think he makes it. Yep, he's not gonna make it.
So he'll be out of that area, will not be able to rescue. So this Dream Witch able to focus on his goals, which is to prevent that rescue from happening. And now it will be looking towards more of a tie than a win situation for the survivors. RB will be heading towards one of the last cipher, I believe, 76%. And focus will be on Midori. They have to decode a 6 cipher.
And see, the thing is because the Dream Witch never forced out a watch, right? So you still have 2 watches to work. So he's going to use one of the watches here, and then you still have another one for endgame, which is pretty strong. So there's one of the watches. This should allow him to avoid the hit completely. It looks like Dream Witch is just going to... You could leech, or you could change targets. Looks like you're probably going to leech and then change targets here. Most likely it's going to be the case. So there's the leech onto the officer. That forces the officer to either de-leech or get healed before continuing to do anything at this point. Last cipher machine 85. Will the survivors push it, or are they just going to slow the game down and open a new one? It looks like they're really trying to push for the end game. Dream Witch has trade swap. Could potentially go... No, he's going to patroller. And that means you can't pop it, right? Because if you pop with the patroller, then you're just dead to detention. Nobody hits anyway, so that allows the... So then why patroller? I don't understand.
He just wasted his trait.
Yep.
And... but now he'll be down onto the first officer Midori, and the gates, none of it have been opened yet.
Yep. So it looks like the problem here is that for the Dream Witch is that you have to choose. You got to either go get the officer, or you got to continue to chase this guard. Looks like he's going to go get the officer here. Dream Witch can 3-kill. So what needs to happen here is Dream Witch can leech this officer and then use the spawn to chase another survivor. And the nice thing here is the spawn does still have trait ability, right? So you can switch to blank. But he has to leech the officer. Dream Witch has to leech the officer first, and then use the spawn follower to down another survivor. But it looks like they're already onto the other exit gate here. We could potentially see... He's not going to leech the officer. Really trying to find this aeroplanist, which they are able to do here, it looks like.
Yeah, and aeroplanist still has one more jetpack to use. So we'll see how he plays that out well. Gardener, after she opens the gate, will she run towards the chair and get that rescue? We're seeing on the bottom left.
The thing is, so it depends on detention time at this point. I think first officer would expire before. Gardner technically could go in with a bubble, and officer could use a pocket watch, but I'm not sure. You gotta be really careful here. Looks like he's trying to use the airplanist leech to potentially try to down him. Does he have a trait on this? He does have a trait. He uses the jetpack. And he avoids the hit completely. That is a huge game-changing play because now you can potentially kite out. There's no trait here, so you can potentially kite out detention. But the Gardener never went for the rescue. The Gardener never went for the rescue here, which means that airplane is just going to get down here, and that's going to be a 3-kill. I'm not sure why Gardener didn't pressure the rescue here, unfortunately. That's going to be a big misstep from RS, and that allows for a 3-kill in this position.
Yeah, so I would say when it comes to the late game, RV had... He knows what he was doing, RV. He just decides to go for the better option over there. He didn't leech the first officer like you've mentioned, so there was actually no leech that was being pressured on the chair. So kind of curious to see why first officer didn't communicate that there was no leech in front of me. Gardener, could you come over and rescue instead? So maybe there could be a miscomms or something, but congratulations to RB's Hunter for getting that 3-kill right for first half of BO1.
Yeah, so in that situation, you actually want to, as a Dream Witch, you want to leech the survivor on chair, right? So that way, if the main body goes too far away to chase a new survivor, because the problem is, the Dream Witch had the spawn follower camping the chair, right? But when you leave to go find a new survivor, the spawn follower is going to follow you, which abandons the chair, right? And it allows for a free rescue. Unfortunately, the survivors didn't take advantage of it. But what you want to do as a Dream Witch in that situation, this is actually good for anyone who wants to learn Dream Witch. You want to leech the survivor on chair, and then the leech will always stay on the chair because it's going to stay with the leech survivor on chair, right? And you can use that leech with detention. You'll just camp that chair out until the survivor's gone and no one can rescue. And then you use the spawn follower. You bring the main body away to chase a new survivor with the spawn follower, right? And that's how you secure your other down. That way the follower will never leave the camping chair. But unfortunately, the Dream Witch didn't do that. They did just use the spawn follower to camp. The spawn follower ended up leaving to go after the main body, but the Gardener opted to not rescue, so that worked out pretty nicely for the Hunter side.
Yeah, so I mean, if it works out, it works out, and now we'll be having this second half where RB Survivor will be going against RS Hunter, but since we have little to no clue as to who will be in the main lineup, so it's kind of curious to see how it's going to be played out. But then again, we have to remind each other that this is RB's map selection, and RB picking the Dream Witch and getting a 3-kill is definitely something that they want. So we'll see whether RB survivors will be able to kind of keep up, at least get a tie, such that they do get that advantage throughout.
Absolutely. So yeah, pretty good start here for this team. And, you know, I feel like based off of this team composition, I'm trying to think if the game could have gone any differently. It looked like it's a good comp for Dreamwitch to play against. But, I mean, just imagine if Airplanes was able to get that rescue. It could have actually been a winning position. I feel like the Dreamwitch had, in terms of Cypher pressure, was a bit lacking, right? Because they kind of allowed them to decode all the last Cyphers for free. In that endgame situation, instead of trying to stop the Aeroplanist, which ended up working out okay. That's a bit more conservative. You stop Aeroplanist, then you can tie. A lot of Dreamwitches would bring the spawn forward to the last Cypher machine and use the leech to camp the chair. But in this case, it ended up being okay. It was still able to get a 3-kill in round number 1. And so, yeah, it's kind of interesting to see if RS actually has an opera singer player, right? Because we saw this round 1 map selection with Arms Factory most likely being chosen for something like Dreamwitch in this case. But opera singer, of course, usually how do we see in round 1 still on the table here for this second half?
Yeah, and I think one thing we need to mention about this match also, I think Fall actually had a pretty fast reaction time when it came to the end game. The leech blinked, right? And he immediately clicked on his jetpack such that he moves forward 3 times. So, still, reaction time wise is very good. And also, the Explorer did an amazing kite at the start. Yeah, considering the Explorer with 9-12, able to kite out 1 patroller and 3 Cypher kite, right? So that's amazing stuff already coming from the side of the survivors. And yeah, I think they really need to somewhat speed up that 4th and 5th Cypher in between. Like, it was way too long for the Cyphers to be progressing after they finished their 3rd Cypher. Explorer sat on the chair and down the second time already, and still the Cyphers were less than 50% progressed. So if they really want to work on their 4-man detention period, they have to decode somehow slightly faster. I'm not too sure what happened in between, honestly.
Yeah, and I do think if the Dreamwitch established a stronger pressure, because the Dreamwitch had very limited map pressure. We're talking about how usually you'd bring that follower to the last Cypher machine and try to slow down the Cypher progress. Dreamwitch didn't really focus on Cypher progress at all. They were just kind of just like single targeting 1 survivor at that point, and just trying to secure like a tie, I guess, but it ended up being a 3-kill. Also, I'm very curious. I think the play at the end where they patrolled and then hit the survivor and let them pop, I'm not really sure what the mindset was there, because that kind of just allowed for free Cypher pop, an unfortunate waste of trait. I feel like you could have... There's plenty of ways you could have gone about that. You could main body abnormal. It wouldn't be that strong because you didn't really have any pressure on the field at that point, but it was a possibility. You could save the main body for in case you need to switch to teleport late game, or I'm not really sure, but yeah, just using the patrol and then hitting was a little bit interesting. But yeah, either way, it's still that, you know, you really see the power of Dreamwitch in the end game. You're able to essentially down 1 survivor and then go for another survivor at the same time. So that's pretty good. Pretty good.
I think, yeah, it didn't really make sense, right? The patrol at the end. Maybe, right? I'm just saying maybe. Really misclicked. Like how today's first match, ST at Moon River Park, the Hunter kind of misclicked his blink instead of changing to teleport. So Hunters need to really loosen up a little bit. As much as this is a really like a tournament, if you're too nervous and you're unable to perform well, there's still no point in you trying to wanting to show your full potential. Because clearly, it seems like Inouye has it. Inouye has it. All right. Man has it. So, yeah, hopefully in BO2 onwards, if the Hunter is not changed, maybe he can have a redemption match when it comes to his other Hunters. Yeah, but still, a 3-kill is still amazing, and we shall move on from there. And now we'll move on to RB Survivors versus RS Hunter.
Yeah, it looks like...
How does an opera singer fare at the Arms Factory?
Well,
does it perform well as in other maps, or is it just lacking a little bit in certain aspects?
It's definitely not one of the better maps, right? Because a good map would be like Eversleeping or Red Church. You have a lot more options there. But here, it's not quite as good. Obviously, kiting in Factory can be pretty effective. Also, there's a lot of open transition areas that can be a little bit difficult. There's a lot of strong pallets that Opera Singer is usually forced to break. So I would say for the most part, it's not one of the better maps for Opera Singer, right? So it's also interesting, based off of the statistics, we expect that these two teams will be more hunter-sided than anything, right? Because the Survivor statistics were all right, but the hunter statistics were definitely elevated past the standard. So I would say that for the most part, we'd expect more of the hunters to be putting in the most work here. We did say that in the first round, but we saw very high 4 elimination rates from both hunters, and that was not a 4 elimination, which means that if this hunter on the other side is going to come out and get a 4 elimination, then that would mean RS would win the first round.
All right, so we've heard it from Eli, and Eli, actually I have a question for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Right, so just now did push me this question, but we didn't manage to finish this. You shall help us with that, all right? So we have imagine we have a chance to create the best SEA team with any of these players, regardless of language barrier, etc., etc. Who will be the 4 survivors in the main lineup?
Gotta process this. Hold on.
Right.
Think about this a little bit. Okay, 4 survivors would be. I'm trying to remember who's. Everyone's so good, like you just gotta figure it's difficult. It's difficult.
The best of the best.
Panda. My son Panda.
Right.
My son Panda. And then little boy.
Oh, okay.
Narakun.
Okay.
And then I would say that's tough. What do you think? What do you think? Who's the 4th? What do you got?
I actually chose Zhao Kan for my first player. I actually did.
Well, I mean, the thing about it is who plays what character. So I guess you do need a rescuer player as the last one. I don't know, who's the best rescuer player in Southeast Asia?
In my mind, it's, even though he did Terror Shock just now, but still Zhao Kan. I think Zhao Kan.
Okay. So you got 3 GH and one Panda.
One ex-FT player. And then for Hunter side, only one Hunter. Who will you be?
One Hunter. One Hunter. Oh, that's pretty tough, actually. You can be the Hunter, Jojo. You can be the.
I don't know. I would say Melpai, but
I think Cougar's pretty. I actually really like Cougar as well. So.
Yeah, Cougar is very good, like BO3, BO4, BO5 hunters. Like very, very good. He has a huge character pool. So it depends on what you want. But if you say like BO3 matchup, I would say maybe Melpai. Yeah, but now we'll be heading into the match once again with RB Survivors versus RS Hunter, Antiquarian, and Aeroplanist Band. What do you think is going through his mind? Like, what are the picks that could be possible from the side of Hunter?
Oh, one more thing. Chojo can coach the Chojo.
You said Chojo can choke. What the hell?
Chojo can coach the what's that one character you play that jumps into trees? What is it?
Toy Merchant?
Oh, Toy Merchant, yeah, the one that jumps into trees.
I don't jump into trees, okay? I help you guys land safely, okay? It's just unfortunate.
Statistically speaking, okay, anyways, back to the match. We do have Antiquarian and the Aeroplanist Band first. Going to go straight into Dancer here, which is interesting. We don't actually see Dancer utilized as much in the first round because, Opera Singer can get through those boxes pretty quickly, but a map like Arms Factory, Dancer is quite good. I remember back in my Dancer days, I was cracked.
Dancer days?
I was cracked. my Dancer was broken, dude. You don't even... Chojo, was my Dancer good, yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay.
I feel like disappointed because of the...
I don't know why you're hesitating so long.
Yeah, that's suspicion. Wait, but we need to point out something though. They pick First Officer as their first 2 picks. Globally banned out.
Yeah, so that means we don't have one of those rescue characters in the later rounds, which means that once we get into a later round situation, the Hunter can actually just ban Aeroplanist and Mercenary in the first 2 in these following rounds, which means they don't have any rescuer at that point. I mean, you would have Wildling or Gravekeeper, but unfortunately those are not quite as strong as those other 3 characters. So we also see a Weeping Clown in round number 1. So it could be that we're not expecting an Opera Singer Because Dancer against Opera isn't necessarily the best. Ento's not necessarily the best. Opera Singer can get through the bees pretty quickly. There's no real Opera counter. I mean, nothing really hard counters Opera, but there are soft counters. And there's not even really soft counters here to Opera. So it looks like they're just not expecting Opera Singer at all at this point.
Actually, I'm curious. With the Weeping Clown using his rocket, right, and the Opera Singer moving by speed, right, who's gonna win ultimately?
Wait, who?
Like, okay, imagine Opera Singer versus Singer Weeping Clown. Yeah.
Like the Dashing Bro versus Opera.
Yeah.
I think Opera.
Opera might win, right? So
Here's the problem. It's more like this. It's more like this, right? When Weeping Clown goes for the dash, the Opera can just dash and hit him out of the rocket before he can make enough distance, right? So that's kind of the problem. So like you have to start your rocket dash from super far, like away from the Opera, and at that point the Opera can just bait it from like a distance, and it's just kind of like, it's like, okay, well, that was a waste, you know what I mean? So like that's why we really don't see Weeping Clown used that much against Opera. That's why it's better to have something like an Aeroplanist or a Patient. Obviously we don't have Aeroplanist here, but even Patient could have been a bit more effective.
All right, so we'll see who Muhyo, which I'm assuming is a Japanese hunter, will be picking over here. Usually when they recruit Japanese hunters, right, they do have quite interesting character pools, Mad Eyes, etc., etc. So Mu Hui, I wonder if he's recruited for based off the skill he has for a specific hunter, which might not be meta, or is it something that is of meta? This one we have absolutely no clue about this, so it's a YOLO situation that we're seeing here. But from what we have here, he has the Sculptor,
the Naiad.
Sculptor. They literally just give us one thing, Sculptor.
The Naiad, maybe. Oh yeah, Naiad. Oh my God, Naiad. But I knew it, guys. Just kidding. I saw it on the screen first. But yeah.
But if picking a Naiad going into this team comp, any easy chases?
Well, Dancer's pretty good. The thing is, I think they kind of expected this a little bit, because obviously Clown's good against Naiad. You can dash out of the water range. Entomologist can be pretty good as well, as long as you're able to position yourself in a good area to, use the bees to avoid getting basic hit after leaving the water range. Dancer isn't necessarily the best, because Naiad can loop off the area where the boxes are, but Dancer in Factory, Dancer in 3 Paladin Arms Factory is really strong as well, so I think it's not exactly easy for the hunter side, and especially if you have to get a 3 kill and you're playing a tie hunter like Naiad. I think this is definitely an uphill battle for the RS hunter. And yeah, 2 hunters where we don't see a round 1 Opera Singer is very curious, considering how strong Opera is in this current meta. I think a lot of these teams are missing out on that round 1 selection, unfortunately, but we'll see if this actually works, because again, Naiad not really known for having, Naiad's not a huge win potential hunter, and against this team comp it's not exactly easy.
So we just have to wait and see. Players are all getting ready. I'm curious to see whether they do have those personas ready. And now moving on to the spawn locations, quite similar to the Dreamage one. We do have the hunter spawning at the same location and the female dancer right below. So I think you would have preferred female dancer to respawn mid. Would I be wrong to say that?
Usually I like Dancer to spawn mid, but I think it's Naiad Factory is fine, because obviously Dancer is a good chase target for a Naiad. So I think here it's probably a little bit better that Dancer spawns Factory. I don't really mind this. But yeah, obviously there's definitely ways Dancer can play against Naiad. There's a certain way you have to play Dancer against Naiad. And so basically how you do that is you set up a box, you wait for the Naiad to pull back the trident, and then you spin away as she's pulling back. You get out of range of getting hit by a basic hit, right? And that's sort of your strategy, because Dancer can avoid the boxes by just looping them off. But as a Dancer, you need to use the music box to spin out of the water range. That's kind of the strategy here. But yeah, we'll see if Marina's able to pull that off. Of course, we do have the second half of round number 1 of the 2 teams, and we're already in the game. Okay, anyways, it looks like Naiad is going to go straight for the Factory here. Already, the Dancer does have that slow box fed up, and he's going to use this time to transition away. But Dancer already is going to opt to completely leave Factory, setting up another slow box here. Let's see if Dancer's able to set up that play where you loop, where you use that spin move to get out of range of the water here. And Dancer is able to do it and make it to the pallet. So that's exactly how you're supposed to play Dancer against Naiad. So excellent job from this Dancer early game. Now you want to make sure you don't get watered off here. And because Dancer, and does she have another spin? It might be on cooldown though. It is on cooldown.
Yeah, so able to max out all of his 3 boxes. And someone just bees, I think it might be coming over, considering he's being used now. So you might be seeing potential support coming through, and Blink will be up in about 5 seconds.
And so the thing is, even if you go for an Ento support here, obviously you do have, okay, so the bees are positioned in this area. Naiad's just gonna go ahead and take these down. and Ento was able to pull them back, I think, after one hit. Dancers are doing a pretty good job of just wasting time at this point, but Blink is online. So basically, as a dancer, you need to get to your slow box, you need to wait for the Naiad to pull back the Trident, and then you need to either get a speed boost from something. Gonna get it from the window here. Will Naiad blink this? No. Good patience from the Naiad, not to blink this too soon here. Dancer's gonna use this another speed boost, just utilizing these speed boosts. She needs to get behind, I was gonna say she needs to get behind these 3 barrels so she can avoid the blink, but is able to get the blink out anyways, which is not too bad, and pretty decent kite for a dancer versus a Naiad, I would say.
Yeah, and a little bit of delay in the third cipher due to entomologies pushing the bees all the way to the arms factory area. But yeah, almost a 3 cipher kite, and I believe the first officer will be coming for this rescue.
Absolutely, and it looks like just gonna go ahead and loop off this water off this area here. First officer does.
Oh,
I think he avoided. Did he avoid that? I'm not sure. Anyways, up to 32% here. She's just gonna water off this entire area. Officer gonna try to go for the rescue here. Ento Beast coming in for the support here. Chucks the officer off the chair, and that is all of a sudden a huge game-changing play. As an officer player, as the rescuer, you can just wait for the Ento to use the bees there. The Naiad has to swing because you have to either hit the bees or hit the survivor, or else the bees are just going to push you away for free. So just let the Naiad swing and then get the rescue after the swing animation completes. But the officer just unfortunately way too impatient.
Gosh.
And now we're going to see another potential camp out here, watering off the chair. There's the bait, and he can get it before the survivor explodes. Oh, the chair shock! And I think that might be it. A double down situation for this Naiad, a double stuffed rescue. And we were just talking about how Naiad is such a tie hunter, but here, you know, when you terror shock 2 people in a row, it's pretty easy to win, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, because of any hunter, even if you're like a 1-kill hunter or like 4 escape hunter, you get 2 terror shocks. That's pretty much it, honestly. And now Shane trying to do something here. The moment first officer did that terror shock, the cipher situation just went on a standstill. Nobody was decoding anymore. Everybody was just running, making a mad dash to rescue the female dancer, and unfortunately get that terror shot once again. So now, is there any way the survivors could come back from this, Eli?
I mean, 2 full ciphers to go. Someone already dead, someone on chair. I don't see this as a possibility. I mean, Ento's gonna come in for this rescue here, but now you got a full presence Naiad that can potentially even stuff this rescue here. There's a dash, there's a 50 dashes, it is full presence. Now you can just water off this area. Pops the Ento. She's gonna flywheel, but she can't even make the rescue, so this is just a matter of time at this point.
Yeah, so
he's gonna hit him with the rocket, which, you know, don't know about how much that's gonna do here at this point.
Yeah, it's very much it's a very dire situation that we're seeing here from the side of survivors, and now entomologists will be down, and the rescue does happen onto the first officer by the whipping clown. So almost 2 full ciphers remaining, and 2 half hells. Nobody able to come to, and whipping clown seems like he's almost down already. 85% humidity on him.
And just a matter of time again for the Naiad to clean up shop here, as Potch would say. It looks like we're gonna see it just pressuring off the cipher machine here. Interesting, he's gonna give the rescue. You might as well just camp out the he's gonna teleport back here, but the survivors are able to make the rescue here in time. And the officer does have a watch to work with. Just gonna go ahead and bait out that last watch and maybe change back to the Weeping Clown, who does have, or sorry, not the Weeping Clown, the Entomologist, who does not have any items. Does have Flywheel, but it is on cooldown. And yeah, again, just cleaning things up here as much as possible. Now, if you're the Naiad, you don't want to get complacent. You want to make sure you secure this down, and does secure down on the Entomologist. You don't want to actually give them an opportunity because they are down to 1.5 ciphers. So you got to be a little bit careful here. And I think allowing that free rescue might have been a little bit hasty.
Absolutely, and yeah, 2 of them half health. Yeah, it's just a very slow, dire situation that ultimately will end up the way we actually predicted already, with that 2 terror shocks that happened in a straight row. So yeah, Whipping Clown doesn't have self-heal anymore, so the moment Whipping Clown gets down, Moonhyo can actually just go straight for the first officer, chair that person, and it's a GG situation for them. Shifeng still on that 98% cipher.
Yeah, it's able to get that pop off, but the problem is Weeping Clown doesn't have self-heal, right? So Weeping Clown technically needs to kite until the officer can prime the cipher, does have a rocket to work with, needs to use the rocket right now, so is going to be able to use the rocket to stay out of range here. But I don't know if this is really going to matter. It's only going to avoid one trident. And also the other thing is the hunter's going to have teleport back in 10 seconds. So the cyber machine's not going to be primed anyway. Nice bait from the Weeping Clown. We're going to see a charge attack. I don't think this is going to hit. Yeah, that's not going to register. I think the Naiad should at this point just teleport to the last cyber machine, but the survivor runs into the hunter accidentally, and then now you can teleport to the Cypher. Weeping Clown does not have self-heal, and now that will be the 4 kill.
Yeah, so very, very well done on the side of Muhyo. I mean, that mind game at the chair, the pressure with that Naiad, with that camping of the chair is something very amazing. Getting 2 terror shots in a row, you can say it's luck, but I would say definitely the experience from this hunter is definitely showing through. And now Ruby trying to kite for his life, but is a ticking bomb situation, and Mukio just playing with him at this point. We'll be getting that down, and he doesn't know, right?
He doesn't know about self-heal. I guess you could, if he picks up this survivor, then it would be a surrender. But I guess if he doesn't, just gonna wait here. Okay, never mind. All right, there we go. That's gonna be the 4th survivor elimination. So yeah, I mean, I guess that 4th survivor elimination rate we saw in the statistics really showing here with that early lead here, with that 4 elimination. So that's going to be a hunter side game on both sides, like we talked about, but a 6-3 in this case. So barely. That is RS, right? That was victorious that round. They have such similar names. I'm always okay. RS. There we go.
6-3. All right, so it's not a huge difference at this point in time. Considering that this is RB's map selection and they lost in their map, I think RS, there is a possibility that RS might pick a map favorite to them in BO2 and take this as a 2-0 win. And considering also that the first matchup and second matchup ended in a 2-0, if the match continues like that, then yeah, it should be a situation that we might be seeing like a deja vu once again. So from what I know apparently this team, right, is a fully hunter team, a full hunter team, which might have explained a little why the survivor side is
which is all hunters.
Yeah, apparently. So that's probably why. It's a whole hunter-sided team, so a hunter team. So that's why the survivors may not be exceptional, but the hunter side is actually doing a lot better. So, yeah, it's looking very, very, very interesting. We shall see how BO2 will play out, whether RB can make a comeback with the strength of the hunters being put together, the force, and RS, if they're able to keep up with their condition and servers are able to tie, they can definitely take this home, a 2-0 sweep.
Yeah, so we do see here the statistics for this match. The first kite from the Dancer actually not too bad. 77 seconds is definitely not bad for a first kite, considering that it is a hunter that is usually considered to be good against Dancer, which in this case is Naiad. So 77 seconds, pretty good here. But the missed rescues was the real important thing there, right? The fact that they were able to... Naiad was able to stuff 2 rescues in a row. I think with even only one of those rescues getting stuffed, there was still an opportunity for an endgame push, right? But the fact that the second rescuer then got stuffed, I think at that point that sort of secures the game at that point of the match.
Yeah. So yeah, things that initially it was looking really still fine. Honestly, it was looking very fine with almost a 3 Cypher kite. Then the whole standstill situation in the Cyphers after the first terror shock happened, everything just went downhill from there. There was no pickup. There was no moment where we could see like, there is a chance for a potential tie still, one escape still. Yeah. So very well done from the side of RS Hunter, able to have that redemption arc for the side of the survivors when they got that 3 kill. Yeah. So good job, well done. And after this, I believe RB will be banning out the Naiad. We'll not be seeing the Naiad anytime soon. We'll see whether there will be a stronger hunter coming from this Japanese hunter.
Yeah, Naiad's not really a hunter that we see, especially in the first round, so that was interesting to see that come out here. But I wonder, as you mentioned, I wonder if we'll actually see a different type of hunter, maybe something with higher win potential, maybe just more tie hunters. I'm not really sure. Curious if they ban Naiad. I think that obviously they probably will, because that seems to be like their main round 1 hunter. But considering that the start was pretty good, and it was just really the 2 rescues that kind of cost them the match, I imagine we'll see Naiad get banned. But that does open up opportunities for something like Opera Singer. I don't know if this player has that as an option, but of course if you could play round 2 Opera Singer, that could be really, really good. But overall, a very close game. Only a single survivor difference here. 6-3 lead here for Team RS.
Yeah, so we'll see what the next map will be. Looking at RS survivor side, hunter side, Muhyo, if he really does have a sculptor, any maps that sculptor will be exceptional in.
Sculptor. Unfortunately, Sculptor is not too strong in the current meta, but when it comes to maps, I guess you would say something like Ever Sleeping Town is usually considered pretty good for Sculptor because it has very narrow alleyways where you can place your statues in. You also have opportunities to play Sculptor on something like, I'm not really, to be honest, I haven't played Sculptor in a long time. I don't even see Sculptor in rank anymore. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you, like, people kind of just gave up on Sculptor, but Sculptor is good on Ever Sleeping Town, and can be pretty effective on something like Red Church because it's very narrow areas, a lot of places to place statues. Big maps like Lakeside, Moonlit are not quite as good for Sculptor. Chinatown's not great, but it is fine. So yeah, those would be the best for Sculptor.
Yeah, so we'll see whether that's going to be the case for the side of RS. I think it's going to be rather tough for RB to really come back. Even for people who play Survivors, right? It's super tough, right? To even try to win a tournament. And now we have according to them, right? This is a quote-unquote on them. This is their team slogan. Robbie's is Hunter, and yes, we are a Hunter team. That's their slogan. So since they are a Hunter team...
That confirms the Hunter players, yeah.
Yeah, so if that's the case, even if Survivors can't even really perform as good in tournaments, right? We have a full Hunter team that wants to... Yeah, so hopefully things do work out for them. But it's a very curious decision why they decided to go for all Hunter team. Considering the limited number of Hunters that we already have in the SEA region, decided to all group up together, make one team, and managed to get into top 8 qualifiers SEA.
Yep.
So life's interesting, and we shall see how that's going to possibly play out for the side of RB. RS will now be picking the Moonlit River Park. Hunter will be up first.
Yeah, Moonlit's interesting again. Yeah, well, Moonlit's not exactly the best Opera Singer map as well. Obviously, we talk about how you want obviously maps that are very narrow so you can dash around easy, like Red Church or Ever Sleeping are very good. So Moonlit's not one of the best ones, but of course it is still fine. But again, we don't actually know if they play Opera Singer because we didn't see it from either team in round number 1, right? So yes, anything's possible here. And the Lakeside ban from looks like we're gonna have RS going Hunter first. So that means that RB chose their survivors to play first here, which is interesting. We've actually seen, considering that usually you see survivors first, but recently we've seen a lot of these teams lead with their Hunter side. So maybe their Hunter can go out and get a win, gives themselves a good start. Especially 2 Hunter-sided teams, leading with one of your Hunter might be better because you go out, give yourself an early momentum lead with a strong Hunter performance. But yeah, going with the survivor first here instead is a little interesting.
Yeah, so we'll see. Moonlight River Park. I'm excited to see if we might be seeing a Aeroplanus once again. We did see it from RS just now with that fast reaction time. So maybe once again we might see, and they really need to put their best characters at the front already. If not, it's a GG situation for them. If not, it's gonna be a 2-0. But Eli, I need your thoughts on this, right? So there is a potential that your team is gonna lose in a 2-0.
Oh, no.
Will you be putting in great characters in your first 2 to be globally banned out, just in case you guys do make it?
All right. So the first thing I will say is I never lose 2-0. So I'm just going to throw that out there. And then the second thing is that, so you're saying like if you're in a round 2 situation, right, and you lost the first round,
Yeah, like huge.
Well, yeah,
huge loss.
at that point, you really need to make sure you can at least get to the third round. So you would want to use a lot of strong. You would want to use characters in the first two that you might have to lose in the third round, which is fine, right? Because you have to win this round, or you have to at least tie this round. So yeah, that would definitely, since you're at the risk of that, you definitely want to go ahead and use up your best two options here.
Yeah. I'm not sure if they're gonna do that though. Some teams are a lot more conservative in the way they play, so they might think that, oh yeah, I'm just gonna save this for VO3. But what if there is no VO3? What if there's no VO3? So from the side of Muhyo, right, the Japanese hunter, or any other hunters that we'll be seeing, right, I hope they actually do pick something interesting. Today we've already seen Clown, we've seen Evil Reptilian. Any personal okay, in your perspective, right, is there any hunter that you want to see personally?
I would say I'd like to see Clown on Moonlit. Obviously, Moonlit Clown is pretty good here. And out of the hunters what hunters do I even play? Nightwatch is good. Nightwatch is
Nightwatch, yeah, there used to be this Itakwa Nation thing that was going on, but after the release of Opera Singer and Fool's Gold, we don't really see Itakwa anymore. Is there any reason why?
It would be interesting to see if someone does play Fool's Gold here. In terms of Nightwatch, Nightwatch is still very good. It's just that a lot of people would obviously rather play Opera Singer, because Opera Singer is just, Opera Singer, right? Basically, you have Dream Witch being one of the best hunters in the game, and then people who don't know how to play Dream Witch, because Dream Witch is hard, would usually play something else. And it's like, oh, Nightwatch came out. Now Nightwatch is the best character in the game, so everyone's going to play Nightwatch in round number 1, right? And it's just like, oh, Opera Singer came out, so now we're all going to play Opera Singer in round number 1, because these characters are just broken, which makes sense, right? That's why you would keep playing these hunters in the early rounds, because they're just that good. But Opera Singer is just by far the best hunter, so there's no reason to play anything else like Nightwatch. Nightwatch is still good in rounds 2 and 3, though, for sure.
When you were talking about the hunters, right, something else popped in my mind as well. We kind of had news that Panda wouldn't be part of the FT lineup, right, when it comes to the COA group stage. So what are your thoughts on it? Considering that Panda will be out of the main lineup. Do you think there's gonna be big changes, or like there won't even be much changes? Like things are still gonna be as good as it was before?
I'm not sure. I mean, obviously, Panda's a very good player, so obviously not having him on a team would be pretty unfortunate. But yeah, definitely, obviously one of the best players in Southeast Asia. If I had to pick, like you mentioned, if I had to pick a 4-person Southeast Asia team that was like the best, I would choose him as one of the 4. So definitely it's going to be a bit unfortunate, I would say, for them.
Yeah, so definitely we all have high expectations for FT, considering they did manage to beat one of the one of the best known GH team, right? And this team that has been known to just have direct entry into COA every time they win IBC. So it's definitely a new face that we are seeing for the side of FT, and hopefully they're able to keep up with the expectations that we have. And hopefully things wouldn't change too much when it comes to the group stages. And now we do have this SEA qualifiers that is happening at this point in time. Do you have any predictions to who will ultimately make it? I think we do have 2 teams that are a lot more prominent in this qualifiers, so maybe your thoughts on that.
Yeah, Utopia and GH definitely will be the 2 teams from this qualifier that seem to have the best chance at winning here. Obviously, GH is the team that always wins in IVC. This time they weren't able to, so they have to go through the qualifier stage. And looking how they played in that match earlier today, they looked very, very good, right? So I think GH definitely is looking like the best team to potentially win this, but also Utopia has a chance as well. So definitely watch out for that. I'm not sure. It's going to be very difficult for a team of all hunters to win, so I don't know how that's going to go if, for RS and RB after this, but I think GH definitely on paper looks to be the best here.
Yeah, so yeah, it's very interesting to see how this might play out. Yeah, I don't think I think it's just going to be really, really close because GH, right? They're known to be one of the teams that represents SEA, but then at the same time, was there any time where we don't see MX in one of the COAVII Bees teams in group stages? Were there any? Because from my memory, I don't think that he has missed out on any, and if he does this time around, it's gonna be his first. So, I'm curious to see how this might play out. And yeah, it's just kind of like GH is so strong at this point in time. They really make any mistakes. But then just now when we saw the match between UTP and OMO, it seems to be kind of rather uncoordinated at this point in time.
Yeah, definitely. I'm not really sure who's gonna. I'm not really sure if we haven't seen. Yeah, but I'm not sure if we haven't seen MX. I think there was one time where MX didn't play. I can't remember which tournament it was though, where he wasn't able. Was it during COA? It must have been during the COA main event. I think he had to return home for something.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I can't remember exactly what one that was, but yeah. Anyway, so while we have some time in between this match, Chocho, if you could choose the one hunter from each region that you would think is like the best hunter from each region, what would you say? Like one from each region.
Each region.
So Southeast Asia.
Southeast Asia. Okay. Oh, Southeast Asia.
I just said one from each region.
I would say
Southeast Asia first.
Dude, like each hunter has their pros and cons. So some of them last longer in later, they are better in later matches.
Okay, so
and some of them are better in.
Okay, go Southeast Asia, go. Okay. Korea.
Korea, I'm not sure, but you guys did mention Mitake today, right? So I guess.
Sure, I think he's a Japanese player though.
But he represented Korea though.
Okay, whatever. Okay, Hong Kong.
Hong Kong. What? Wait, help me with my memory. You know I suck at it.
I don't actually know any. I don't know if I can.
There is this one hunter. There is this one hunter that is good at. Okay, can we skip Hong Kong?
Okay. Japan.
I used to like this player, but now he's a commentator though.
Who?
There's only one guy from hunter to commentator.
Okay, say it.
No, I should be naming one that is currently playing one. Why do I want to name someone that's not?
Yeah. Wait, what?
Oh no, I'm just gonna stick with this guy, Elf.
Oh, Elf. Wait, Elf doesn't play anymore? Wait, really?
No, he as in like that the person that I used to watch a lot is now a commentator. Yeah.
They're talking about Celia.
Elf. Then for Chinese mainland, it's Choi.
Okay.
Yeah.
And for the last one?
There is no last one. What do you mean the last one?
Oh my god, Chocho. Oh my god, no, Chocho. Oh my god. NAU Chocho.
Oh. Mushin.
You think Mushin's the best?
Opera singer, no doubt.
What about Sprinter?
Can I just say Mushin? Like, why do you have to do me like that?
The Sprinter's correct.
No, I'm still gonna say Mushin. Mushin is very crazy with opera singer, so I think you guys should check it out.
Obviously Mushin, like I know Mushin, right? Like he's my friend, but like Sprinter's cracked, dude. Like.
Okay, then you support Sprinter. I support Mushin. Fair.
I support. First of all, I support everybody. Okay, I am a supportive, kind person, right?
And you say that about my toy merchant.
Except for your toy merchant, that's the one exception. See, Chocho, I know you like to jump into trees with your catapult, but I actually like to win rank matches, you know? So, okay, anyways.
Okay, I can't say that word. Anyways,
back to the match here.
We have the priestess and
Mercenary. By the way,
here.
I was actually kidding. Yes. Chocho's actually like good. Like if I was on a tournament team, I want Chocho to play, but like she never wants to play with me. Chocho kind of hates me, to be honest.
Dude, I'm like rarely playing in tournaments anymore, like even the unofficial ones. So
why you hate me?
Dude, you can ask people. Like I'm not playing anymore, like tournaments.
This is what happens every time. Like, oh Chocho, we should play rank. It's like no, and I was like, okay, that's true.
Dude, we both have school. You know that.
Yeah, but rank is life though. Like, come on now. Come on.
All right. Moving on. We have to go through the band picks now.
Right. Interesting. We actually see Mercenary first, so they're going to sacrifice Mercenary for the later round here. And actually, this goes back to what you were talking about, where you kind of have to pick those characters that you are going to help you win this round, right? Because RB has to get through this round if they want to force the third round, right? So picking a Mercenary here, I think, is acceptable to lose in the last round.
And now with the harassment from Prospector, seems to be a very balanced team. Can both kite, harass, support, and rescue. So, yeah, hopefully this time around with this very balanced team comp, they are able to show us a different side from them. Actually, the Hunter was quite curious, right? He didn't ban out the first office. He didn't ban out the Mercenary for the first two. So the RB managed to take advantage of that, picking one of the best two characters already that they can have already, this team comp. And now with RS, Hunter, Muhui.
Yep. I think we'll see. Well, obviously we did see the Naiad ban this time around, so they don't want to have to deal with that anymore. But let's see what their other Hunter option is. You know, we mentioned Sculptor, right? But the thing is that this is a really bad map for Sculptor, right? Moonlight River Park. It's very open. It's hard to hit statues. You got coaster plays. In fact, this is probably the worst Sculptor map. So I don't know if that's gonna be the decision here. But looking at this team composition, pretty good overall line. You have Mercenary can spawn Bridge. You have Seer and imagine Seer will spawn maybe First Stop, Prospector 2, or Priestess 2-story. You can also spawn Priestess Bridge. You have plenty of options here to go with, but something they do miss out on is potential Patient. Patient would be very good for 4-stop spawn. And they weren't able to pick Embalmer. That's a character I would like to see. We're actually going to see Anne, which is not only pretty weak to this team comp, it's also weak to Moonlit. So you have Prospector to counter, you have Seer Owl to force an extra cat out, potentially. You have Priestess support, which Anne struggles against. You have a big map like Moonlit, you got coaster plays. Yeah, I don't know. This is difficult for the Hunter side.
Yeah, like unfortunately we're not seeing the Itakwa like you wanted, the chat wanted. We're seeing an N. So today, right? Not just today, just today, we are seeing quite a bit of N being picked here from Meow Pai once, and then now RS one more time.
Yeah. So
is there any reason, like were there any buffs to the Disciple, or like is this team comp great against this Hunter?
Well, the map is not good for Anne, and also you have Prospector, which is a counter to Anne, and you have the Seer Owl to extend the kite, which is pretty good against Anne as well. So yeah, I don't know. This is a bit challenging. Also, just so everybody knows, when I roast Chocho, it's all jokes. Like it's just normal conversation. Like this is just daily, you know. So like it's all good. Like you guys don't worry about it. But anyways, the problem here is like if you go 4-stop. You have to chase Prospector, which is a counter to Anne. You go 2-story, you end up chasing a 2-story Priestess on Moonlit, which is also not very good. Plus a Seer Owl to support. I think his best target would be Seer, but you didn't spawn into Seer as well. I think he was guessing maybe Seer. He's like, okay, maybe Seer spawns 2-story. But Seer spawning first up is really good for the survivors. So I think this looks great for the survivors, honestly.
Yeah, so we'll see how this is gonna play out. This will be BO2 first half between the RB survivors against RS Hunter. I'm Chocho and will be led with Eli's commentary for this match itself.
All right, here we go. Looks like he's gonna Prospector chase first here, so this is really tough for the Anne. Not only is this tough for the Anne, Prospector's gonna be able to make a lot of distance. He's gonna drop down to get this pallet drop here. Nope, he's actually gonna not use the pallet, interestingly enough here. Anne is gonna miss those first cats, but Prospector does have a magnet to work with. We'll see if he's gonna, I guess he's just trying to get back to this pallet here. And is he gonna be forced to use a magnet here? Looks like he is. I feel like he could have actually made that pallet without needing a magnet, but because now you actually don't have a magnet to cancel these cats, right? And that's gonna be the big thing here. But it looks like he's gonna get the magnet back, but does he have it back in time? Is because the cats do cancel the ability for a few seconds here.
Yeah, will he be able to get towards this pellet? He will get that. Oh, the bird support coming through. So Shifong will just try to kite around this area, still get that hit throughout, and will be having this next Magnet to use.
But he hits the owl. He could have potentially avoided that there. Goes for a swing and a miss there, camping this pallet. Walks through the pallet, misses the pallet stun. Does not have flywheels to work with. And unfortunately, that is a really good example of why you really just want to avoid camping pallets, especially in high tier gameplay. A lot of hunters will not get phased by that. In that case, you saw that was the play there. We're going to see the Magnet is thrown. He's going to head for the long spot. Goes for the blink, gets the blink down on the Prospector. And if he just threw that pallet down instead of camping it, he might have been able to avoid that hit altogether and make it to the portal eventually. But in this case, not able to do so, it looks like.
Yeah, it seems like they can't pop this Cypher as well. So now 2 Cyphers are being affected. Priestess main Cypher and Ruby Cypher. So Ruby will be coming for this rescue. So if he's able to double down,
yep,
it will be great. And mind you guys, they did get 2 Terror Shocks right before this. We'll see whether deja vu moment will happen once again.
There's the rescue. Good rescue. He's able to get the save before the cats stun the mercenary there. So nice rescue there. We're going to see he goes for the pallet. Oh, gets the pallet stun here. Mercenary does have a speed boost and a magnet. Or sorry, that's a Prospector. Does have a speed boost and a magnet to work with. Can also get the speed boost from the Cypher machine as well. So this is going to let Prospector get all the way to 2-story, and this is really showing why Anne is just unfortunately not too good on this map. And this hits even better. Mercenary most likely can make it to the upstairs window here. He's going to be able to vault that for a speed boost and continue to transition away as long as he can get the stun right here.
And Shifong, we're trying to stun out
this is a really big play.
Oh.
He cancels the cats, but he's not able to make it to the window here. But the last 2 Cyphers already with good progress here. It looks like 40% and 20%. Now the goal here for the hunter side at this point is go for the farm. You want to farm the survivor off the rocket chair. Anne is a really good hunter for forcing farm rescues because you can just kind of leave the cats on the chair and stun the survivors that get rescued off the chair. But if Mercenary is here, Mercenary needs to come early, super early, because he needs to bait the cats out and you need to wait for the cats to disappear. If you let the cats stay on the rocket chair, then it's an easy farm for the hunter.
Yeah, and we just saw the priestess trying to dodge out the cat and the thing, but managed to still get that thing. But able to get that free rescue, fortunately enough, and now the cat still lands on the Prospector.
He's used a magnet here. Missed jump there. Does have the magnet here. Another jump. Cancels the. Does he get the? Oh no, he didn't get stunned. He needed to let himself get stunned before using the magnet there. So unfortunately, Prospector is not going to be able to cancel that cat, and the Cypher machines are not going to be ready just yet. So the Anne looks like could actually tie this game.
Yeah. So last Cypher 55% behind double story. They can opt for the 6th Cypher, which they are doing now. And Priestess is around this area. We'll see how Moonho decides. By the way, he has no detention. He has blink all the way. He has no trump card. He has blink all the way. So seems to be leaning more towards a tie unless the portals do some tricks here.
Yeah, let's see what he's gonna put the cats onto the Priestess. Was able to get the stun here, so he's gonna be able to get the hit onto the Priestess, and does actually have trump card. No, he doesn't. This is actually just a blink detention build, so he does not have trump card. So this is a straight up tie build here. Swinging at the pallet here, even though it's thrown down, but he's just gonna maybe try to push towards the coaster here, but Anne is able to get the stun here. He's able to secure the down. Last Cypher machine looks like about 80% of the way done here, and we'll see the mercenary coming for the rescue.
Yeah, so stay put, I'm coming from the mercenary, so it should be the case. Any way they could potentially make this into a 3 escape, Eli?
It's really difficult. As long as Anne saves her blink for endgame, it should be a pretty easy tie for the hunter side. Looks like we're gonna see mercenaries get a little pattern to the rescue here. There's the cat onto the chair. Nice rescue from the mercenary. It's a farm. They stopped the priestess, but it actually doesn't matter because Dan doesn't have trump cards, so he's just gonna down the priestess. Mercenary's gonna have 3 elbow pads to make it to the other exit gate, or 2 elbow pads to make it to the other exit gate, and that will that should be a tied game for both sides here.
Alright, so okay, right, so you're able to open the gate. Mercenary is running towards that gate. The cat seems like he won't be able to get towards the gate too, so yep, you're right, Eli. He's just gonna make use of all his elbow pads and reach to a gate, so it should be a tie situation for both sides. And yeah, things are looking great. RS, with this map selection, you're able to get a tie situation. Not very favorable, but still better than a potential 3 escape from the side of survivors. And RB, a good step in the right direction, I would say, to potentially try to prolong this into a BO3.
Yeah, absolutely. This is pretty good for them. I do think that they really wanted to win this game though, because you have Anne on a weak map for Anne. You have a good team comp to go against it. You get a good spawn. I think the one big play is if Prospector didn't camp the pallet there, that would have been actually really crucial. Because I think that would have gotten the end probably would have blinked at that point if you just throw the pallet down, Prospector blinks the Prospector, then he can use the magnet for the next cat and then push the long portal, right? Because if he makes the long portal, it's a win for the survivors, hands down, right? Because there's no teleport, there's no way for the end to get to the Prospector fast enough. But yeah, it's just unfortunately was able to get that hit through the pallet there, and so that's something you have to really watch out for, is pallet camping. You want to just try to avoid hits as much as possible, and it worked out pretty well for the Anne to just get a tie there. The fact that Anne had no trump card, it was just blinked attention, means that this Anne was entirely just playing for a tie, did not really care about getting anything else.
So yeah, a tie situation for both sides, and we'll see whether RS will be able to clean this up with the 2-0 sweep by having a 3 escape, not 4 escape from the side of the survivors. And also whether RB Hunter is able to pick up the loose pieces and try to prolong this into a BO3, or if not, even better, win this, or potentially actually get a 5-0, and they might just be having that lead straight up.
Yep. So this is a pretty interesting game between these two teams, right? You know, we saw a very close game in the first round. We saw a 2-2 here. Both these teams teaming it relatively close. I mean, good kite from the Prospector, right? Unfortunately, it was just a little bit short there. I think if he got one more cat cancel at any point, it would have been enough for the win. But even 130 seconds is definitely impressive.
Yeah, the Prospector actually did a very good kite. But I think when it comes to details-wise, I think there were quite some parts that you actually commented that he could have kited better. Like, there was no need to use that magnet when he went through that first pallet, right? Like, he could have just ran through it, placed the pallet down, and he would still have a magnet to work with. And also, quite curious also, if the Seer was actually spectating already, why not just make the same rotation back, since the pallet over there wasn't broken, right? Yeah. Instead of going the other side. So a lot of unnecessary rotations, I would say, coming from the side of the survivors, and yeah, could have better played out the initial kite so that the first 3 ciphers are actually better. And also the blink had been forced out beforehand.
Yeah. I think I don't know. I feel like in this situation, there's gotta be another hunter that could have been stronger. I never understand Anne on Moonlit. Like, if you're going for like a 1 kill, Anne's a great 1 kill hunter. Maybe if it's Sacred, Heart Hospital, or if it's Moonlit, or some big map where Anne's not that good, it's like, okay, I'm gonna play Anne because I want to get a 1 kill, right? But that's obviously not the goal, right? The hunter's trying to get a 2 kill. And on Moonlit, obviously, you know, you still have plenty of win hunters left. Characters like Opera Singer, characters like, I don't know, right? There's Night Watch. There's a ton of characters that could be played here. It really gives a lot of information to the other team that this player's hunter pool is quite limited, right? The fact that you see Naiad first into a Moonlit Anne, that really shows that unfortunately there's just not a lot of depth to this player's hunter pool, right? So they're going to ban Anne next, they're going to ban Naiad, and it's most likely that this hunter doesn't actually have an option for the 3rd round.
We'll see.
At least an option they're comfortable with, right? At least an option they're comfortable with, right?
Yeah, but I think one thing I'm kind of anticipating or hoping to see would definitely be an Evil Reptilian pick at Moonlit River Park. Yeah, the buffs with, or like more like revamped a little bit with his second skill, full insolent skill, where he has unlimited jumps. Yeah, when he has unlimited jumps, that thing, I wonder how he's gonna play that out. Jumping inside from the double story. One thing I never understand, why does the double story area have an open air area on top? Like, I don't understand. Even the 10 has a top, but the double story does not. So Lizard can just jump right inside. Aeroplanians can fly through the window, which still makes sense. Lizard being able to jump above and drop right down doesn't make sense. But anyways, IDV physics.
IDV physics. I will never understand it. The fact that coordinator can shoot a flare gun and it goes like it curves and then it like goes up and hits the flying hunter. Like I don't know, man. That's crazy. I don't think I've ever seen that in a real life situation, but it's okay. It's a heat-seeking missile or whatever it's called. I don't know. Is that what it's called? You know, like the things where that they follow like the heat, right? Like the following thing where it goes, and then it's like the heat-seeking missile, and it gets attracted to the heat, like the infrared, right? And then it goes to the science. You don't know? Okay. Anyways,
no, you know how more complex.
But you never heard of a heat-seeking missile? You know?
I'm sorry, I don't know anything about missiles, man.
Okay, it's okay. Don't worry. It's just like the one that follows the heat signature, you know?
Okay, yeah.
It's like in the movies.
Yeah.
I don't really know.
Yes. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And okay, moving on right from this BO2 second half, we have probably the same hunter coming up. Do you think the servers will ban to the Dream Witch again at this map?
I think that obviously Moonlit Dream Witch is not too good, but I think Dream Witch is still just one of those hunters you have to eliminate, right? If you see a round 1 Dream Witch, you're thinking, okay, maybe they don't play Opera Singer, I don't know, but either way, we don't want to deal with Dream Witch 2 rounds in a row. You don't want to give that win potential hunter like Dream Witch or Opera Singer 2 rounds to come out, right? You don't want to let that happen. So I think you have to ban Dream Witch here. Dream Witch is just too good of a hunter to leave on the table at this point.
Yeah, we'll see how the RS survivor think about it. Maybe, I'm not sure, maybe this guy has a hunter that actually is a lot better than Dream Witch, but we don't know. So they might ban that out instead. Or I would say maybe they don't really want to face the Opera Singer. But I feel like it has its pros and cons, right? You decide not to ban out the Opera Singer, or you must be kind of good at your first kite. But if you don't ban out the Dream Witch, it's a test to your team comms already. How you guys communicate, where the leeches are, is it near you, whose leech is where, and
so let me ask you this, Joe. Would you rather play against an Opera Singer or Dream Witch here versus Survivor side?
If this team I'm with, right, that I'm playing with is very well coordinated, I would say I would rather face a Dream Witch and ban out the Opera Singer.
Interesting. Okay, so we are going to see, based off of this, what is that word? Bans. Based off of these bans. Oh my god. Based off of these bans here, we're going to see Priestess and Aquarian. They're actually going to ban Opera Singer, so they're actually going to accept that Dream Witch will come out here. And it looks like we're having Balmar and Airplanist right away here. And this is a little bit interesting, right? Because you give up, because we didn't see Opera Singer in the first round, right? But it looks like they're just gonna, okay, so I think that, okay, what they're gonna go for is they're gonna ban Opera Singer and they're just gonna counter Dream Witch. I think that's the strategy here.
All right, so yeah, so once again, first officer not being pressured to be banned out, but they decide to focus on the rescuer of the mercenary, able to use the elbow pads to maneuver around the map since it's a rather big map, so understandable. Acrobat being banned here, so maybe a patient? Oh, a prospector being picked here. So any thoughts on this team call?
The prospector's interesting. I think that I'm not really sure. The prospector's a little interesting because again, you're trying to counter Dream Witch here. Prospector obviously can kite against Dream Witch, but there are better options, right? You have things like Psychologist, you have things like Acrobat, well, Acrobat's banned, but you have things like Psychologist, Barmaid, also an option. There's plenty of options here that could be better technically than Prospector. This comp doesn't really counter Dream Witch that well, so we could see Dream Witch come out here for sure. Obviously, Moonlit Dream Witch is not Arms Factory Dream Witch by any means, but it's obviously Dream Witch is still one of the best hunters in the game and easily playable in this situation. But it could be that this Survivor team knows something that we don't know at this point in time. And yeah, I mean, considering that RS did win the first round, the Survivors need to at least tie, right? They cannot lose this game or RS will be victorious. So they are going to give the, looks like we're going to see Bloody Queen here.
Okay, all right, so very interesting, right? The moment you mirror, Aeroplanes can just use his jetpack and fly outwards. So like your mirror is technically like a no use already. But I can understand. I mean, going against the prospector, there's probably a reason why he decides to go on with that Bloody Queen. But Bloody Queen at this map, right? The only person that I can currently remember that actually did pretty good, right, is Meow Pie with his Bloody Queen at this map.
Yep.
So,
well, I think Moonlit BQ is good. Obviously, BQ has good map pressure on a large map like Moonlit. That's pretty effective. And also, but he does spawn away from both ideal targets. So spawning an airplanes is not good. Obviously, you can't chase Mercenary. Airplanes is not great. You want to chase Embalmer or Prospector, but he didn't spawn into any of them. I think it's kind of a given that airplanes would spawn at 4-stop, but I think the Hunter just didn't predict that. It's pretty, obviously 2-story is going to go to one of the characters that is not strong against the BQ, such as Prospector or the Embalmer, right? So you're going to probably give 4-stop to a character that is good against the Bloody Queen in this case, which is the Aeroplanist, right? So the fact that the BQ spawns here, kind of acknowledging the fact that I guess I just got to chase the Aeroplanist.
We'll see whether that is going to be the case. And this will be a potential last round, BO2 second half for RS Survivors versus RB's Hunter. And we'll be bringing you the live commentary of this match. I'm Chocho, and we do have our analyst, Eli O, bring you the live commentary.
All right, looks like we're going to see the Bloody Queen is actually going to go, not even go for the airplane. It's going to go straight for 2 stories. So, interesting. No, actually going to go for the Prospector. Interesting choice why the BQ opted to spawn over at 4-stop. Again, I think it's kind of given that we would see the airplane spawn there. BQ going for a very, very early mirror. So, a little bit impatient there. Can they get this hit here? This is going to be a difficult angle to get onto the Prospector. And mirror runs out, so just a missed mirror here early on. I think BQ could have just waited maybe a little bit longer, got a little closer before using the mirror here. At this point, the goal for Prospector, just kite around this area, force out a mirror, then take coaster after getting mirror hit. Because if you take the coaster without getting mirror hit, then that's actually really bad. And BQ mirrors too early. Prospector can just use a magnet here to avoid this mirror altogether.
Yeah, he doesn't even need to get on a roller coaster at this point. He can just play around this area.
Absolutely.
And this is a great area considering he has nothing to work with other than the blink right now that is available. So we'll see whether it's going to be a blink hit at start.
Yeah.
Oh!
I'm going to miss, but then a missed flywheel. I'm not sure what's going on there, but it looks like Prospector going to go for another magnet here. Needs to use this magnet to stop the mirror. Bloody Queen's going to wait for the stun and then use the mirror here. Nope, actually just gonna break the magnet. That's also a possibility. And because Prospector wasted the flywheel, it means that he's probably not gonna be able to kite out this mirror image here. We're gonna see the down secured there, but pretty good cyber progress for the survivors here. If Prospector can serve that flywheel, I actually think this could have been a little bit of a different story.
Yeah, I think one thing to note now, since we have some time, is to note the Embalmer's persona 6-9. So, no 3, and we'll see how he's gonna play that out. Embalmer will be coming for this first rescue instead of their mercenary.
Embalmer does have Tide Turner, so this is a no borrowed time build. This is Broken Windows and Tide Turner. Gonna get the hit onto the Embalmer, so he will be able to get the rescue with Tide. Prospector does have a magnet to work with. Can he use this magnet to cancel the mirror image here? Yeah, he gets the push, and he's going to be able to avoid this. He can also get a locker speed, or maybe get a speed boost from the Cypher machine here as well. Looks like Mercenary is going to come in as well, maybe try to go for a 1 mirror body block, but Survivors are well positioned here to actually win this game at this point.
Yeah, so just playing around this area, the mind game, and unfortunately loses it and will be suffering from a terror shock. Now, Mercenary is around this area for that rescue, so it should be fine. Last Cypher is at only 2%.
Unfortunately giving a basic hit is really not never ideal against a Bloody Queen. Looks like early mirror onto the Mercenary. Mercenary's gonna use that elbow pad to avoid the hit there. Mirror angle change here, getting an early hit onto the Mercenary, so Mercenary saving a lot earlier than would have liked here. Looks like that's not gonna be the case here. No, he's actually gonna get the double hit on the Mercenary. Tried to go for the hitbox through the Survivor there, but I actually think double downing the Mercenary is perfectly fine at this point.
Prospector is still trying to kite for his live mirror, is ready now.
Nah, he can't take coaster. He has Tide Turner. We're gonna see Flywheel avoid the hit and the magnet. He pushes the BQ off the platform, which means he can actually take the coaster. Although I don't know if this really matters because of that play, but he's gonna last a little bit longer and go down here. But a little bit of extra time wasted, so pretty nice from the survivors here. At this point, the BQ I think doesn't mind a tie because right, if you tie, your team is still in the your team is actually because RB is the one that lost the first round, so this hunter actually wants to try to play for a win if possible.
Yeah. What are the chances though? Last cipher is almost 80%, and Bama has his coffin. Not sure whether he has the face recording of the mercenary. And Aeroplanes must be the person that comes for this rescue. So, any potential focus points that RB Hunter can focus on?
I think at this point, because you want to at least, the hunter needs to at least just get a tie here, it looks like. So we're going to see the hit onto the Aeroplanist. Aeroplanist does not actually have tie turner, but he can actually save your items here. The Cypher Machine is primed. He's gonna... You want to hit the Mercenary, so Mercenary's not full health endgame. I think the hunter does acknowledge that. Airplane's just trying to body block to avoid that play from happening. But yeah, Mercenary also has 2 elbow pads, so a dungeon kite is not out of the question here because the coaster is at second stop. Airplanes has 3 jetpacks. Mercenary has 2 elbow pads, so both these survivors can kite to endgame, endgame dungeon. Mercenary maybe using the elbow pad a bit early, but I think it will allow him to avoid the mirror hit.
Yeah, it definitely feels like picking a poison between the mercenary and the aeroplanist. Both of them can kite out your mirrors, and now we'll be teleporting to the gate, but the Embalmer has a coffin placed already, so even if he downs here, it's fine.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like the coffin is going to get him back across the map. So the thing is here, is coffin isn't going to gate, it's going to 2-story. The BQ does obviously know this, you can see where the coffin is. The question is at this point...
Can you make it to gate and dungeon? Dungeon is at the second stop.
Yeah, but it's not here.
And he used his mirror already.
Can he push it? Is the gate open? The gate's already open. Yes. Absolutely right. The dungeon. Oh, it's a foot race at this point. Can he hit him off of the dungeon? That's the only place for the survivor. There's the charge attack, and he makes it out the dungeon in time, which means that RS actually wins this in 2 rounds. What an incredible series of events. Yeah, good call there, Chocho. I didn't even see that. I as soon as he used the coffin, I looked for dungeon at Godkite. I was like, okay, he's at Godkite. If he's Godkite, he can get it, right? But then the next closest spot was at the bridge there. He was able to make it. I mean, second stop, beautiful.
Amazing stuff coming from RS survivors. Everything was planned out so miraculously. The last 2 survivors that was in front of the BQ at the end game was 2 of the hardest ones. One with LPAD, the other one with Jetpack, which you can't do anything with. The moment you mirror, he's just gonna fly up, and then he teleports to the Embalmer. You get the hit, fine, whatever. Embalms, you mirror.
Yep.
Jumps for the dungeon.
And you know what it is, and that's why Embalmer is so good, because we talk about this a lot. Embalmer is a great character for getting an extra escape in the end game, right? Because you can position your coffin on an exit gate or near the dungeon, right? So when you get downed in against a detention hunter, you use your coffin to teleport yourself close to the dungeon or the gate, right? In this case, he was close enough for the dungeon. He was able to take the vault and make it to the dungeon there. I mean, that's a beautiful job. And against a Bloody Queen too, a hunter that is usually considered a tie hunter, is just very good overall. That's a pretty quick 2-0 victory. And honestly, I feel like in that situation, the hunter, I mean, they position so, because think about it this way, right? Mercenary has elbow pads, okay?
Yeah.
Airplane still has jetpacks and flywheel, and the Embalmer has a coffin. So it doesn't matter what you do as a hunter in that situation. You don't really have a great target in the long run, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, that was okay. Yeah, you don't have a great target in the long run.
It was more of like a right to end the sentence rather than a right as in like a... Okay, my bad.
Yeah, but I think we are just gonna give our congratulations and flowers to RS. That was so beautifully played. A very clean 2-0. Nothing too crazy that happened, unlike the first 2 matches that we had. So congratulations to RS. And now we have the top 4 teams from just one day. From top 8, we have now top 4, and these 4 teams will be playing in tomorrow's matches for the qualifiers. But before we get into that, I believe there might be an interview that we will be having with the players. So maybe, we can take some time to think about some questions that we may have for that RS member.
Yeah, so I think we definitely need to ask about because obviously in that second round situation, as a survivor side, you know, like what's the goal there in that situation? I think that's something we're going to ask him about for sure, because, you know, you have to think about, it's like, okay, if we get a tie in this situation, it's fine because our team's still winning going into the last round. And that's usually the idea of Embalmer. But yeah, they just position that map so well for the end game, where it doesn't matter who you chase, they have a good place to win the game. It's all about end game kiting. End game kiting is so important, and that's just the power of Embalmer as well. And that's why I think Embalmer is such a great character and so underrated. Not only is Embalmer good for securing ties, it's also good for securing wins. When you have a 3 survivor end game, you can get that extra escape in some situations, and you're able to push for that win. Once the hunter expends their trait and then uses their mirror, they have nothing, right? And you can just make it to the dungeon for free.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm trying to think. Maybe, yeah, but was there anything that stood out that we could potentially ask?
Did he have? Let me look back if he had flywheel. No, he didn't. Yeah, the Embalmer did not have flywheel. He had broken windows, right, and tide turner. So, yeah, that's the fact that he's able to get it without flywheel as well is really strong here. Looking at the overall containment time for this match, we do see the first kite from the Prospector. 104 seconds, pretty good for a Prospector against a BQ. Was able to waste a lot of time there. And overall, you can see why BQ can be a bit difficult. Once you have characters like Mercenary, and obviously you can't chase Mercenary. When you have a character like Airplanist, you can't chase that. It can be a bit difficult to play a hunter like Bloody Queen, and so that was exactly the case here.
Yeah, so, you know what, before we head into it, maybe any MVP player that we have here, Eli?
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. I think the hunter side from RS obviously did play pretty well, but definitely the I don't know. I think it was pretty well spread out. I mean, survivors played well together. Hunter side played pretty well, but
very hard, right?
It's really hard to say. Yeah, it's really hard to say. I think it was all pretty even for the most part.
Yeah, they all actually balanced out each other pretty well. Like when the hunter was lacking a little bit, the servers were able to pick themselves up. When the servers are lacking, the hunter is able to. So it's a very nice balance between the both sides of the factions, and yeah, that's something that we really want to see, right? Sometimes, you know, you have your off days, you don't feel you feel under the weather, and that's something that the hunter was able to kind of pick up on. And so amazing stuff coming from, I think, the Naiad today.
Yep.
Yeah, the Naiad from RS. Amazing Terror Shocks. I'm hoping to see more Terror Shocks coming through, maybe in tomorrow's matches.
Really?
And yeah, unfortunately, guys, being a whole like 100-sided team or like hunter team is very hard in the long run. So find survivors. Thank you.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, everyone definitely has their off days. Like, I'll be honest, like, there was one time I was playing Mind's Eye and I thought I was a lawyer, so I vaulted a paladin in front of the hunter and got terror shocked. So, yeah, you know, everyone has their off days. And by the way,
being the Lulu.
Just because I played Mind's Eye in a rank match doesn't mean Mind's Eye is a good rank character. I just wanted to get first kite so the randoms didn't get kite. That was my reasoning. That was my logic there.
And then you terror shock, yep.
Okay. Also, whenever you guys play rank, just remember, you're not always a lawyer, right? So you can get terror shot, guys. Just take notes on that, because I've done that before. One time I played lawyer too many times, and then I forgot I wasn't lawyer anymore. I was playing Sierra.
You vaulted slow.
No, I got terror shot because I forgot I was not a lawyer. But yeah, it's okay. It happens to the best of us, you know.
Yeah, we accept your delulu. But anyways, yeah, we I'm excited to see who we will be interviewing. I don't know. I have no idea how this player is gonna look like, because, like, you know, we've been having certain players, right? Meowpie, we know how he looks like. MX, we know how he looks like, but it's gonna be a completely new face that we're seeing here, and hopefully, you shall lead the interview. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Don't English it too much. Thank you.
I don't know what that means, but okay.
But
I will.
Yeah.
I will speak Spanish in the interview. Don't worry, it's okay.
Okay. All right.
Everybody
all
knows.
Right. Sure.
Okay.
Sure. You can do a review. But I think today it was a pretty fast day. We have 3 matchups, and all of it ended in a 2-0. It seems to be a 2-0 cast throughout. We'll see whether tomorrow is going to be the same case, or I think it will be different for sure, because by
the
tomorrow,
competition is higher.
be...
It continues to get higher. The competition as the tournament progresses.
Yeah, and I think when it comes to the later rounds, right, we do have. I think at the end we have a BO5. Is it a BO5 format? Or not?
Actually, I don't think we've been told if it's BO5 or BO3 for the finals. I know for NAU it's usually BO3, so I'm not sure if Southeast Asia is going to be different or not. But yeah, it could be. Don't know.
It's kind of surreal, honestly. Like today, like right before this, today happened. It was like a top 8 situation, and now, by tomorrow we will have the winner that will be representing SEA in the group stages. Absolutely. So it's really fast. And also, you guys, next week we will be having the NAEU's qualifiers.
Yes, sir.
Something Eli is also super excited about.
I am super excited about that. You guys know I love my NAU, so
yeah, I think the only thing that we SE customers are suffering from is probably the morning sickness that we're...
Oh yeah, so for those of you who don't know, because we have to live in Asia, it's really difficult. And I live in Asia currently because I go to university here, for those of you who don't know, but I'm originally from NAU. But when you have to commentate NAU games in Asia time zone, it's really, really bad. It's like 4 in the morning. Anyways, we have the best deduction tier to the mercenary Midori here. So
yes.
Yeah, nice job from Midori.
Yeah, we definitely have to congratulate him. I guess very stable rescues is the thing that he did, and hopefully we'll be able to see more standout plays tomorrow when we see them, when they go up against, I believe, UTP. So I think today was kind of a little bit lackluster for everybody, I would say, since it ended all quick, 2-0. And yeah, kind of messy situation, and we're seeing these players getting used to the tournament vibe, since it's actually been quite some time, honestly, if they didn't participate in IBS. So that's about 5 months, maybe 4 to 5 months.
There's always it's like we have all these tournaments. We got qualifiers into COA Global Stage, into NAU IVT, into Southeast Asia IVC, into IVS, and then we kind of have like the no tournament season for like 4 or 5 months where there's just nothing, right? But people got to stay the off season, right? It's the off season. People got to stay in shape and be ready for that. So yeah. But,
and we will be heading into our interview session with a player from RS.
Yep.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi, hello. Congratulations on your MVP win. And congratulations to RS as well. It was an amazing play from you guys, and a very perfect match to end the day off with your Embalmer play. So, Eli, you want to start off with the questions?
Yeah, so we'll just start with, obviously a very quick victory there, 2-0. Very exciting. So how are you and your team feeling after winning this match?
We are quite unexpected. Yeah, because it's quite a pretty game for both us.
All right. Jojo?
Were there any certain things that you guys planned or did to go against this hunter that you guys faced today?
Yeah, the terror shot was really unexpected.
Oh, okay.
We are really screaming at the back.
Yeah, so how was the team's VC like when you guys saw that happen?
Well, we are all like very excited, screaming and cheer for our hunter.
Yeah, okay, yeah. And I think, even for us, I think it was something very exciting. And for you guys, is there any certain characters that we can expect to see, even though we didn't see it today?
Yeah, pretty sure. Maybe you can see us in our next match.
Oh, okay. So
can't reveal the strategy, Chocho. Come on.
Yeah, we can't talk about strategies here. We can't let any other teams know.
So I have to ask, in the second round when the Survivor team was playing, was your strategy for the Survivors to just get a tie, or were you really trying to push for a win in the second round for Survivors?
Yeah, actually, we are going for the tie because we are taking the advantages. Yeah, so we are planning to go for the tie. So then from back, we can see it's really unexpected too. We get a 3-run for our team.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and before we end this off, is there any message that you want to send to the people watching or your fans?
Yeah, good luck.
Oh, good luck. All right. So to also teams as well, good luck. And we shall see you tomorrow. So do rest up very well.
Okay, thank you so much for the interview. All right, so that was Midori from Team RS. Thank you so much for that interview, of course. And yeah, they're going to be advancing to the next stage of this competition. It looked like it was a pretty close match in the first round. Second round as well. I mean, obviously, both those rounds they only won by a single survivor escape, but a really good match. Of course, it was even though it was a 2-0 victory, the fact they were able to go up and win both those rounds 2 in a row here, very impressive performance.
Yeah, very impressive indeed. And hopefully tomorrow, performances-wise, we can see a lot more interesting plays, a lot more different play style strategies, character pools that we weren't able to see today, right? So tomorrow is gonna be a long day. I believe we will be able to see the brackets, the schedule for tomorrow. So do wait a little bit while we are getting that ready up.
Absolutely. So Chocho, any thoughts on how the bracket's going to play out tomorrow? I mean, obviously we have RS, we have Utopia, we have GH, and we also have the team that got the bye. Forgive me, forgot the name. Which team was that?
UL,
right.
So
what do we know about UL? Do we know?
For UL, I think one thing that Nell mentioned just now was Hatari. And we do see a couple of familiar names. I do see them in IVA. Plugneam, Boymand, Yazin, Zen. Zen used to be an ex-player from BL. So I think there's something that we can expect tomorrow. I mean, we didn't manage to see them today. So hopefully tomorrow they'll show us a different side. That maybe, you know what, going against GH, they are able to show a stronger side that we don't usually see from them, right? And going up against GH, one of the strongest teams that we are seeing here, definitely a tough thing to deal up against.
It is, especially considering that GH looked to be in top condition today. Are they able to win it tomorrow? I mean, obviously looking very good in this position so far, but of course anything is possible. It's Identity 5. We've seen crazier things happen. So anything's possible. And obviously Utopia also looked to be in pretty good condition here today as well. So they'll definitely expect them to go well. I think in terms of on paper, it's looking like probably we'll see, I would imagine, GH and Utopia in the finals, but anything is possible. Of course, we are going to have the overall statistics for today. Very convincing victory for GH. 15-3 over the strong Vietnamese team ST. In the second round, we do have Utopia with the win over Amori by a score of 14-4. And of course, in the last round, we have Team RS taking a narrow victory in both rounds over Team RB with a score of 11-6.
Yeah, so congratulations to all three teams that have made it, and also we can anticipate UL's performance tomorrow. Definitely rather close, but at the same time a fast game today. 2-0 all the way. And now looking at our brackets, we have GH versus UL tomorrow for our first match of the day, followed by UTP versus RS for the second match of the day. Yep. And lastly, we will be having the winners between two matches versing up against each other to get that final spot for the SEA qualifiers.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, we're going to have, there's tomorrow's matches, GH and UL, Utopia and RS, and the grand finals will be after that. Of course, that is the times for tomorrow. I believe that is in UTC plus 7, right, if I'm not mistaken. Mm-hmm. So that is going to be UTC plus 7, 3 p.m. or 1500, and UTC plus 8, if you have that time zone, that will be 1600 or 4 p.m. And if you're watching from the US or from somewhere in North America, we'll go based off of the Eastern time zone. That is 12 midnight, and then that is 2 a.m. and 4 a.m. So good luck staying up for that one.
Good luck staying up for that one. Right, so it's going to be exciting matchups for tomorrow. By the time we'll have our champion for just this SEA qualifiers, right? Not the champion for the whole thing. Champion for the SEA qualifiers. And this is going to be really exciting just within 2 days. And for you guys who are somehow still away from the NAEU side, yours will be next week. So is there something to anticipate? 2 teams from the NAEU side will represent, correct? Right?
NAEU, yeah. So for any of you, it's 2 separate brackets, basically like 2 top 4s, or 2 top 8. Wait, no, 2 top 4s. Yeah, 2 top 4s. Yeah. and the winner of the top will make it to the anyways, we'll talk about that later. That's not till next week. But yeah, so anyways, don't forget to stay tuned for the matches tomorrow. We still have 3 more matches to go to determine who will be moving on to the Call of Abyss Global Tournament for Southeast Asia. I'm Eli-O with Chocho. We're going to sign off for today. Thank you guys so much for joining us, and I hope you guys had a wonderful match. Chocho, anything you'd like to add?
Thank you for today. Thank you for being my co-caster, and to all the other casters as well as people watching the live stream. Thank you for being here, and we will see you tomorrow. Bye bye.